Futures back to the downside here once again this morning. We are approaching session lows on the S&P and the NASDAQ, currently ahead of just under now 12 hours to go until this U.S. imposed deadline on what will happen next in Iran. Just reading a couple of reports coming across right now about some attacks in Karg Island. So apparently Israel not involved in this, but the U.S. Already carrying out a few strikes on the island itself. We'll get into what is to come later on this evening, potentially, or even throughout the day today. Headline-driven market as we've been dealing with over the past week or so. Not a heavy economic calendar today, but remember, we get into PCE coming up. We get CPI coming up before the end of the week as well. We get CPI on a Friday this time, which is kind of strange. I can't even remember the last time that we've had CPI on a Friday, but regardless, we'll bring that to you as it does come out. So yeah, market back to the downside here. Individual movers all over the place, including Tesla. We'll talk about that. Yesterday, if you remember, a couple of analysts with positive notes on Tesla. Today, opposite direction. AVGO, new deal with Google, has that to the upside this morning. UNH as well. High flyer here this morning. Big move after the close yesterday. We'll get into that. More importantly, Miss Adara is back in the building after a nice vacation. Good to see you.
Hi, great to see you. Great to be here with you guys. I mean, lots of things are actually to the upside. One thing that's not is Marvell. Poor Marvell got snubbed by the S&P 500 in favor of Casey's General Store, CASY. Not likely named to do a lot of volume. It did like under 400,000 shares all day yesterday, but maybe something to watch if you are like the me side of the world when it comes to trading. Now, in terms of these headlines out of Iran, it's worth noting we've already heard this morning Qatar saying they're scared to see what's going to happen. Iran reportedly saying we're not looking for a ceasefire. So let's wait and see what happens. But once again, it seems like we will be inundated from headlines on all sides, none of which agree with one another.
I think Trump was on television pretty much all day yesterday.
Yeah, I remember when I was flying out, I went for brunch with my family. My sister's like, "Oh my gosh, she's talking right now," and I said, "This is my life."
Yeah. He just went from one press conference to another, to another, to another. It was all day long of comments. So anyways, we have individual names all over the place moving around, including some of the energy names. Once again, XLE to the upside, oil to the upside. Again, it's worth noting yields back higher today, the dollar back higher a little bit today. It is coming off right now, but we did start the session higher after being down for 3 days in a row yesterday, if you remember. So energy could be back in play. I mean, $1.90 I saw at some gas stations around the city over the past couple of days here in Toronto. So Joe's not liking that, but what are we going to do? Sean has the Tesla downstairs, right, Sean?
It's plugged in. Yeah, yesterday I showed up with it at 11%, and then I got the note at 4 o'clock that it was full. So costing me nothing, but it's very expensive around here, man. That is right, for sure, with the USO and oil starting to, yeah, it's not going that great around these joints right now. There goes oil again and up another 3%. It's great to have Adara back. We'll get our ears, to the ground here with all that news. And as they mentioned, it felt like Trump was speaking all yesterday. But today it's 8 p.m., right? Today we get the deadline there, 8 p.m., and we'll see what happens to some of those demands and if it all starts up one more time here today. But yeah, some strikes happening early this morning, sending the market to the upside, sending market to the downside, sending oil upside, right? And so you're looking at the TQs, or just the NASDAQ, sorry, another downside push here. We were up 0.5% yesterday. So we're just kind of getting back to where we are, where we were, and I still like the bump up here. You know, was this the bottom? We had rates moving last Wednesday or Tuesday, and that might have signaled some of the bottom. You know, potentially coming in. I think it went from 4.5 to 4.3 or 4.8 to 4.3. But yeah, nice move higher there. As you mentioned, the U.S. dollar as well moving today. So, yesterday I traded silver pretty much all morning. I don't have that. The sticky note's already out there. I don't have silver on it today. But some interesting stories there. Especially the healthcare space as well got a bump up.
That's the good news.
With Medicare, Medicaid, yeah.
Yeah, payments are going to be bigger than expected. UNH, Humana are looking really good. There's not a lot that's going to look strong, but there'd been some concern and realistically that was going to hurt their bottom lines, and it turns out that they get a bit of a reprieve here. You got UNH back at 300. I was going to say over 300, but it looks like we've given a little bit of the overnight back, and it's back underneath the $300 mark, but that should be on watch. The whole S&P 500 thing, I didn't really even see where Marvell was like high odds to get in, so I don't know how much of a disappointment that is. Also keep in mind the Broadcom deal, Broadcom up, and then pretty much all of the other chips are down anyways after that. And just, it's a reflection of this market. We're gonna live, this market's gonna live and die with what happens tonight, and we're probably gonna get more headlines, whether it's escalations or deals, throughout the day. So you've got to have the head on the swivel. We talk about that with USO and the turns that it was making yesterday. Like there were a couple of downtrend turns where that was just it. Like the shorts continued to work or accelerated when we'd have these little breakout moves, and then it would just go back to a little bit of choppy trading. I think we get a little bit more of that in today's session. Throw up the super chat. JKL's already in here with the super chat.
Oh yeah. You already made that money.
Let's get it in here. No?
Yeah, we can get it in there. It's
there it is.
Covered his position.
Overnight ice cream report. Always like ice cream. Because you don't like pie, but you know what? That peanut butter.
We had that Reese's ice cream, yeah.
Or peanut butter ice. Oh, yeah. Reese's
butter chocolate ice cream. That was
closed out the BTC short, then shorted the Q, now closed that and back into silver. Silver man, Mankini for the day.
Silver Mankini. Yeah, so he's in the silver Mankini, not the gold Mankini today. And back in, so he's long. Okay, so he's long silver, out, shorted Qs. So out of BTC short NASDAQ. Funny you mentioned that there, because for me, that is going to be my number one idea today, of course, is going to be the short on the NASDAQ. We have Oscar written on here. We have Tesla going. Oh, nice little,
we just had a
we had something going on right now. The market is just had a nice little move down there into 583. We were just talking about shorting the market there, and there we go again. So I have my stuff muted over here because I wanted to hear Brendan and Adara. But there goes the market. Decent move down here. We can see if there's something hitting, but it looks like the market is making a slight little Trump. The whole civilization of Iran to die tonight. So that's really positive. So that's out of your president. So we're going to find out what happens now right here. True Social Post.
Yeah.
So once we get that up, we'll show it to you coming up soon. It's a Truth Social Post. I'm sure the guys will get it there in the back. Do you have it back there? I do. Okay.
Just go to her screen, Andre. No, her screen. There you go.
Yes, there it is. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Not very positive talk, Neil, about this situation here?
That's insane. There's like millions and millions.
God bless the great people of Iran, but yet...
The whole civilization will die.
He's going to take them all out, but God bless them, of course, so... I don't know. I mean, it's not good. It's not the good. No. It's not the rhetoric. It's not the talk. I mean, it's not even...
The only good news is, like, you could at least, like, there could be something, like, throughout the day before this, I would suspect something more positive is going to get said before 8 o'clock.
I mean, that was better than his Happy Easter comment, maybe. I don't really know what...
That would be my guess. But until then, we're back into the shocked oil higher and shock markets lower, that's where we already were. Markets were trending down, and USO was already trending up, so... I mean, we'll probably see a couple more of those. Hopefully something more positive will come out. Again, we're here to look at the price action.
I think we have to think that I think he's just a salesman. It's like
something.
It's like a huge threat, before it's like, you don't want to give me that car for 30 grand, I'm walking out the door, type of thing. You're never going to see me again, and then that maybe sparks some negotiations. I don't know, man. I think that's wild to talk like that. But I'm not the president of the United States, and I never will be, of course. But 115 up to 116, so a nice little dollar move right there on oil. As it's going to be a call my bluff situation. I think they're going to settle something, and it's not. I don't know if it is a bluff or not, but I think something will get done. This seems to be pretty over.
I mean, if you take it at its word, of course it's a bluff. The whole civilization will die tonight. Like, obviously, that's not happening. So I think we know not to take something.
I mean, I don't even want him to go after he's not even allowed to go after the energy. That's part of the.
That's part of
whatever that war.
Yeah, it's considered a war crime.
Yeah.
You destroy.
Go after energy and power plants and all that kind of stuff. So.
But again, it comes down to the threat. we could literally hear that the Strait is open and deals get made at 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Any of those things could happen. For now, we just have to sort of understand that, hey, the markets are continuing to head lower. It would be interesting to see what didn't in that move just now.
The good news is it came back.
Yeah,
it's almost back already.
Both futures are at the same spot. If you're looking at those healthcare stocks, like UNH didn't budge. It kind of was just doing the same thing after its gap up. What's Humana saying? Yeah, just sideways. Like they didn't really react as much there. So those positive names are doing okay. That 50 breakout on XLF that it was kind of hoping for good news overnight, we didn't get, but that was a pretty clean break. That didn't budge. It's still down, but it'll be on the radar. And we'll keep it to the ground for you guys. We know there's going to be far more headlines throughout the day. It's not going, we're not going anywhere. And neither is the volatility and the turmoil. That's not going to change whatsoever. So.
All right, well, welcome back, Adara. Nothing has changed. So we'll go back to the desk, and if anything, it's being ramped up. So perfect time to have you back on the desk.
Never a dull moment.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. I have to just take a moment. Can we go to that other shot? Just go back to the 2-shot, Andre, if you can. I just want to give some credit to Fabian here. We now have a time-lapse sky on our screen. So you'll see, if you're with us for some time today, you'll see it actually, the sun rises, and it'll be blue, beautiful sky throughout the midday, and then it comes back down again. So just keep an eye on that. We now have a time-lapse sunrise on our screen, which is crazy, but very cool. So shout out to Fabian. He was working hard on that yesterday. You guys mentioned this one, UNH, uptick actually right now. So yeah, the market's bouncing. UNH back above $300 here, trying to hold. You have the story here.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's not actually the only health insurance name. There's also MOH, which is a very beat-up name that Michael Burry is involved with, a lot less volume, Humana as well. Basically, the CMS, or Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, they have announced via this release that there's going to be an increase here to the average Medicare Advantage payment. It's larger than expected, going to come through at 2.48%. That's going to be more than $13 billion in 2027. So again, larger than expected average Medicare Advantage payment increase for the year 2027. Good look for all of these health insurers. By far largest in volume are going to be like the OSCRs and the UNHs of the world. But as I mentioned, there are quite a few other names in this sector. CNC may be another one to watch.
Yeah, still not from a long-term perspective, still not a great looking chart, guys, but it's not all bad so far today.
No. It's far from all bad. I mean,
there's some good. I mean, it's pretty bad.
No, it is pretty bad because you basically energy volatility and the healthcare stocks are what are up right now. Oh, and Broadcom
got a deal. Yeah, did Google go up as well?
Google didn't do much on.
Whatever's up is coming back down at this point, I think.
Well, I think healthcare has a chance to trade on its own.
Oh yeah, those two.
Yeah, I think those have a really good chance. But there was a lot of even strength yesterday in Apple. Remember how good Apple was yesterday? Like it was just an absolute rocket ship, and now you got this like rejection candle, and we're back basically at the prior resistance from last week. Like all that good work got undone, and unfortunately, like AMD, which is not on. Apparently, it was AMD in Australia. But that one was another huge topping tail candle, as that chart is now just dying on me. You have a topping tail here for rejection because so many things broke out and were looking good that were really strong. All right, let's go to the 3. And that doesn't want to load either. That was looking so strong, and you're right back to under last week's resistance on AMD, under that 220. So that looks like a fade to me until proven otherwise. You just have to take you have to take the day that's in front of you. Even if there's enough out there that I'm not saying we've hit a bottom, but if you look at where valuations have gotten, if you look at where some of these stocks have bounced pretty nicely, if you look at where the overall market has been able to bounce from, it feels like some of the worst has gotten priced in. Maybe not everywhere. I know it could get nasty tonight, but I just like to think you just take it one day at a time. For now, the market's looking weak, barring any kind of a change in rhetoric. And as we said, you can look at energy names that are going to be strong. Like Occidental is looking like it's making a nice little bounce maybe break away from 63 here, and it's got a bit of a gap to fill if USO decides to continue. If oil decides to go higher, you've got some of the typical energy names that look relatively strong. And the space trade actually is another negative one. Hate to be like a negative Nancy, but I feel like you're getting a little bit of a sell the news after the flyby, because I think Sidhu's a short today, and it's already down 8%.
Yeah, make sure you definitely check for pay for shorts, because you might have to do that. Here's your XLV ETF. It's not even up anything, which is kind of strange. Top holding in it, UNH, Eli Lilly. It has everything. It's it's a healthcare, which should be up. Like, I don't know why it's healthcare and it has Eli Lilly. But it doesn't matter. This is a big one here, XLV. This should get going, right? With a little bit more volume. I think that's just a fake. I think it'll be up more than that once we open up. We just need to, hit this spread a little bit there. But this is the XLV ETF with better news today. It looks like the average payment will increase, 2.78% or something through Medicare, Medicaid. So, you do have names like, for me, Adair just mentioned Molina and a couple different names. I'm looking at Oscar today. I mean, it's only up 1%. That's why not even 1%, like even UNH, they're all coming back in. That's why when Brendan asked, is there anything clear out there? I think this is still pretty murky. Like, you have a nice move up and then a whoosh all the way back in again here for many of these names. And it's very similar for UNH as well. Neil had that chart up. You had that nice little bump early and then the fade back in. Now that's starting to tick higher, so that's nice, still up 7%. So looks like we'll get that. That's why I'm actually looking at Oscars, because it's not up anything. So hopefully we do get a dip down. I wrote down 1250 right into some of this consolidation. We'll see if that winds up working there for Oscar Health. It's on my watch there today, as the NASDAQ looks like it's trying to break pre-market lows, and wishing I was in more cash than all stock. So let's go back over to Neil.
And if you are an equity trader and you're looking to scale, then Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm that's designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus a buy one, get one free. Get started today. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you. And we just got ADP employment change on the week, so 26K versus 10. All of this jobs data.
It's a little bit of a bump up here in the market.
What's been annoying is all the revisions that they've had to do, which means the job market's actually been weaker than expected because of some changes that they made after COVID, and they were overcounting gig workers as new businesses when it's just somebody, they just signed up
driving
for driving a car. And so we've had all these downside revisions. That hasn't helped things, and is also one of the reasons why we're not getting any rate cuts this year. Thank you for the jobs numbers on that one. We're probably still at zero on the Fed Fund tool, but the market's catching a nice bounce off that.
Well, it's off the number, and JD Vance is talking about the war is very close to being over. So, that's what it is. The U.S. just strikes over 50 military targets on Karg Island. That's happening as we speak. And then JD Vance, I'm not sure where he's speaking, but talking about he hopes Iran is smart tonight, and he feels the war is nearly over. So that's part of that number would be the jobs, and then obviously we don't have many economic numbers here today. Is gold reacting at all to this? Like, we watch Bitcoin. By the way, man, what a great call. I'm going to say congratulations and bang on that short of Bitcoin, because yesterday was near that 70,000. You mentioned covering it. It's down to 68.3. That's a great trade right there. Gold trying to take a little bit higher as more uncertainties, but that's pretty flat. Now we just looked at gold. We can look at IBIT just to see what percent it's down. I think it's 1% or something like that. 2% now. Okay. My bad on that. So that's down now 2%. And then SLV was something that we looked at obviously yesterday. I traded only a few names yesterday. Big all morning was only SLV. That's still down that 1%. And then Brendan also mentioned, let's just have a quick little look, and then we can go back just to see what this dollar is up to right now. Yeah, the 1 minute. So it's not doing a whole heck of a lot here, the US dollar. But if you go over to maybe an hourly chart, this isn't that. Okay, there it is. So, relatively stuck right now is the US dollar. So just hanging around that 100 mark. We'll see if that can get going later on today or as the market opens up. So yeah, US dollar weakness is what I'd be trying to look for if we're trying to go long, but it doesn't seem like that's happening right now. So silver, nice move there, upside with the market. The market is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. We were up 0.54 yesterday. We're down 0.64 today. So not too much to worry about. U.S. durable goods coming today. Not much else going on. We're waiting for that at 8:30. And I don't think there's any other numbers or major economic numbers there today. Our watch list is out, so make sure you go check that as well. And that's what we're looking for. I got TQs, I got Oscar, I got Tesla short. And wow, what a short that was yesterday for Tesla. Started the day like an absolute monster and then, just got hit the rest of the day. There it was. This is what we talked about yesterday, chasing that sort of that FOMO, that early move up to 360. Like yesterday, this was 368. We have a note that Kathy Wood and all them in ARK in 2 accounts, which I own, ARK-KQ, the robotics ETF. They were in there buying yesterday. I hope this wasn't them in there buying yesterday. Over 14 million shares, Kathy Wood's ARK ETFs in there buying Tesla yesterday. And I guess once they stopped buying.
When you buy that much, it's usually probably a program all day long.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pick it up as it falls.
And if anything, maybe they bought into the thanks, Randy. How's it going, Randy? We did get some snow there overnight. I was sitting there watching the national championship game and this and that, and all of a sudden on my phone it goes, oh, warning, snowfall. How about our Blue Jays also?
You got an inch?
I had to wear the hat again. Oh, you actually got snow. It was on the car this morning.
There was some on the cars.
But it was just more of a frosty.
Nothing stayed.
Frosty situation. Everyone needs Randy.
Michigan, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, like you said, that was
in control all game. There was a couple.
Yeah, they didn't wind up covering. It was only 6. I didn't bet it, but
they had some miracle threes at the end.
Yeah, those guys, they were missing a lot of threes. Both teams.
Michigan couldn't hit a 3 to save their life, and they still won.
I know, it's crazy. They were some of those. I was watching it. UConn to start the second half was 0 for 8 or something like that. Okay, let's go back over to Joe and get some. Is it options first? Yes, it is. Let's go talk about some calls. It looks like on the big screen with Joe.
Yes, sir, guys. Welcome and happy Tuesday. Let's get a look into some of the options activity from yesterday, guys. We're going to kick things off with Bitcoin. Had a nice steady channel throughout the intraday session, but then a couple of headlines step in, and sure enough, flush to the downside. So what we want to focus on here, so at the close yesterday, considering we're selling a little bit here this morning, slight gap down, we're going to look at this $39.50 strike price. We're going to run into a supply zone, guys, so watch out for this to be potential overhead resistance, 15,500 contracts at that specific level. That is going to be expiring this Friday, and then your volume sitting around 4,980. Now, as for your delta, guys, you can see that considering we're at the money, 50-50 chance, even though we're sliding right now, this is documented last night. You have to wait until 9:30 for options data to update, and that's going to be after the open. Right at the open, it'll update, it'll price in a gap up or a gap down, and then you'll be able to base trades, take profit, whatever you may be doing to manage your position. Now, you're sitting on a $3 spread here, guys, on the bid and the ask, and then your gamma metric, considering we're at the money on this specific strike, when it was constructed, you're going to see it at its greatest, okay? So that's a $20 change. So for every 1 point move within your delta or within your underlying asset, you're going to see that gamma increase your delta by $20, which is pretty substantial. So you have a $1 move in either direction, that goes from 51 to 71. Just like that. But $1 is quite a bit, essentially, in IBIT these days. You're at the money IB, slight uptick to 47%. But I think what's positive for this is that we're holding that base in Bitcoin. If it cracks lower and you see the momentum really start to pick up, then watch out. You might see some more potential downside. But this is what you kind of want to see before you break trend and then potentially climb a little bit higher. I also mentioned the fact that we're in literally right around that second year, like right at that halving point of the halving cycle, right at that halfway point. All right, guys. Moving forward, we were talking about this name not too long ago. Sean was talking about it, and we're going to actually pull up this specific contract. I know it's extremely out of the money from where we're currently sitting at, like $50. Like, why are we even looking at this? Well, I was actually going to pull up a contract at that 480 $280 strike price, and it's like, we haven't been there in quite some time. Like, what are we even talking about this for? Well, the objective here is essentially to look for where the largest participants are playing, and on this week's expiration cycle, it's going to be that mark. Now, do I believe that we're going to go there? No, absolutely not. Why? Because our delta metric's saying there's essentially no chance that we have any opportunity to climb higher in this. And it's like, okay, so what do we do? How do we base trades off of that? But I want to talk a little bit more in depth. We have another contract following this one. Let's get through some of the metrics here. So your open interest sitting around 15,700 with volume around 16,000 there. Once again, expiring this Friday. The daily volume, it's been the third most traded options derivative contract underlying asset aside from the SPY and the triple Qs. Okay, so it's SPY, Qs, Tesla asked for complete open and closed contracts in all of the derivative options trading. So your delta, it's going to be non-existent essentially because you're so far out of the money. We're around $50 or so, $52 from that. And same with your gamma exposure, but a slight uptick in the at-the-money IV, sitting around 47.6%. Now, leading to my next point is like, okay, we're on a steady slide. We have the X and the S discontinued. We're not constructing those anymore. Production is halted. So where are we going? Like, what do we have going for Tesla right now? It's the energy storage. You have the Model 3 and the Model Y, essentially. Now, how is the street going to look at this? The stock has been in a steady downside, and this next strike price, it's like, Joe, what are you thinking? Like, what is going on here? Well, no, I just want to bring you to where there might be a potential bottom, and I found this number pretty crazy. All right? $230 is where I found the most amount of open interest on Tesla. Okay, $230. That's quite a ways. We haven't seen that since April of last year. Okay, there's almost no volume at that specific contract, but again, I just want to bring you where the largest amount of size is, and that's going to be at that mark. Now, if you go over to your delta and your gamma metric, your Greeks, there's essentially nothing there because it's just so out of the blue. Your at the money is going to be the same as your call and your put side, but the open interest sitting around 22,600. All right, so I wanted to bring that to you guys. I thought it was very interesting because I'm like, where and how low can we potentially go? There's a lot going on in the future for Tesla, but nothing really helping that bottom line right now. And I think that's how we have to look at it, guys.
Thanks, Joe. And well, I see a few people in the chat almost saying they're looking at 220, 225. I'd like to think Tesla, if it does continue this downward trajectory, looking at the weekly chart, it would make some sense if it gets down anywhere near the 200 period on the weekly that there's going to be buyers in there. It broke it last year, but that's when you saw that bounce off the 220 level the first time. Like that level then, but I'll like a higher low this year. If things get disastrous, then to me, before it gets there is going to be the spot somewhere in that 200 period moving average. For now, you've had like 4 weeks in a row to the downside because you've got this clean channel down in Tesla. It's like, let it play the channel, and when it breaks, it breaks. And if it never breaks, then just allow it to gently, and on the daily you can see it as well. Like we've sort of been talking about this, like allow it to do its thing. And it hasn't yet bounced off the bottom support, but you get the idea. What is going on with this tool? There we go. Put it in here, there. I just don't think there's any reason for Tesla, given its valuation, to do anything super crazy until we break this upside. Like you're just gonna probably be sitting in this little malaise. Either we get a resolution to the conflict here, or there's some kind of major news with Optimus maybe could come out. And then we got the SpaceX IPO, which is going to take some hype. We now know that's looking at the roadshow is going to start in mid-June, or I think June 11th. June 8th is when they'll come out with the prospectus. So we know that's now coming as well for Tesla. And that's going to take some eyes away. They own a very small stake of SpaceX, and maybe some money goes away from it. But until the channel breaks, I think you head to the downside. I like the 280 level more than the 220 that I did last year. So I'll be a buyer for sure down there.
Here's, I just posted this up. I think this is good for Tesla. Tesla's the number, it's one of the 4 names that we have today. I think today makes sense. Size, this is kind of today's plan. Size down, you know, I mean, until we get a direction. Show some extreme patience here. We did have a choppy tape all yesterday. Let's try to see if we can find some A+ setups. And some of those levels hit yesterday, like we talked about on iBit, hit that $50, or not iBit. Some hit $50 yesterday. We waited for our silver trades all yesterday, and then respect it, because today it's all about energy and all about Iran and all about that wait for tonight. So, you know, today you want to make sure, tomorrow could be an absolute easy day for direction if we get what potentially could happen. So let's save it, survive the chop today, save your bankroll, and let's make sure that there's some clarity before we go, right? Like, we could get a note today potentially that I'll put that in the chat if you guys want to go read it. Today there could be, you know, a good directional trade as well. Like, if Trump comes out and puts a sort of a kibosh maybe on this deadline, I could see the market really rallying, right, for that. Or if these hits and strikes continue throughout the whole day, maybe that's just a little bit of a, you know, view of what's to happen there tonight. So, you know, Trump came out and said, you know, basically, bye-bye civilization, and we're up since that point. So that's the craziest part about everything. So we'll just have to wait to see how this market truly wants to take some of this rhetoric and, you know, where they are. And tonight, 8 p.m. is a long ways away still, right? That's 12 hours from now and a full day of market movement, right? And so there goes the NASDAQ right back up to the upside. So now just covering up what we made yesterday and potentially possibility of turning green, you know. Today, some days you don't think that way, and sometimes when everyone's looking left, you got to look right. So let's wait to see what happens here. I feel like choppiness, that's why we talked about that. Yesterday was very choppy. Today could be the same thing, which is why we want to find trending names, right? That Tesla
USO is now under.
That's what I'm saying. The market's now back over.
VWAP.
Yeah, to where we were. So I don't know. This is the whole chop that we're talking about. You know, we could think this is going to be a big problem, then all of a sudden it's not. We had Trump come out say one thing, Vance say something, and drones and bombs still flying everywhere. So unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit of a day today, and you're in the right spot, guys. Yeah. You join us every day at 8 a.m. All the way to 4. We have live market coverage, live news, live everything. As the market starts to move, we'll be calling those symbols up for you and trading all day. So you found the right spot. Bookmark us, hit the like, hit the subscribe, no matter where you are right now, whether or not you're watching us on TikTok. Thanks to everybody for watching us on TikTok. That's starting to get popular as well. Shout out to Bravely over there as well. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and get started here. It's 8:30 already, so lots of stuff.
It's flying around this morning.
Yeah. Lots of stuff to go with.
A couple of data points just coming across there at 8:30. February durable goods orders month over month downside to the tune of 1.4%. Durable goods ex transports for February was a positive print. If you take out defense, negative 1.2, 0.6 to the upside on non-defense durable good orders excluding air. So mixed bag as far as that is concerned. That's about it as far as what we're getting today. Consumer inflation expectations. It's never really a huge deal, but just keep an eye out for that. That'll come across at 11 o'clock. Fed's Goolsby set to speak at some point today. They always put a time on here, but it usually ends up being nowhere near that time. Yeah. Jefferson later in the day then. Again, the biggest days on the economic calendar this week going to be both Thursday and Friday. We get core PCE and a quarterly GDP print on Thursday. And the big one, CPI, March CPI coming through on Friday. So still more to come as far as the inflation story is concerned. I was keeping an eye on Apple. It was trying anyways to get going there above 257. Immediately reversed and came back down. There was this story this morning about iPhone 17 global sales. Sell-through rate was nearly 30% higher versus the 16 on a year-over-year basis. 18% of that came from China. So much better than expected. Much better than not only the 16 the year prior, but much better than expected for iPhone 17. And that was top of the list as far as all of the manufacturers.
Yeah, I kind of continue to be in the camp here when it comes to Apple and this iPhone 17, that this could be potentially like a one-off where we get all these really strong sales. Either way here, good news from China is always sorely needed for Apple, but I do have also potentially some bad news for Apple. This was at our watch list this morning. Nikkei Asia reporting that Apple could be having some engineering test issues with that foldable iPhone. Now, this is a product we've been waiting for a long time. We also know we're still waiting on the Siri as well, so Apple, a couple different delays here, but apparently whatever engineering test problems Apple is reportedly facing could actually delay mass production of that foldable iPhone, which would be the company's first, by several months. That'd be the worst case scenario. So nothing major, but certainly a stock to be aware of here today. AAPL. Now also just quickly in terms of economic data and updates, on Wednesday, we're going to get the FOMC meeting minutes. This is usually nothing massive, but another thing to be aware of. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, I'll, of course, cover those for you guys.
Given the current state of affairs, it's definitely is something to keep an eye out for. Again, as you said, 2 p.m. coming up tomorrow. The total number, which was pretty impressive on those iPhone 17 sales as well, hitting the 3 billion mark globally, which is just crazy if you think about it.
Wow.
A lot of people walking around with iPhone 17s. IDC forecasting more than 247.4 million total iPhone shipments in 2020, in Q4 of 2025 as well. We'll get that coming up whenever Apple reports. I'll look it up. I haven't seen the actual date for their earnings report, but should be right around the corner, guys. iPhone's still leading the way.
Yeah, and yesterday you had Foxconn say they had like 30% year-over-year growth, which was another bump up. So like we could play the whole good news, bad news game for Apple. I think on the week, if you factor in the Foxconn news yesterday and the iPhone 17 is positive, the Fold seems like that wouldn't outweigh the two, at least not in my opinion. I think it's going to matter a heck of a lot more what the market's doing in a general sense today. I think that's patently obvious. Like the fact that we're back here, it's disappointing for Apple that we're back at $256. You know, what can we say? You know, we talked about the reversal. It looked yesterday that if we'd gotten an all clear today, Apple was probably going to lead us after breaking that 50 period on the daily. And again, like I'll look at this one as I'm not terribly concerned about the Fold news. I mean, let's be real. Like the Folds have been out. Some people like them if you are on other platforms. Apple's thing has never really been to be first about anything. It's just to do it later and make sure you get it right or make sure people actually want it at this point. So I don't think it'll be an overly negative story. As long as this can hold on to 256 through all of this malaise, which might be asking a lot because it didn't bounce that much with the market just now, then I think it's looking okay. But that was a big resistance spot on Apple. So for at least a day, it's looking a little wishy-washy. I wanted to see this above that 50 period for a little continuation, but the market decided otherwise overnight with all these headlines that keep on coming through. But I wouldn't overreact to the Fold news. Still prefer these guys to half the Mag 7 right now.
Yeah, I mean, we liked it yesterday because it broke out through this little area there of 256. Now you're coming right back into that area. So we actually said that this would be on our radar today. And I forgot to put it on the sticky note. I mean, this is where we started yesterday. We talked about the NASDAQ giving some back. Well, this is what's happening right now. All the way back in comes Apple. And, the story, nothing's changed. I mean, I don't think, like Neil mentioned there, none of their inputs or outputs should be changing here. And even if we do have a little bit of a run on the consumer here with inflation potentially getting higher, and I don't know, we'll have to see what the job market. But even if people still love their iPhones, man, and whatever phone you have, I feel like people are always looking to upgrade and get that new big thing. So Apple with the Fold, obviously that's going to be a negative story if it continues its downside play. But if the stories just stop where they are now, eventually they'll release the phone and this stock will get right back up to the upside. I just think there's enough consumer power out there to continue to buy iPhones. And it's just the AirPods, it's the new Mac Minis. I mean, we talked about, what about Claude, right? And all these Claude bots and everything. Everyone's loving the Mac Minis for that. They're loving the fact that they just released a couple new smaller powered computers and laptops and iPads and all that for schooling. And so I think Apple is doing what they need to do. They've released a cheaper iPhone as well. I think the 17E, now I think it's $800 or $900 to start with. So that gets you the AI chip as well. I like Apple down here. So needless to say, Apple, I think if there is going to be a long today, it's probably here. I don't think it should be down it shouldn't be down more than the market. But, who am I to say that? So we'll wait to see what happens with Apple. It looks like it's going to be an interesting day today for the market in general. And definitely, I'm liking Apple's story for the long term. So that's probably a buy on dips. But I don't want to put any capital to work today other than on the short side for now. So Apple's not on the radar, but I like the level.
Yeah, it was more exciting if it had done a continuation from yesterday's trade, or at least given us some sign that was going to be true. The yo-yo on USO, just for everyone, if you're still watching this, the back and forth now, like it's flashed multiple heavy candles underneath the volume weighted average price and yesterday's highs through 141, but for now it's bouncing a little bit. I keep noticing that as oil goes higher, you're getting that follow. Like, I don't know how high we're going to get at USO or whatever it'll be. But if we do continue trend up, then oil for 3 days literally 3 days in a row has had basically the same high within like 5 or 10 cents. And then it's made it all the way to the bottom, like 60, 70 pennies, almost $1 one day to the downside. So the volatility has definitely been there. But no matter what oil has done, the Boyle ETF here has managed to hold underneath $16. So as long as it's underneath that, anytime USO pushes this to the top, I think that'll turn into a fade whenever we get those USO turns. We do have Fed's Williams making some comments here. And obviously, the Fed, how much is the Fed going to matter when we're not getting any rate changes in April? And obviously, tonight's going to be a big deal. But Iran impact will drive up headline inflation. And monetary policy is exactly where it needs to be, can be changed if needed. And the job market is low hire and low fire. So some comments from Williams there. Although, I don't know, Mr. Williams. Last time I checked, I understand that when you have shocks like war and you drive up oil prices temporarily, prices go higher. But the true root of inflation is when you have more money chasing the same amount of goods, and that's when you get money creation. It's not the same thing, man. It's not the same thing. It's a little bit more temporary when you have something like a war than when you just continue to print money forever. But that's just me. What do I know?
Who knows? But that's good talk there. I think you're right about that. This money printer at some point, I mean, it's come to a stop, but not a stop, but it's slowed down a little bit there. The Nasdaq just trying to push around, and we had mentioned the chop. And it's already happening. There's the move down, there's the extension, there's the move back up, right to where we started again, and now you're right back exactly in the middle again. So, all right, we're looking for names to trade today. We've got them out, we've got our notes out, it's out on the sticky note, but, a place you could look to trade is upgrades and downgrades, and there's somebody right here, a gentleman to my left, that does a fantastic job with a segment called Upgrades and Downgrades. Let's go check out who it is.
Hey, yes, you guessed it. Welcome back, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. A couple interesting names. We're going to kick things off with Bear Gold Mining. Outperformed to a sector perform with a price target of $70 by ATB Capital. Ticker B, you're down about 0.4% there. And then Wix.com, apparently $1 billion of debt on the balance sheet. Not too good of a look. You got Citizens Financial downgrading them. Outperformed to a market perform there, guys, with a price target. No price target there, just down to outperform to a market perform. And then ARM Holdings also getting the downgrade as well too. Overweight to an equal weight with a price target of $150 by Morgan Stanley. And then we have First Horizon Financials down 1 1/5 here, guys. Price target of $25. And the downgrade is by UBS, going from a buy to a neutral weight. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades. Fubo TV, I have my eyes on this one. The liquidity is a little bit of an issue here, guys, but it's starting to pick up a little bit. So I have my eyes on Fubo as it's up 6.8% with a price target increase of $16 by Barrington, going from a market perform to an outperform. And then we have Arista Networks, also ANET, guys, getting that upgrade going from a neutral to a buy. Price target increase as well from $165 to $185. Now, Wingstop, shout out to Rick Ross there, Katina, man. I know you might be listening to that while you're at the gym. Neutral to a buy, price target increase to $230. You're up 1/5% here this morning. And then Rocket Labs as well, too, getting the nod, guys, going from a market perform to an outperform with a price target increase to $85. You're down about 0.8% here.
Like Barrington with the upgrade of Fubo, like is that an actual analyst or is that like Barrington Levy, the reggae
rapper?
artist?
Yeah, the reggae artist, yeah.
No, because like seriously, like okay, so you reverse split from a penny stock. Was it a penny stock? All right, technically it bounced off $1, so technically it wasn't a penny stock the last time. And you reverse split and you have a little bit of a squeeze, and when it's back at the reverse split highs, let's give it an upgrade. I don't know, the structure of this tells me if you don't squeeze past here, these stocks are reverses for a reason more than anything else. Probably, I mean, the volume's really not all that good today either, by the way. 190,000 shares after yesterday's rally, so it's, yeah, maybe not the end of the world. But I would tend to think once you see it fail that high, or that $14 like post-split high, which it technically hasn't tested back up there yet, that's going to be more of a fade than anything else. Just play the old percentage game. What do these usually do? Do you trust this one? Maybe not so much, at least not myself with regard to Fubo. But, you know, stranger things have happened. You can get squeezes out of these, but the second it fails the 14 level, I'd be looking the other way.
Yeah, that Fubo is an interesting one. I mean, they had a reverse split and all this kind of stuff as well. Look, for me, I was looking at Eli Lilly today as well, down into that low 900 level. Pretty good bounce, and you're just looking right into here to see if we can wind up holding this gap. Right there. So we kind of gapped higher. We had a nice little up day there, and then there's the gap into 960. Now you're trying to fill that right back into 920. So we'll look at Eli Lilly today as well. A name that shouldn't really be too affected here by Iran or anything like that, but Eli Lilly coming right back into this 920. We thought we got a little bit of a break on that that announcement. I forget what the drug is there, but the first approved oral pill for obesity came last week. So there was a bump up for Eli Lilly up to 960, right back into 920. So a little look there. And then NVO has been dancing around as well, Novo Nordisk, more to the low side than to the high side. But you're just trying to, I just think these are very interesting charts. Like you're all the way down here looking to try to form a base and then get going again. Not like Intel, which formed a base for many, many years down here. It felt like Novo seems to be doing the same thing. This is all the way from February all the way now into early April. Can't seem to get away from $35 to $38 here is NVO. So watch out for these names today. I do like Eli Lilly. And just a quick little look to see what oil's doing, and then we'll go back over to the desk. So yeah, kind of like what we talked about, pretty choppy there on that scare, then the move back down in as Vance, Vice President, mentioned potentially the war being over soon. And now we're just kind of heading back to the high side now with oil. Yeah, okay. So right there, live, live throughout the day, we should be getting some more talk from who knows who. So it's definitely a news day, and I think it's going to be a risk-off day. NASDAQ kind of hovering around, only down 0.65 right now. Quick check on the U.S. dollar. See what that's doing, and nothing as sort of expected right here on the DXY. If anything, maybe going a little bit less lower, which should be okay for us. VIX spikes to 25.50. We did get that nice move right into there again, obviously, on that scare that we just had. And the VIX is an interesting thing because this is on the weekly chart here. We've made some big moves in the past, but every time we've sort of, come to our senses in and around these areas. We talked about last Tuesday, I believe, was potentially the low of the market. And look what this sort of lined up with. 34 to 35 on the VIX. You can actually go all the way here. Get this out of here. Oopsies. You can actually go all the way back. See ya. All the way back to, I was trying to find where April was. June, July, so back into here. Oh yeah, that's the huge spike right there. But if you go all the way back, this is a weekly chart, right? So the 22nd, March of 22, all the way back there, 35, 36 again. The VIX basically topping out all over the place. We do get those huge spikes with the tariff, but at the end of the day, this 34, 35 area is something to look at, and now the VIX tries to make itself back into normality very, very soon. I don't think it's a panic situation yet in this market. As we said yesterday, the NASDAQ was only down 7%. So we'll see if that can hold some of those bids here today, but who knows. 68.3 on Bitcoin, so that should be exciting. I don't know if we have any IPOs or anything to go.
There's recently. Next week. It's funny, I realized I hadn't checked for this week, so I was actually just checking that myself. There's a couple of SPACs. I don't think we care about those. Next week, there's a Madison Air, which is 2.5 billion, pretty decent size. But that's not till I think it's next Thursday. Yeah, the 16th will be next Thursday. So you have one IPO next week. It'll be SpaceX that everyone's is more concerned about. And I was looking over, like Destiny's doing absolutely nothing today. All of the space names have pulled back almost to a T. You saw Rocket Labs on the downgrade side of the board. It made its high yesterday, has a bit of a rejection top there. ASTS, if you're looking at the other space names, it also has a turnaround, kind of like rejection candle. Got to 100, almost $100 exactly on ASTS. Kind of like Netflix at one time. And it's making a bit of a reversal. And then Citus, which is another that we've been watching, that made a big topping tail candle at 4. That's all the way down at 330 already. This could be SSR by the open, and then VWAP will be. Hey, I like underneath VWAP here on Sidu. It had a breakout at the 360, but looking at all those space names, hey, the flyby happened. It was really cool. It was awesome to watch and tune in, and ultimately they'll be back on Friday. Obviously, everyone wishing the Artemis 2 crew like successful journey back, but it seems like you get that, and you get the announcing of that SpaceX IPO. Now that we actually have a date range for the roadshow, and you're getting a little bit of sell the news on the entire space, for lack of a better word. So yeah, they're going to be in play. There's a bunch of small cappers that are going to be out there as well, but lots to watch as usual. Mike the Rider's like Sidhu, LOL. Hey man, I don't care what you think of the stock. It's been a rocket ship. Realistically, since this Artemis launch.
Yeah, it's been a good one.
Involved in it. It's been a really good one. I just think sometimes you have it. It's like Artemis is on its way back, and maybe Sidhu's on its way back to the downside as well.
Some metals moving around here as well. I was just noticing both silver and gold back to the downside. Silver in a pretty big way. Took out the session low there and did not stop. So we started this morning way up here, 66.5 essentially. We're all the way back down to 64.70 right now for SLV. Gold making the same move currently. The market overall trying to hold, but back towards session lows. So we did have a little bit of initial positive movement yesterday with both SLV and gold, but I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be sustained here.
Yeah, I know earlier today I was seeing a little bit of action here in CRML, so some of these critical minerals and critical metals plays, rare earth materials. I think in terms of just generally though, gold and silver, it's going to be an interesting place to look as we've kind of been looking at these safe haven plays depending on what happens tonight. So A, it's if you view them still as safe haven, that of course depends, but then B, it's also going to be interesting to kind of see how they react once we get kind of a sense of what's going to happen here. Because again, President Trump is maintaining as of less than an hour ago that there will be a strike at 8 if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened.
Hasn't changed yet. Let's hope that we get something positive in that direction. The guys were talking about the space angle, and it seems like, especially with the moon, more and more as that happened yesterday, the narrative around this continues to be on the rare earth mineral focus and the ability for eventually, someone to set up shop up there and mine these rare earths. Are they rare earths if they're on the moon? Good question. And then bring them back down to Earth to go to market with them in some way, shape, or form. So the space angle continues to be an interesting one. We're going to have Raheem coming through on Thursday this week. I want to get his take on that because I think the amount of demand that is still going to come for this, through AI data centers, through the battery play, through robots, everything, is going to be a very, very massive challenge for companies to meet specifically just with what is available here. So how far that play goes remains to be seen, but I think it's a whole new market.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about just how long that's going to take, but I think once they if and when they come up with a system, I think it'll be interesting to see how that kind of unveils, and I certainly think hearing Raheem's thoughts on this will be very interesting. I would say someone kind of involved in that industry. In terms of space, though, there is another angle, a much smaller angle for today, but Reuters reported that yesterday there was like a private SpaceX meeting with their bankers related to their IPO. And apparently CFO Brett Johnson of SpaceX emphasized once again that they're really going to be emphasizing retail investors. We thought we were going to get this in June for Elon's birthday. We do continue to be likely to get this IPO in June for Elon's birthday. They're going to try to do the roadshow in early June.
If you remember, going back a couple weeks ago, we had Scott Redler from T3 Live on. He was talking about the concept of how bloated this thing could be by the time it does actually come to market. Scott will be back with us next week. Once again, so shout out Scott. Not sure if he was watching this morning or not, but yeah, he had a really interesting take on the SpaceX IPO specifically. Wanted to mention these real quick as well. The airline's downside here this morning, I don't know if you ran into this coming home or coming back from being at home, but there's a new fuel surcharge being added to the bill for most airlines, not only throughout the US, but I was reading this morning, WestJet and Air Canada have already tagged this on to ticket pricing, I think starting today, or maybe it was yesterday, but it was anywhere from $40 up to $80 per seat on a fuel surcharge. So flying going to get more expensive here in the short term. It was 116% uptick in the cost for jet fuel over the past month, I believe it was. So airlines feeling it as well. So a lot of these going to be downside here today as well. And
Delta reports tomorrow morning. So that's going to be a sector you're going to be watching, regardless of what happens with oil tomorrow. I think you will be watching airlines tomorrow. Now, it'll be interesting, depending on what happens with oil, with everything tonight at 8 p.m., if and how that impacts whatever Delta does on earnings. This is going to be a relationship I'm interested in.
Sean, you're headed off on vacation shortly. Did you notice anything new as far as charges on the end of the bill?
No, I mean, it was expensive, but I don't really, I just started looking, so I don't think like the prices were fluctuating too much. I mean, I think if I looked maybe a couple months ago, maybe it might have been a little bit different, but I'm also trying to fly to Minnesota, and those prices are getting expensive too, and that has to happen, yeah, that's almost in a month from now, and those prices are getting a little carried away. You talked about some rare earth before we went over to some of the metal, some of the airlines there. What? Yeah, Lithium of America, I mean, they really got a huge bump up there, and now it's just kind of like hovering. I wonder if we're getting into, again, you know, potentially a nice little bottom here of $3 as we, you know, we know that this is going to be, like, yeah, we have to sort of, yeah, I see the market right now starting to go upside right there, so there's another spike again. We will get over that in a second. Maybe oil's moving around, but MP Metals as well. You know, the United States take a stake over here in this name. So I just think that once we get through this Iran and sort of some of this talk as we go, we could, let's see if oil's doing anything. Yeah, so oil making a move down right there, obviously. So it's pretty easy now when you see the market moving that it's probably not like company related, it's something macro-y here. So there goes oil to the downside, spiking. And look, you want to talk about chop, like, see, this is the thing. I go short the NASDAQ, right? And I use VWAP maybe as an out. Well, then you get stopped out. And then 20 seconds later, you're back in the money. And like, you know, so this could cost you $1,000 or whatever. It doesn't matter the money, but that could stop you out. And then you're shut down, and then it's right back down in there. So this is part of the problem with trading the futures on a day like today, when you're going to get run like that, and then it comes, I'm not in anything, so this is just, I've seen it happen to me many times, and then you also get such a bad price on the way out, because, you know, it doesn't, the market, you're always late. Someone else is always hitting the key first, and then by the time your algo, no matter what key you're using, swipes the book, you're always swipe or no swiping late on that. So there it goes the upside. But anyways, Lithium America, I guess I got to do some more work. You guys let me know in the chat there what rare earth is up to these days, because I really think that this is getting into a level that, you know, on that news, you would have thought if it ever got back into here, this is from September, that you would be potentially a buyer down here at 350. So, like, you know, batteries and rare earth and, you know, nationalist protection, you know, we talked about getting a rare earths here from Canada. There's some in Quebec. Obviously, China holds a lot of them as well. So, you know, more investment from the U.S. government, Canadian government, and all that makes some sense into this space.
Well, check this headline, too. Yeah. I'm just going to throw this one up here. Bernstein Stockgen says Trump's proposed $1.5 trillion defense budget will be positive for defense stocks if it passes, with procurement up 101%, R&D up 63%.
Who's this from? Bernstein.
And look, shipbuilding, missiles. Yeah, so if you're talking about rare earths, if you're talking about silver, look, all of these things become very critical in defense spending. And so, like, I got one that I like, and, well, you know what, I own shares of MP Materials, and this is actually for the first time on the way back in, and we can throw that out there for a second. That's looking pretty interesting on the weekly.
Ooh.
Like, on the weekly, you just did a bottoming till $50 has been the support. So, like, that's the support line, and that's if you're a buyer you've been buying in front of that, presumably, I would assume. And then you've got this, I mean, that's where I was, because that's been the line that's been holding for the last 3 quarters. But now we have this bottoming tail candle wick. If it can break back above the 50, you've got a bit of a downtrend that could go as well. So MP is going to stand out to me. But just, I know we jumped from place to place and didn't get really a chance to talk about Delta. It doesn't really even look like Delta cares as much about the conflict. I know they have their own refinery and all that, but man, they haven't been hit that hard, relatively speaking. That's not a bad looking chart. If like the stars could literally align for these guys tonight. They're going to report tomorrow. Potentially, there could be really good news with regard to the Iran war tonight. You got, like, if you go glass half full, they could get double barrel action if they have a good print, and they weren't even that badly beaten up. This could be a nice one on the radar. You know, obviously, 8 o'clock goes the other ways, and you probably don't want to touch Delta with a 10-foot pole, but you know, it's really lining up for them. I forgot they reported earnings because we have our eyes in a bunch of other places at this moment. So you know we're keeping the ears to the ground on USO, and oil is literally going back and forth. But don't forget you've got travel names which have been moving around pretty heavily. And I know we're going to get into the watch list. This won't be on it because CCL does not have a catalyst today. But every time it's like we're close to a resolution, I just remind myself, this has held the exact same range throughout almost all of this. The 23.5 bottom, the 26.5 top on this cruise name. And all we have to do is break it one way. I don't care which way it breaks, but you got to figure tonight provides us an opportunity that if we break out of this range, hopefully to the upside, I always hope for good things, then I think CCL is another good one for a bit of momentum. It's been a hard brick wall at 26.5 on CCL. My guess is on good news, you gap through it and look for continuation tomorrow, but that'll be a tomorrow play. Same thing with Delta. That's a much better looking chart than you would expect on Delta.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Jets ETF as well, if you're looking to get them all. But Delta with earnings and some more reasons to like that one. Right. So,
9 o'clock already.
Good. Okay. It is time to go over. We're going to have our watches. You can get that link in description. Go grab that watches and let's go talk to the guys and, well, Adara and Brendan over there at the desk.
Lots to understand once again. Yeah, as Sean was mentioning, down below in the description, second link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. As always, absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single morning with everything on it you need to know in the pre-market. Then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We'll get you set for the open at 9 a.m. Top of the board here this morning, oil. And the oil trade continuing to be on everyone's minds, including, airlines feeling it to the tune of over 100%. I saw that number and was shaking my head. 100% uptick in the cost for airline or jet fuel over the past little while here. So going to be a little bit more expensive, I fear, to travel in the short term. And it's one of those things where, and I was reading an analyst who was making this comment yesterday, it's one of those surcharge type arrangements that airlines are going to go to offset this. That's very difficult, even if oil comes back down, for the airlines to justify taking that off again. So do we see this just continuing for the future here? But let's see. Anyways, oil upside. I just saw oil's off the highs, futures anyways. WTI above $115 as we get going here this morning.
Yeah, I think it's worth discussing some of the headlines here. In the Middle East, I do have to address that Truth Social post that President Trump shared around 8 a.m., so roughly 12 hours before his deadline. Of course, this deadline being that if by 8 p.m. Iran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump has said the U.S. is going to be striking power plants in Iran. So basically, he said, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he said, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight. He did clarify that he doesn't necessarily want that to happen, but he thinks that's a real possibility. Again, just saying that this 8 p.m. deadline is, for now, very real. It's also worth noting, we've heard a couple different reports that from American sources suggesting there could be some peace talks. From Iranian sources, we've heard they do not want a ceasefire.
And there's no change in that narrative, it seems, coming from Iran. I also read that all communication has essentially been cut off after that was posted this morning. So they're not even going to talk about it. Here's XLE back to near pre-market highs here. We started the day above $60. It's on its way back up there. I mean, oil futures, guys, creeping higher here as well.
be one of those days again today where we have to pay attention to the price of energy and how that's going to affect the stocks. So let me get this through right now. There is a biotech and life science company that you have to put on your radar. It's Medicus Pharma. Their ticker is MDCX. Medicus focuses on accelerating the clinical development of novel and potentially disruptive therapeutic assets that serve large target markets. Right now, they have two portfolio companies, SkinJect, which is developing a non-invasive regime to treat skin cancer, and Antev, which is developing Tevlarex for acute urinary retention and cardiovascular high-risk prostate cancer. What's interesting is Medicus looks to advance therapies through phase 2 studies while pursuing licensing or strategic partnerships with larger pharmaceutical companies that can move the therapies through late-stage development and commercialization. It's a collaborative and very capital-efficient development model. As clinical studies become more complex, Medicus provides the structure and support needed to bring these innovative therapies to patients who are waiting. This company is definitely worth a watch, and go check them out. It is ticker MDCX. Oh boy, okay. Just, we can talk about everything here. We've already looked at oil for the day. It's bouncing around that 115 mark. XOM continues its march higher, right? I mean, this was such a great stock for this whole year and for a minute, that's for sure. This is the beginning of the year right here, January. We really started to get going. We broke through on the XLE. That's how I chose to play it. I mean, I'm still a shareholder in XOM and Valero, but I do have XLE. Those are the big ones. And Enbridge really hasn't got going, but we can look at Enbridge, actually. I think the pipeline name could be something. The reason why I call up XOM is because of this little move lower right there, right? I mean, you've had a couple 4 or 5 days now where you've been able to sort of try to look for a bottom there in XOM, and now today you're starting to get back up to the upside. So on renewed fears of, worries, obviously there in the Middle East, I think oil is probably priced little aggressive, considering that we could be over, or maybe there's a deal, maybe there's a ceasefire today. It looks like today is going to be a very, very key day for that. So I would say if there is any sort of issues that arouse tonight where on the positive side of the development and XOM does come down, I am looking to try to pick something up around this 150 marker. So I really do like that name. And I just think for today, it will be risk. Like I said, it's a risk off kind of day, which means it's risk on for oil. So I think XOM back into 163 yesterday's close. That's probably worth it for me to have a quick little look over there. This is what the imbalance locator looks like right now. I don't see XOM on here. So normally you do have some of these New York names that are going to show up early. I don't have it right now, and it's not there. So XOM not really super interested here, but I like that bid down if we can get a drop into VWAP is 163 and change. No volume. I mean, it's 1.83, but you can see it's very, very choppy there. I like XOM back to 163 yesterday's closing price. So an oil name that I'm looking at that we don't normally look at there in the pre-market anyways, XOM.
Yeah, just very quickly before we go to energy, there's a headline here for Intel. They're happy to join SpaceX? I just saw. I'm trying to find it in actual print and not just hear it, but a little bit of a partnership deal with SpaceX. And they're going absolutely flying here. Now 51.8 up 2% and still climbing here on Intel. Once I have it in print, we can get it to you. Now 52, almost 53 as we continue to go higher. So yeah, Intel definitely going to be in play this afternoon. You never really know what's going to happen in this market. This is just how these mornings are. But this is finally some positive news here. At least. So Intel's proud to join the Terra. I'll just show you the X tweet that I have because this is from Intel themselves. You've got Elon shaking hands here, proud to join the TerraFab project with SpaceX, XAI, and Tesla to help refactor silicon fab technology. Ability to design, fabricate, and package ultra-high performance chips at scale will accelerate TerraFab's aim to produce 1 terawatt a year. So big ambitions and a big move up in Intel. Whatever you thought of Intel today, because I felt Intel was a rejection just like yesterday. And just like AMD was, like a rejection of the 51 breakout. Now you're above that price and looking good. So 51, I guess, becomes a line in the sand in the other direction, I suppose. So great news for Intel here. Getting on that bandwagon, and it's breaking out now. Wow. Okay, Intel is so close to making a fresh run at the 52-week high. These are not all-time highs. Just zoom your chart out far enough to understand that Intel's been higher than this. But it is making a nice run here, so good news for Intel. We'll keep we'll keep an eye on that for you. Just coming back to oil, because that's, I guess, what we're talking about, the oil trade. And USO, to me, what we've now seen like once, twice, thrice, and now working on a fourth time is basically complete and utter indecision at VWAP and 141 and prior day highs. But for now, we are holding above prior day highs. The structure of this is pretty secure. You look at not just yesterday's top, but go back to Thursday's, the end of the week, it's a high as well. That's still holding a support. As long as that's true, I still think you have some risk in here. And as long as I see the same relationship with Boyle as I do with USO, anytime it makes a turn, and I see that weakness coming to USO, if we're underneath 16 bucks, I want to fade these highs. But it's not about going into it blindly. The reason why this has worked every single day is understanding that if you're busting through tops on USO, then this short doesn't look very valid. But as long as you're not breaking highs, then I like this resistance to hold. And we're going right into it off the bat. And this is like 3 days in a row, you basically had the same chart. At some point, it's gotten above 1580 or close to it, and then we've retraced back to 15 bucks. Yesterday was the most shallow, but still got to 1510 from 1575. That's a 4 to 5% range in the same range for 3 days. If we get the same turn because USO loses VWAP here and loses 141, great. But for now, you're seeing a lot of strength go into Boyle. More positive news in the chip space with Intel, and positive news here for Broadcom as well.
Definitely a great story for Intel. I mean, if you go back to the end of the year last year, that shareholder event that Elon held with Tesla, he alluded to that simple fact that they were going to buy whatever they could from TSM. They were going to buy whatever they could from NVIDIA, from Intel, from whoever they could get their hands on. I mean, that deal is not necessarily a purchase agreement, but teaming up with Intel to max out more capacity. And he said they'll even team up with any of these companies to come up with some sort of way of doing that. So yeah, great for Intel and Elon as well. XLE not really moving around other than that. Let's go on to Broadcom, as Neil mentioned here. One of the ones higher on the day. We actually just tested pre-market highs here. New deal with Google here for Broadcom.
Also, a new deal with Anthropic, which also involves Google. What I have on my screen here is from Anthropic's announcement of their deal. So basically, a couple different things here. For one, I'll start with the Google deal. Broadcom signing a long-term deal with Google to design and supply future generations of their custom AI chips and components for their data center infrastructure that'll occur through 2031. So it's a 5-year deal. Furthermore, this is going to center on those TPU, or Google's tensor processing chips. So it's going to be a good look there for Google, but from a stock perspective, mostly for Broadcom. Now, in terms of Anthropic also announcing they've signed a new agreement with Google and Broadcom, so both players in the first deal. Anthropic signing an agreement with them for multiple gigs of next-gen TPU capacity. They expect that to come online in 2027. So all of these deals starting in 2027 and very related to the TPUs.
If you go back to the end of last week, nice day for Broadcom going into the long weekend. I mean, it didn't really do much yesterday, guys. So working on, dare I say, an uptrend here for AVGO?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is. And with the Intel news now, I feel like that chip name is going to steal some volume off of the open. But I'll grant you a little bit of bad news here. It's not a huge deal, but the last time this was at the 200-period moving average, it rejected it for literally 3 days in a row to end last month, and then made some fresh lows. So there is some overhead resistance on Broadcom here at about 320. It's like 327 or so. It looks good, but in a morning where we're like super headline driven, you just had Intel go from red to 2% up, and certainly seeing a lot of the volume. We're getting all this rubber band action in the overall market with oil. Like USO is now back above that 41, back above VWAP and trending higher. Like as long as that's the case, it's going to be hard to really to want Broadcom going into resistance. Now this feels like a give it a wait and see moment. I think there's a couple of chip names that are even on this list after this now, ARM and Marvell, that I think might be better opportunities. And it's said that Intel that Intel news is probably going to lead this to be the volume leader, relative volume leader in the chip space today, for good or bad. Like, even if it gives up the move, I expect this is going to be the big volume one. And I even just put it out, like the 51 level that I thought was a fade before for Intel. Now I have to look to see if it can hold it. If it can hold that at the open, then I guess it's a bounce play. My first read was going to be to fade Intel today, but hey, you want to partner up with Elon, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, the Broadcom, good deals today as well. You talk about the TPUs, and you talk about the deal with Anthropic. So, we started the show sort of saying, is there anything that's going to be potentially a long? I think this is going to be a long, right? I mean, the TPUs are a thing, so Broadcom now can get in bed there with Google, and then the Anthropic as well, access to 3.5 gigawatts of TPU-based computing capacity. So, looks like not only do they have something going on with Google, but they have Anthropic now as a nice little customer. So that's going to be a good buy for sure. And, we looked at where Broadcom is, and you talk about some potential names that maybe you're underweight in. Everyone loves NVIDIA. I know there's a lot of people in AMD as well. But Broadcom, let's not forget about this $1 trillion company as well, as that one gets going, breaking through the 50-period moving average and trying to take out the 200. So I think this is great news. No surprise that you're up 3.5% here right now. Fade back into VWAP. Whenever there's a gap, we like to play the gap, fade it back to, you guessed it, VWAP. Not only does it rhyme, but it's also generally a pretty decent trade. And the good thing about this trade also is that we're also near the pre-market low. So you're going to have support of the low that I like, and then you're also going to have a VWAP trade that I like. So this is kind of like a 2-for-2 setup right now. Broadcom, 323 potential long right there. I like that stock. With only 15 minutes to go, though, we'll soon find out, what this market wants to do. Looks like it's pretty choppy here. So Broadcom with definite direction bias, long Broadcom 323 if we get VWAP.
All right, let's continue on to ARM, another one in the chip space here. Downside in the other direction on a downgrade this morning. This has been struggling over the past couple of weeks, but ARM leaking right now back below 143.
It's odd here because they also had a price target increase with this downgrade, but you've got JP Morgan going from overweight to equal weight, and then also going from a $135 price target up to $150. As you mentioned, we're trading between those price targets right now. Basically, they actually have some good things to say. They think that the fact the company is transitioning into chip making, which we had announced a couple of weeks ago now, is going to be a structural evolution of the company's prior business model. It's a good look with agentic AI. So they actually do like this in theory, and they show that the CPU was far from obsolete as a concept, but they're worried about the length of the commercial ramp, and I guess saying that near term there could be some risks here. So JP Morgan liking this business move, not sure about the timing of it.
We'll keep an eye out, guys, for any other market-related headlines. We did have a little bit of a downtick there, but ARM, definitely one to watch if we get a little bit more selling coming back into the market.
That stock has followed with Marvell, actually the next name on the list, has followed with Marvell the last couple of weeks in terms of its price action movement. But they did say themselves that you were talking about 2031 when they were saying that 3x revenue growth from the new chip, and overall growth of 5 times. That was for years out. And I think maybe the market got a little bit exuberant with it. That said, you got some good support coming in here at the 135-ish range, more like 136, right? Prior high, and then a little bit of support. So I think you'll let it retest that on the way back in here. It's never been a terribly cheap stock, realistically. I own ARM shares, I should say that. And look, I like them. I much preferred them as a buy underneath $100 because of their valuation concerns. Probably have to change that now with this when going into the chip business. But it hasn't made a low since then to be able to test. And so maybe we'll get some information at that 135, 136. I don't really see them as a trade today. ARM is, it's what, 50, 70 cent spread right now and relatively light fall. And maybe not, it's not the best day trade if it doesn't have like earnings or a big catalyst to go with it. As we said, like Intel and Broadcom look a little bit bigger. Marvell's probably a better mover or better liquidity play. AMD's in play along with NVIDIA, which we didn't even talk about, but we'll get to probably in just a little bit.
Yeah, I was looking at ARM. Obviously, it's on our note here. It's not down that much. Down 4%. It's actually, we had 2.7 written down on our note. Now you're down 4. So we are starting to get hit a little bit there. Look, the Morgan Stanley analyst basically just said it's going to take time, to build this business. And right now, with the cost of RAM and the cost of, the parts, some of the parts into the space to create these chips, it's not cheap. So they have a price target of 150. So we're already under that. They downgraded, but went from 135 to 150. So they're just sort of saying that it was priced right, I feel like. And that's fine. I mean, I think that's probably true. So if I already have my I don't have my arm in this space, but I do have my leg in this space. So I'm just going to hold off on buying any arm right now. And I can't really wrap my head around, why we would break through here unless we sort of get the all clear in this market. They've had a nice move higher. There's not that many names that have looked like this, especially in the tech space, that are above your 200 period moving average. So let's see if it wants to hold it. I don't think it will. I think ARM is much more of a buy down in this area, 115 to 120, where we had this loop up right there. Before that announcement of getting into this space, they were starting to, head a lot lower. We already rejected the 200 period there. We got faded off of it, rejected it right there, got saved, back upside. Now I just feel like we do drift back into this area, 110 to 115 on ARM. So we do like NVIDIA. I mean, we do, as Neil mentioned, we're going to have sort of 3 semi-stories in a row here. But NVIDIA 170 seems to, for me, is like the safest call in this whole space. Intel's flying around on news back and forth. We sort of know where that's been there. But the one story that remains the same is NVIDIA will be and is still king of this space. And, it's shown its cards here in and around this 165 to 170 area where we haven't really broken off of that in almost a year. So, yeah, NVIDIA, I think, is the one I'd like to buy. Marvell gets a little bit of bad news today. I don't think that's going to have anything to do with the trajectory of the stock. You always want to get that announcement. Let's go back over the desk and find out exactly what Marvell missed out on today.
Yeah, missing out on the S&P nod once again, unfortunately, back downside here as a result. You can see that came out late yesterday. We've been kind of chopping around here ever since. I mean, been there, done that, I guess. I kind of thought it would have been a bigger move at this point.
So did I, honestly, because a lot of these names, like for example, when AppLovin and Robinhood were shunted a couple times ahead of being added late last year, they dropped sharply every time. So, I mean, in a way, kind of not a bad look for MRVL. SoFi, another name we keep wanting to be added, also didn't really move too much in this. But long story short, Casey's General Stores, CASY, they are going to be added to the index effective as of the open on Thursday, April 9th. It's a pretty tight timeline. They'll have the whole addition hullabaloo tomorrow at the close, basically. Now, this is also interesting because CASY, from a trading standpoint, very light intraday trader. Yesterday, did not even crack 400,000 shares in volume all day. I do think that's worth noting. Be careful.
Yeah, and noteworthy as well, CASY not really doing a heck of a lot here on that as well. So, I mean, it's one of those environments where, as we've been mentioning, the bigger narrative, the bigger headlines are macro-based and overall market-based. When you're in a market that's lower volatility, individual storylines typically have more lasting effect, anyways. But yeah, CASY in no Marvell, guys.
So the only if there wasn't for all this market turmoil and everything being super volatile here, like I'd say like Marvell, you probably just buy this dip, like almost just automatically. Like when looking at the current this quarter who will be added odds, Marvell's not even on the list at Kalshi. And these are the betting markets pricing it. And they've been pretty good. You've got Alnylam Pharmaceuticals, which I have no idea what this is, some $300 stock I've never heard of. You got Reddit for 25%. SoFi's not even eligible right now based on market cap, and they're 23%. Pure Storage, 15%. So if there's not that heavy betting on Marvell, it's like, why would they get the punishment, like any punishment for this? I would tend to think if it's not bad enough that you're pulling back into the prior highs, but if for some reason this decides to buck everything and head back in close enough to 100, I think that's just on pure principle, that doesn't seem like enough for it to get down too much lower than relative to its cohorts. And if that happens, I think you buy it. I'm not really seeing that as a gigantic negative. When SoFi lost out and they get the negative story, like that was a little bit more substantive. I don't think so here. Yeah,
like you guys know, I love loving Marvell, and we've talked about that name many a day. Yeah, I wasn't expecting. We talked about it like it needs to get into the S&P 500, but I just think it's just whoopsies. Oh shoot, I just closed the daily chart. I was going to show you guys Casey's. Let me just call this up one more time here. This could be a sell situation. I mean, we've seen so many times where names have been introduced into the S&P 500, and I don't know if this was a surprise or not, but CASY, as Neil was sort of mentioning there on Kalshi and whatnot about what the betting market was thinking about, but this name has now had like basically 4 days of extension through that 720. I mean, every time we broke through the top, that's 700, 695 right there, breaking. These guys are like a general store attached to gas stations and whatnot. I believe they're a relatively new entrant as well. Yeah, I don't know when they IPO'd actually. Let me just zoom this back out. I feel like this was a relatively new stock, but maybe not. This is what it looks like on the weekly chart for CASY. Oh no, this goes all the way back. Okay, so yeah, just a huge move higher. There must have been another store that recently IPO'd that was something similar, maybe in the last couple of years, something similar to this. But look at it ride the 50-period moving average. I mean, yeah, wow. I guess if you were in this stock, you're probably wondering when this is getting in the S&P 500 as well. So Casey's General Store just keeps on moving. This is a 200 period on the weekly. You're not even anywhere near that. And you continue to extend higher. So yeah, just congratulations if you're in this name. I was just gonna say, like, obviously if you're in it, you're probably not selling. You've made a huge move right there to the upside. It's just that on these kind of announcements, you do get sometimes, extensions out. And even today, up 1%. I thought it would have been up a little bit more than that today. So, not much volume going on, just 4,000 shares. I would let this settle down and then maybe in the next couple of days look for a little bit of a pullback, as sometimes it's a sell the news type of thing. So there we go with Casey's General Store. The market is now out with imbalances on the NASDAQ. Tesla's 347, that's going lower. Plug, there's TSLL. UNH is right there as a small buy. We can see if that's doing anything. No, that's, if anything, it's maybe coming down. NVIDIA with a small sell as well. That's ticking slightly lower. There's Tesla. Tesla's only 140,000, but you can see what that's doing. That's getting lower. I have Tesla written down here as a good idea to sell it. I was hoping for a bounce into this 350 area. That might not be happening, so watch out for Tesla. Right now, taking out the day's low, the pre-market low right now gone there on Tesla. That's been generally a great sign for continuation once you take down those lows. So let's wait to see what happens. Yesterday on Tesla, we still have 4 minutes, but tech is neck. Okay, so we are going to go over Tesla anyways. I was just going to see this yesterday. So right there, 927. This happened in the pre-market. Then we opened up to a wicked low and then just took off. So something similar is actually happening right now where you're breaking through the lows right there. So let's see what Tesla winds up doing. See if it has the juice to get up to the upside. Today, though, not positive stories about Tesla. And yesterday, apparently, we had ARK coming in and buying. So that might have been right off the open as well. All right, let's go check some tech news, and then we'll get right back 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit more on that ARK buy. It was actually in all three funds, the main one and both the other two smaller ones. Not huge. I think the biggest was like 10 million. Like it wasn't a lot, but yeah, Kathy in there picking up some, hopefully late in the day, because it didn't really do much positive other than that. But here's Intel. Yeah, we're going to talk about tech, but Intel coming back in a little bit once again, got up to 53 there on that headline if you missed it. They're going to join Elon on the Terafab project. So tech, take out that Intel headline. Overall, pretty weak. I did notice Google was a bit of a standout here, a little bit more positive than the rest. Everything else pretty much downside. Even there's Amazon, even Apple on that note we were talking about earlier, back to session lows here.
Yeah, it's kind of a bleak look, though. According to Goldman Sachs, it might actually not be so bleak. We have reportedly, they had a note saying that they actually think this could be a great buying opportunity specifically for big tech. They're saying that because of strong earnings combined with declining valuations, which we've talked about a lot, they actually think this is a great opportunity to step in. As for Intel, I think, Lip Bhutan has certainly been really good at calling these Mag 7 CEOs. That's been made clear. We already know that there was that, we've got the NVIDIA deal. So to me, not shocking that he and Elon are now making this deal, but we'll have to wait and see what happens to INTC.
I did see this earlier, but we skipped over it. Uber expanding their deal with Amazon for their AWS capacity, it looks like. Anyways, Uber did absolutely nothing on that. Again, that came out a little bit earlier, but another note there for Amazon as well.
Yeah, look, the market's underneath VWAP. We still have the same range being set in USO. So I don't want to change opinion on what I liked for AMD. Like it was a rejection candle yesterday, and that's all it is. Topping tail candle through 220. So yeah, great. It broke out. You got your win. It came back underneath. You have a bit of a head and shoulders setting up. So I want to look for a fade trade at the 220. But as you get into any key level, you got to understand what's happening in USO, right? Like if we get to a key price level, like if you're looking for a reversal trade short, let's just say in tech, and USO at that moment is breaking down and trending and having one of those crazy moves to the downside, that's not the moment to get in. You want that to settle a little bit, give it a breath, and allow for like some kind of a bounce. Like the whole oil down, market up, and then vice versa is going to have to play into some entries and exits. I think almost regardless of how you look at it. For now, USO is basically doing, I don't want to say it's doing nothing because it's bouncing around like a dollar. It's got a dollar range on it, but it hasn't done anything since we got these harsh words from the president in terms of price movement. All we've done is go 141, 142, 141, 142. And until that picks a distinct direction, I think you can play off your play off your levels. But if we're screaming downside as AMD goes into 220, then I can be patient about it. You can't really be stubborn to fight what's going on in the oil futures market when you're trading tech.
Yeah, no, I have written out right here as well, TQ short. So I'm going to look for the short area around 44. I just thought risk off early as we're near the deadline. These early strikes that have happened. I mean, I write this down, much before this market even gets going. But anyways, here we go with only a couple seconds left. Right now, actually 10 seconds. We will wait to see if the Qs get going. Yesterday, we did have, if you remember, that huge bump in the morning. So let's see if that goes bump in the night again. Oh, it's really nice to see SoFi, by the way, above $16. So here's SoFi right now. That's going to be a good name, bumping a little higher. Now today is SoFi. So not higher today, but on this move up to 16. So that's a nice little opportunity there. But okay, that's SoFi. TQs runs the level again. We're waiting up here, 44, sort of where we closed yesterday. We'll see if we can get a move up into there. First stop, and I don't want to get in too early, but I'm going to put a bit offer at 43.80s just to see if something gets all the way up there. If it does and we spike up, then we could take that fill right there, 80s on the TQ. So just looking at that, and then maybe using this 44 area as our out. So let's wait to see if that happens there on the TQs. That's an early play. And then yesterday we saw Tesla really go ham off the open. And look, it's literally the exact same thing again. Yesterday, boom. That's like we made that low. Look what just happened right here. There's that low again, and here's the rocket ship to the north side. How do we know when Tesla's going to stop? Broadcom. Okay, 9:33 yesterday's turnaround for Tesla. So maybe we have to watch out for this right now. Broadcom go boom or go which way?
It did, but now right back down. Okay. It went right to 330 on an absolute dime, and it's right back into 325. The name that we didn't get to, just apologies, we didn't get to IBIT. If I sniff 70,000 or any kind of a pop that comes close to it, I want to fade it. Prior day lows is going to be the area that I'm looking for. It's not really moving. Intel with that news. You just got that news, obviously, pre-market. That came out of nowhere. Intel up 2%. It's holding the line at VWAP. 51 was the key price level yesterday, but you're getting a crazy dance back and forth there. So that's still settling out at the open. We're back above VWAP here on USO. So we're holding VWAP and heading higher. I think the fade could come in a little bit sooner because we just wicked that VWAP one more time in here. I might try to jump into IBIT.
Yeah, what's IBIT doing?
Here, it's bouncing off VWAP. We got the pre-market highs at 38.9. 38.8's been a level previously. Like we've had some resistance in that range. So waiting for it to get to the top. If USO is going to go now, it could be go time over here in IBIT.
Yeah, I'm going to wait. Lots of size right now on IBIT, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. I'm going to wait to see what happens. Yeah, 39 maybe there for IBIT. So we brought down Oscar again on the Medicare, Medicaid increase there, 2.78% on payouts.
Yeah,
that is not moving right now. I put a bit at 1270. I wrote down 1250. But 1250 would be like sort of the very bottom right into there. But if we can get 1275, I think we'll look at that. So yeah, I mean, I do want to look at Intel because they're the one moving with this news there, joining SpaceX on one of their projects. So nice move up there for Intel, right back into VWAP. So whether or not this holds, I don't know. But I mean, again, more customers, it's the same sort of story as Broadcom. I mean, they've got a good story there. Let's see if Intel wants to wind up holding 5150 bid rate here. I would be buying this right now. I'm thinking risk off. I'm actually looking short, but I think this is a decent opportunity right now for Intel 5140. I've seen worse trades. Maybe we take it and see if it works, but right now Intel on that spot right here. I should have taken it.
So much for Apple. Yuck. It didn't even try to hold 256 on Apple. Now down to 253. You're down 2 1/4 here for Apple. Maybe they do care about the fold. I don't know why. All right, so just quickly, Apple, if it sees 250, that's a 200-period moving average. As long as oil isn't doing something disastrous or we get a really bad headline, watch out 250 on Apple. Disappointing start for that name. But USO is not doing much. It's a very slight move up. And remember, this is exactly where it turned in the pre-market several times. So we're still in exactly the same range when we got how do I want to say this, harsh rhetoric from the president, wiping out the Iranian civilization, I believe was the terminology, something along those lines. But we haven't really broken those tops. And as long as that's the case, I wouldn't want to overreact, because I think if you're punching the extremes here, at least in USO. Still nothing on Bitcoin, though.
No, I'm going to try a shot on Apple. Look, we missed Intel by 50 cents. Like we were talking about buying that at 51.50, and I sat there and we mentioned, hey, look, if I wasn't looking risk off, I definitely would have been long. Look at this market and look at that name, man. That was a good idea that we didn't take on. That would have been good to start the day with a nice little dollar winner. Let's see if we can do something on Apple. All right, so this is starting to go obviously downside right now. I'm going to average in, not average in, I don't have enough shares yet, so we'll buy a little bit more. Thank you, Randy. That's very kind of you. Yeah, they're green. I saw them.
I was going to usually I take one and then I save it for tomorrow and it'll be right, but it's fine. No, it's all good.
Thanks, Randy.
It's not a big deal.
All right. Yeah, no, definitely not a big deal. All right, so... Oh boy, all right, where are we gonna stop out? I'm thinking just a 252 break. Like if we break down through 252 on Apple, we have like basically 3/4 of a unit. We don't even have one unit yet. And the reason why we're using 252 is, I mean, here we go. Like I don't wanna hold this all the way to 250 right now to start the day in a sour spot, especially since the fact that we've been talking about risk off. Yeah, Intel, talk about the missed opportunity of the day, man. I mean, I was just talking about this at 51.50. All I had to do was push the button. At least we talked about it, but talk is cheap. So there it goes, man. Intel with a huge move right there. And Apple pulling back. I'm going to average into this and then give it down here to 52, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, almost put the stop at 35 on Sidhu, which is obviously not a price that it's trading around. Sidus tried to break out through that key price at 360 is on the node, comes back into VWAP. So going to leave my stop in here at 360, Neil, say that out loud so I don't screw it up again. But if we're going to get that topping tail and reversal candle, going to play it, it's over under at that level anyways on Sidhu, and a lot of the space names had reversed. IBIT is still doing absolutely nothing here. I'm going to cancel the order for now. Just keep an eye and let it make a move first before we try to force ourselves into it. Intel now through $53 and still climbing. This is an absolute rocket ship at this point in Intel. There's just nothing standing in its way. And I think now that you're getting a pullback off of those highs in USO, you get a topping tail of Boyle, same high as the last couple of sessions, going to jump into the short here. Just allowing USO to get into that high and start to pull back. Boyle has a 3-day top. Now a 4th-day high at this 1580 level. Future still same range, USO still the same range as well. So nothing too much has changed there. But man, that Intel story. All you gotta do is shake hands with Elon Musk, apparently.
Yeah, that's what it is, right?
It's gold.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them.
All right, man. Damn.
I'm definitely surprised. $53.
That's what it's at now?
Yeah,
I'm just
5% up on Intel. 5%. This is what always happens with this stock. It's like whatever you think it can do, it seems like it can do more down here.
I don't know why I don't know why I switched over into Apple from Intel. We were staring right at that, talking about that trade. All right, so coming in, I'm going to give this to 251.50. We have about a unit and a half right now. Looking to get a little bit more down through 252, and then just giving it to 251.50, and then we'll get out of 75% of that if it winds up breaking low here on Apple. When you don't understand something, like why a stock is moving a certain way, there's really no point in sitting in this this and just trying to find the ultimate lows to get in and get out of. So right there, we'll just take our last fill. Here it comes. So it looks like Apple will come out right now down on our first trade here. Apple looking to break lower. We're long right now at 252.17. It'll be, we have 3 units. It'll be a dollar, not even a dollar hit, but let's wait to see here where this goes. It looks like Apple's going to take us out on the low side. Apple downside there today. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on oil, guys. First started seeing this headline circulate right at the open, seeing it again now, so I do want to bring this up. Tehran Times reporting that Iran is closing all diplomatic and indirect channels of contact with the U.S. So Brendan alluded to this morning on this desk as well. Sounds like Iran not negotiating in any way here with I guess the U.S. I also want to mention I'm seeing an Amazon headline coming through. The information reporting that Amazon has rebuffed a price hike request from wholesaler. If I get more information, I'll let you know. But AMZN potentially on watch here. I don't have any economic data for you guys at 9:45 or 10 a.m. So no economic data before 10. We'll see what's happening now, or if I get another headline first. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like the greatest headline in the world.
No, that one doesn't.
Oil's not really doing much of anything. Citizens took out that 360, so if it's over under, then it goes over, then I'm jumping out, and I'll wait for another opportunity. I'm not going to let it get to the high of the day or yesterday's highs. It's got to be underneath VWAP and the 350 level to work. USO, not really. Yeah, I mean, it's holding 142, but we're not exactly flying off here to the upside, but 142 breaks, and a lot of that could change. Obviously, that's going to be important to the bull trade. It just broke that little trend down, giving it to the prior high and looking for that, just a pattern from the last couple of days. Like, this has been the rejection spot. But I would imagine USO continues like it is, and it's just not going to matter. So if USO breaks out 142, I would suspect Boyle's going to probably take out those highs. It would make some sense. Checking back in on Broadcom for anyone out there that was bullish here, it's back to the upside. So Broadcom,
smacking this market.
And Broadcom was down like $7 after that high. It's right back. Goes down, up. The yo-yo market seems to continue, at least on this name in particular, and still nothing on IBIT. Even as the market climbed, Bitcoin just didn't move. I said I do not want to be short this one early because it's at 68.4. That's nowhere close to 69 or 70 on BTC. But it's not climbing. Every time I see bounces in the futures, even a little bit, this isn't going with it. So some relative weakness in here. I do see we have a super chat from JKL, if we can throw that one up there. Just get that for us, Andre, if you could. Is the market pricing in a mighty taco? Shout out Buffalo, New York, and mighty taco. Why are we shuffling?
I don't know why.
I love Buffalo as well, obviously being a Bills fan. I'm not sure why we're shouting out Buffalo,
but
let's go.
Taco is located?
Fine, that's great. Is there like a big...
Is there a big taco chain that's from
that
Buffalo? I don't know, maybe.
That's over my head. Is the market pricing in the taco? I could see that being potentially true, but the market's tanking right now. We're not exactly catching any kind of a bid.
No, we're not catching bids. We're not catching anything even close.
We get Radia? Radial fossa. Moon is only about helium-3 for nuclear power.
Yeah, the market's been pretty choppy. Yeah, I mean, nuclear power, we looked at SMR and Oklo and some of those other names coming through. Apple just straight downside. Intel's coming back into this area again where we could say, okay, well, do we want to buy it again at this area? It went all the way up to 53s and then just pulling back in quite strongly right now, just bouncing again off 5150s area. I'm still sitting there at 5150. We did not catch that bid. 5140 is that downside right there. We'll see if it wants to wind up breaking back in through there. Quick check on NVIDIA. Is that near that? Okay, so that just had a nice move higher as well. Nothing really hitting anything on my radar right now. Tesla could be the play again. Nice move higher again. Waxed out to 345. Huge move down initially, right? Now all the way back up. So we can wait to see what's going on with Tesla right here as well. We'll go over to Adara and see if there's another headline.
This headline is not breaking by any means. I mentioned it in the show this morning. It was also on our watch list as well. But because Apple's down so much, just a reminder here, AAPL does have a negative headline. Nikkei Asia reported that the company's first foldable iPhone is facing some engineering test issues. This phone could potentially be delayed in terms of its mass production by several months in a worst case scenario. So keep an eye here in AAPL. Foldable iPhone woes. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I tried that long. Obviously, that does not work down there for
It's
Apple.
hard to imagine the foldable is that big of a deal, but hey, Ball isn't lying right now.
What
Market's down, I think, is a bit of the story as well. One quick note. We're trending upside on oil, just very gently into some of those highs, but it's starting to form a little bit of a break of that 142, and with that heading back higher, I think that bodes a little bit better to pay attention to that AMD, which it got to 221 and reversed. Obviously, wanted to see oil futures calm down a little bit here, but that puts in a lower high, and I think that short can certainly engage. You already mentioned Intel going, and it's time to. Yeah, like IBIT it's just not going anywhere at this moment. So I'm gonna quickly jump over and just look at BMNR, which is not tanking's the wrong word, which is heading down and looks a little bit weaker here. Probably the better place to express a trade in crypto is to fade this, but I got to pay for locates. It's not free for us, and I thought I'd be on IBIT.
Okay, I'm going to try a little short. Okay, that's Tesla, by the way, breaking lower again right now. So yeah, be careful with whatever the heck Tesla is up to right now, 345, trying to go lower. So we did punch into a little bit of these futures here as Apple's going to take out 250. So Apple's, we only have one trade today. Yeah, loser on Apple there. We tried it, lost about 75 cents the first time. Then we tried it, we lost like 30 cents there, buying Apple at 251. 30s and out at 251 flat, but there's the move down in Apple. All right, so we got a unit and a half here on the Qs. Not sure, just a VWAP. You know, we've seen this high. We haven't necessarily broken through anything yet, so I don't mind this trade up until about 53.50. Some of these highs, I don't think we need to worry about running that very top. We said we could easily get wicked out, taken out on like a big move, so we got to try to be careful with that. I'm thinking a break of 50 or so, and we're out. Maybe these top wicks here, 60s, out there on the TQQ. So here's a move down. I mean, so far so good on this little bit of a short. We can put a bid. Let's just put a bid small for 10% at 20s. See if we get that. That's where we bounced off a couple times. And then, you know, that low right there is 10s or 12s. We can put a bid there. There we go. We get the 20s. Now we can put a bid down there at 13. We'll get another 10%. There it is. Oh, we just missed our 13s. We'll put another 10% there at 13. And there it goes, man. We went back to the futures, and you can see the money coming in right now on that trade. So here it comes. Nice little take here on the TQQs with the NASDAQ. We've been talking about trading futures, and there it goes. Apple breaking through 250 looks like right now imminent. Actually, it does already. 249.87 gets that low. Now you're getting a little bit of a retracement back higher on Apple, but there it is. Now breaking and holding underneath that 250. So a quick little scalp out there. We still have 80% of this trade on the TQ, so let's see how low can we go. Next bid, 43 and change, and we'll see if we can get somewhere down there for NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm still very surprised by that Apple move, but if it can't hold 250, it can't hold 250.
Yeah, wow.
That's got to be that line in the sand. You're starting to break trend here a little bit more precipitously in BTC. So as I said, the pay for locates on BMNR. Going to take this one back into its low, into the prior low, right? It gets at the low. I'm talking about the prior low. That's 19.9. Even with USO going higher, the good news is Boyle is holding the range. So it's not breaking that top, and USO just continues to go higher here. So oil futures showing that strength. They're going back into the tops. And as long as that's the case, it's hard to imagine the market catching a bit of a bid. As mentioned, AMD is struggling with VWAP, but it hasn't closed under, oh, now we've confirmed underneath the volume weighted average price. All right, so now time to try to get some 219s in here on advanced. I'm not calling it advanced money destroyer because of what it's been doing recently, which is hold out very well on the 200 on the daily chart. Very good looking daily chart for AMD, but it's still a rejection of this 220 level. So we're in now AMD as well as BMNR, looking for this to hold that prior bar at 220 and play back into LOD. We're 50 cents away from USO getting to the top. That's where I might suspect a bit of a curl when USO gets to the overnight highs. Until then, the shorts look good.
Yeah, I'm going to short some Amazon here.
What was the Amazon?
It's pretty. Yeah, no, it's just they're receiving some pushback from some of their retailers on pricing or something. So, okay, wow, we made a little bit here, so that was good. Thankfully, there goes the TQs. And as we go back to the futures, one of my favorite graphics right there. We'll try to short Amazon right now. But there it goes, man. Nice play there on 43s. We get that 43 low. I think it was 4304 or something like that. We got 4306, sorry. So nice move downside there for the futures, and we hit that. So that was all good, man, over there. We do take a new position, though. It's going to be Amazon. Shorting here at just very, very easy. Early trade, quarter of a unit. We'll wait to see if we can get back up here into 212.50. If it runs that level, fine. But I am looking to get some more at this 200 period, which just missed me. I was at O's, actually. It looks like, okay, here it comes. A little bit of a rally back here for Amazon. Again, quarter unit here, nothing to worry about. I'm going to take another piece out at 05. There it goes on the TQ. So right now we have 2/3 left on this one. So that's going to be a big trade. And then Amazon, we're just waiting to get some, a little bit of a better price upside here on AMZN. And then hopefully that will happen. 212.50 on Amazon is where we'll cash out of that one if it or get out of it if it rips back against us. So yeah, so far so good there. One mistake on Apple, make up for it here on the TQs, and now we'll just wait to see if Amazon can pay out a little bit to the downside as well.
Yeah, and market continues to the downside, as you just see over there with Sean. So it's more of the same. Bitcoin just hit the lows. BMNR just broke down. It's now 5% into the downside. AMD hit the first $0.50 in here underneath the volume-weighted average price. It's got topping tail candles here at VWAP. So if it puts another in, then I want to short on the way back down, looking for it to get back to 217, hopefully before USO gets to the top. That being said, you are seeing a bit of a curl here near the highs, not at the overnight highs, or I guess the morning highs, I should probably say for USO, but a little bit of a turn. Once it starts bouncing again, get that higher low opportunity, any reloads could be gone. Oh, that's right, Intel. Want to make sure that we're covering not just the names that we're in, which you guys can see, but Intel with the Elon news, that's what I'm just going to call it. It's back under VWAP. It's still holding the line. There hasn't been a test of 51, which was yesterday's morning sort of pivot level. So it's still looking relatively strong, but with the market doing what it's doing, if it's beneath VWAP, I'm not going to like any tech name underneath VWAP with the market this week. So Intel losing the volume-weighted average price, still up 2%, but not looking nearly as good as it did off of the open, unfortunately. But that's how it goes, man. If USO goes up, this is what's going to happen. It doesn't matter how strong you are in this particular market, guys. And everyone's like, RIP Apple. 249.
Rip. Yeah, it's not.
Do you care that much about the foldable phone?
I think it's delayed multiple months. I think that's the problem. So like you have a certain analysts that have a certain, price target on it based on sales. And if they have to push this out to a couple quarters, definitely a downside play there. I mean, obviously, we got hit on it and trying to go long, thinking it was over.
Oh, I'm asking myself, it's at the 200 period on the daily. Like I'm thinking about like.
Is it already? Okay, yeah. We talked about many tech names not at that daily level.
I'm not thinking the day trade here right now. Like now, like it's the dip by.
Yeah.
I haven't bought Apple in a very long time. I sort of hold the stock.
Yeah, I was lucky the last time.
About this at lunch.
Yeah, go for it, man. Ponder it while we hopefully don't have tilapia again. So no, for me on Apple, the last time I bought this name was 211.
Don't say that.
So it's okay. It won't be tilapia again. 211, and I didn't get anything out. I really like Apple, so I do like that idea of continuously buying dips on our good friend Apple. Like that play there, if that's part of your code. All right, so, I'm stuck in the NASDAQ here. Nothing's going on. So I just took another bid right here at 43. Hopefully we do drop in. I thought I was bidding 90s down here. Am I? No, I am not. So let's put a bid down there at 90s just in case we do get, that little crack lower on this play. Amazon may not work. We only have one unit right now on Amazon. Just trying to give this a little bit of room here to breathe around this 211, 212 spot. This might not be the play that I'm hoping for, man. We only have one unit, so all these are just little babies. But if we come back in, that's 65s. What am I short at? 83s. All right. It doesn't really match the risk to reward profile to get out of some of this at 65, but potentially we may not even get get up here if it's just going to continue to be chopped. So let's take a little bit out. And then when we do a reload, if it does get going, at least we've taken something out for profit. Whether or not that happens or not, I'd be lucky. So let's wait to see if we're able to get that going. Marvell today on the S&P 500 disinclusion. And we said that that's not really going to matter to Marvell. I mean, I thought the quarter was fantastic. We have NVIDIA with their $2 billion buy investment into Marvell, So, that's just choppy, but chopping higher, which is nice to see, obviously, as that continues to make a move right now. So Marvell going through those levels. If the futures don't do anything down here, then we probably are heading right back up to VWAP. We did say that it was going to be pretty choppy. So let's just regroup on some of our thoughts here. So the TQs, let's just use the 200 period right now. I think that makes a little bit of sense anyways. I mean, we could go all the way to 43.50. I think that's where my stop is anyways. Yeah, it was a break of this high. So basically 60s. I'm confident still holding that. Let's get some more though if we get into the 40s. All right, so that's my next sort of look there for the TQs. Get a little bit more shares into that name if we get into the 40s right there. Amazon goes up. We got our short. We didn't get that 20 fill. Oh no, we were at 24s there on Amazon. How high does it go? It goes to 23s. Okay, so if it gets up to 24s, we'll get some more there on Amazon, but it's too bad because we did have a double our position right there. So we would have been well in the money now, but here comes Amazon right back in. So yeah, just missed that trade. Let me switch it over to 20s. That's too bad, man. We would have had a much bigger trade if that would have hit, but it didn't. So all right, that's what I'm doing now. Amazon short, futures short, and that's it for now. And watching Apple continue to bleed a little bit. Here come the TQs a little bit back in. Oh man, that's too bad that we missed at Amazon, but we may get it again. So here it comes, breaking through 212. That story about pricing must not be a big issue because it's starting to head back up to the upside right now. So.
Okay, we just had a bit of a spike.
Yeah, a little bit of a move up there.
Okay, so a little bit of a spike up in several names. Like AMD just came back into VWAP, and it was a little spike down in US. So it's not much, but it was enough of volume in there that maybe we got kind of a minor headline. Either way,
who knows?
If we lose this prior bar, which is the wick on VWAP, then I'm jumping out of that one. US is not moving that much, but if it gets these names, if it gets these risk-on sort of tech names to the upside, then do not want to go against the grain there. BMNR, it did get a reload on BMNR. That one's still holding underneath VWAP. The stop's I'm not changing the stop on this. We're giving it to just above the volume-weighted average price. And I look over, I see IBIT doing some of the same thing, like it's just trying to get to VWAP itself. So we're still technically trend down, but we are bouncing after that little move that we just saw in USO. And shout out to everyone in the chat. I just saw Two Fly Macy with a name that we liked yesterday, but we didn't get to this morning, and it's almost at $100, and it is Netflix. Just remember, $100 on Netflix. It was a big line in the sand previously, but it broke it yesterday and was a big-time failed breakout on Netflix. So I like the bullishness here. Candidly, I own shares in Netflix, and we recently bought that 80 after the Warner Brothers deal went the way of Paramount Skydance. Love to see its relative strength. Not aware of a story in particular here with Netflix, though. Is there something?
They had a positive analyst note. It was minor, and it wasn't even like an upgrade. I think it was B of A, but this is totally off the top of my head. Wasn't even on our watch list. Basically, they said that they think their recent price hikes that they announced could add a mild premium here for Netflix going forward. But again, very wishy-washy, generally bullish, but no price target change or rating reiterated.
Yeah, what I always lean into is they raise prices, and I don't even know what I don't know if everyone's like me though, but like you guys let me know. Like, do you care that much with Netflix? Do you just sort of pay it, or are you like discretion? You think about it. Do you use the ad tier or not? I'm always curious with others, but for myself, I find myself very unaware with Netflix. It's just kind of roll with the punches, and they can increase on me all they want. I just still keep paying it.
Oh yeah, bills are just in my house are kind of like day and night. I mean, whatever day it is, you got another bill to pay, and one of them is Netflix. In the same way, I don't know. I actually added
I should.
I added my parents. Well, for me, $30 a month is not.
No, it's more about just being like I usually pride myself on being more aware of things, but that's the one place in streaming where I'm not as thrifty. I just tend to not care.
No, it's like when you're a cable guy. I mean, they keep on raising prices of cable. back then, and just kind of like pay it and say, what the hell am I doing? But there it is. Yes. Let's go right there. All right, this big trade happening right now for Amazon. Here we go again, man. We talk about it. This is a big one. We're getting hit down to the downside right now. So let's go Amazon, man. I'm bidding 65s. Would be nice to get that on that little bit of a move down there. There it is, 67. Oh, we're bidding 65s. Give me that 65. There it is. Yes, sir. Bang, 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 bang. What Apple problem that we had earlier on? Not anymore, guys. It's a nice move lower here for Amazon and the TQs as we go flushy right now to the downside. So we'll take some more profit here. Short to TQs, man. Short Amazon. And there goes Amazon. Hopefully we can get a Dollar Club member on this, but we're just bouncing off VWAP right now. So we only had 3 units at the top. It's what we had on Apple. So we're just trying to make that back a little bit. They're 211.50s and change right there for Amazon as the market just lost a little bit there on the bid side. So yeah, here we go. Okay, Amazon.
Now we're flushing.
Now we're really starting to go. So this is going to be a good trade here for AMZN as we continue to get low now, and we'll see if we can ring that dollar register very, very soon. I'm actually at 211.11, and that was just because just into here. Just thought that, where are we going to stop? I mean, if we do get all the way lower, great. But so far, so good here as we almost make back our whole freaking day right there on one trade. So good job there. And also, we also have the TQs, which is also lower. So short to start right there on the Qs. We didn't get any more, but we did have a decent position anyway, so that was a good one. And then Amazon, held me for a minute before making this move. So that was a good one there on AMZN as we continue to flush out. How low is Apple right now? Probably as this market. Okay, not so bad. It's low. I thought it could have even been lower. Last time I looked at this was 250. It looks like we may be starting to see a little bit of a bottom there on AMZN. I'm going to punch out, or on Amazon, yeah. I'm going to punch out a little bit more here on Amazon at 50. We just market that out, and there it goes, man. Big trade alert there for Amazon.
Yeah, I'll use the past tense for that one because AMD got right to target, so I'm ringing the register. We wanted to close the gap. It's VWAP to the gap fill. USO did not break the highs yet. It is getting there. The idea being if USO holds on to the top, that obviously, you hold resistance here, you pop back down, and then if that happens, then it's a bounce in the overall market, which is holding the same range there. So, we'll take that one to the bank. Unfortunately, Boyle did come out, but 3 days in a row, it worked. So if you lose on the 4th day on the same pattern, I can live with that. It actually didn't break the prior wick high. So technically, I guess I moved my stop to this wick and the wrong one. So I could still be in this trade, but you're still trending up here on USO. So I feel like as long as we're doing this, there's no need to get back in. If USO breaks that high, then I would have been out anyways. And if it fails it, I can jump back into the trade. Still going to be in BMNR because the structure of this one still looks pretty good. Underneath that, VWAP hasn't really broken down to fill in this gap just yet. And I see that IBIT
Give me that.
Holding as well. So far, so good. It only takes one, like you said, in AMD.
Oh, yeah, man, this is an absolute monster trade. We're now in the Dollar Club. Let's go to Adara. We got release of the news. Monster trade happening on this side. What's up, Adara?
No economic numbers today at 10 a.m., Sean, though at 11 a.m. we're going to be getting New York Fed inflation expectations. As Brendan mentioned earlier today, this is not usually a market-moving number, but we are actually expecting this to be a little bit higher than that prior inflation expectation print. In terms of what's happening with the market, we're going to start here with a look at the S&P 500 near these pre-market lows. NASDAQ here, actually below pre-market lows. We did have some comment from Fed's Williams. Today, look forward to comments from Fed's Goolsbee during the midday. Goolsbee again about an hour later, so at 12:35 and 1:35 roughly. Then we're going to get Fed's Jefferson after the bell. But of course, the biggest thing on watch today is going to be USO and this oil space. Reuters reported earlier this morning that the U.S. has struck military targets on Iran's Karg Island. It's also worth noting there is that 8 p.m. deadline tonight. Basically, President Trump said if Iran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz by that time, the U.S. will start striking Iranian power plants. President Trump, about 12 hours before that deadline at 8 a.m. today, basically maintained that this is going to be the case. We have to talk here about UNH and some of these other health insurance plays. At least at the start of the day, these were to the upside after CMS, or Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, announcing a roughly 2.5% rate hike for 2027 Medicare Advantage programs. That amounts to roughly $13 billion. Couple different headlines here for Apple. I'll pull up the chart for you guys here. For one, we did have a headline suggesting that Apple had quite strong sales here in Q4 across the globe, especially for iPhone 17. But this stock to the downside, I'm seeing a lot of people on social media attribute this drop to a report from Nikkei Asia suggesting that Apple's foldable iPhone, due to some engineering testing issues, could be delayed by several months at worst. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and we're going to send you back over to Neil and Sean.
Thank you very much, Adair. You can already see it. The markets are super active lately, and for traders, this environment's going to create opportunities, big moves, more setups, more momentum. But if you want to take advantage of these conditions, you need a couple things. You need discipline and access to capital, and that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders have the opportunity to access firm capital and focus executing their strategy and, most importantly, managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off. I love when they say risk management because that's what it's all about.
Oh, there's nothing better.
Hold on to your winners.
There's nothing
and
better.
exit your losers when you can, and that will matter. We just got to the lows of the day, the market breaking the lows. So if you're in short, it's probably breaking the lows right now. It only ever takes one. So good start. Well, it's not a good start to the day for the markets, unfortunately, but it is a good start to the trading day. That's for sure.
Yeah, Neil, the segue master. You got to be a master of something there. That's a good one there, Neil. Good segue on that. Look at this, man. I don't know if we've mastered the markets or not, but this TQQ short is an absolute monster. That's the one that we wanted there. We wanted everything. Today was a very much of a risk-off day, man. We don't have any longs to talk about right there. And this is Amazon, by the way, which is now $1.80 in the money. And then this is our futures trade, which just goes like this. So it's very, very simple. I mean, you want to get away from the risk when it's not working, and you want to add on to the spot. It's funny that I say like I didn't have any risk-on situations today. My very first position is risk-on Apple. So, we got to sometimes slow down and think about what we're doing. But it's a monster, absolute big trade. Amazon was huge because we were able to average into it. So this is going to be, X amount more than our TQQ trade. But there it goes, man. Amazon, beautiful one down there on this. So it's a nice move in for AMZN. 212.20 all the way down into 210.40 right there. Amazon going and gone right there to the downside. Good trade over there for BMNR as obviously as IBIT and the whole crypto space. We had the guy today, IBIT there. So, that's right. IBIM just showed up on my screen there. I don't know why that was. All right, so IBIT downside 2.3% as well. BMNR, Neil's got that, so that's obviously rocking and rolling right now. Wow, Amazon getting lower, man. The TQs are getting lower. This market is about to crack even lower now as we get nervous, right? I mean, ahead of what is tonight's big announcement at 8 p.m. I saw someone in the chat say, it's only moments. Okay, I want to get to. Yeah, so what I think, I'll let this go in a second. I just want to say, I think what's going to happen tonight is probably, or very soon, maybe an extension on tonight's date, on tonight's time. I feel like that's the next thing that Trump could say. We might talked about the art of the salesman.
He's already done it once.
Yeah, so I think that's part of what is.
I don't think there's going to be any. I don't think there will be destruction, but I tend to be an optimistic when it comes to doomsday stuff. But when I address profits, like why are you out of AMD? It just comes down to the trading plan. The trade was always VWAP to the breakout price, especially when considering using USO for the turns. So when USO makes the bounce, and it did bounce, and it goes higher, tech names and risk comes off and goes to the downside, and we rejected that top. So you bounced and sort of rejected the highs, so it filled in the gap, so I jump out of the trade. Now, if it's a trade where, like in BMNR's particular case, this is a little bit of a different story. Like this one is breaking down to fill this gap. So therefore, I was in this one and not getting out until the low of the day, and I'm looking for the gap-filled low, which it looks like it's doing right here. But again, I've got the target of this 19. It's about 19 1/3, which just hit now. So I tend to be like this station-to-station trader, but I would just implore everybody, trade your own book and trade your own strategies. Like for me, I'm going to do what works for me that works consistently profitably. That's going to be the concern. So set up the trade to be short here, giving it to there, and look for the gap fill. Where are the outs? This support level and that one. And that's it. Because that's the trade as far as I'm concerned. We got another super chat in here. I want to get to it. And I think it's a new one because I don't think I've seen Only God Loves, appreciate you. Dunk shot for 3 p.m. today. Buy equal numbers of USO April 8 puts and calls. One will 3 to 5x, one will expire worthless. I'm sure Joe will probably tell you all about the straddles there. You don't know which one it's going to be. The only issue is, what if we don't have any volatility?
Yeah, I think
I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but that would be what you have to consider, is what happens if nothing happens.
You know what I think?
There's no free lunch.
Yeah, no, that's sort of what I was thinking too. I always think that we, as not sort of as humans, but as traders, we always kind of sometimes think of the worst, and that's why I think it is. You mentioned already about risk management, or someone did in the chat, and I think that there's like nothing more important than that. Like as this is moving down, like obviously to have that crystal ball on Amazon. To hold it all the way would have been fantastic, but how in the you-know-what do we know that this kind of thing is happening to the downside, right? I mean, you just covered BMNR, and you got to have spots that you cover, you know, and I think that that is a good spot there, you know, to look and say, okay, how far down are we? Like you're down 1.4% right now, you know, like this is potentially ahead of what tonight's action is going to be. So if you're holding the short, I mean, President Trump still has to come out and say, he hasn't really, I mean, Adair, I don't think he's spoken yet today.
And on his schedule, he's not expected to. He has a private policy meeting at 4 p.m. At 7 p.m., he has a private dinner with the U.S. ambassador to India, and neither of these are on camera.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say 7 p.m. I mean, Neil and I will be not in front of our screens, although potentially Obi, I guess, looking at that Blue Ocean. Is it 7 o'clock Blue Ocean? It's 8 o'clock.
I might be looking at screens on my phone because my daughter is at Guides, so.
Oh, yeah. What day is today? Tuesday?
Yeah,
I don't know what we have going on today.
Yeah. Why, man, well, I didn't know why I just questioned whether it was Tuesday or not. That was kind of weird.
Yeah. All right, so right now we're $1.20 in the money on the Qs, man. We are $2.50 in the money on Amazon. You know, we were just both going short. We were pretty red to start the day on Apple. It was our first trade. It was not great. We had 253, then we averaged it and lost it there at 251.50. Then we bought it back at 251.50 and broke 251 and got out. So, you know, we had to flip our sort of our opinion there. Our opinion was always short. It's just like, and I remember, and I'm blaming Neil for this one because, and this is just a joke, but he was like, oh my God, look at Apple. And I was like, yeah, look at Apple. And I was like, that's probably too far. But it goes to preparation again. You know,
I thought Apple was a nothing burger on that news.
Me too.
I actually still think the news is
I would have written down a short.
The market is what it is. In terms of next things, I know everyone, look, Intel's up. I understand that. But in terms of looking for the next opportunity, this is only now breaking support from earlier today. And it's right underneath VWAP. It did make a trend break 10 minutes ago, but at that point, my eyeballs were on the two names that I was actually in. So Intel pops back into VWAP and rejects. Then I think this one joins the fade party. I didn't trade IBIT, but we did trade BMNR. It's not far enough away that a short to pop isn't going to be in play for either of these names. And you've now broken highs on USO. So we did take out the top. Okay, well, a second ago, we just took out the top. Now it's a potential topping tail, but there is nothing about this uptrend which is unbroken. Right? It might be a double top, but you're still putting in higher lows the entirety of the way. I don't think this is any, or Boyle is what I would use. I don't think there's any kind of fade in energy unless that trend breaks. And now you got to take out the 142 to do so. So my eyeballs are currently going to be on Intel for this little VWAP play here. Remember, Intel deal partnership with SpaceX, Elon, and I think it was, I didn't get a good look at the picture. I think it was Elon and pretty sure it was Lip-Bu were shaking hands. It better have been who it was. Well, I'm assuming
maybe that's
it was
an AI-generated story.
No, I'm assuming it was Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO, shaking hands with Elon, or maybe it was AI.
Assuming the photo isn't AI, it was, because I never trust photos nowadays, it was Lip-Bu and Elon shaking hands. Lip-Bu was pictured in the photo, whether it's real or not.
To be honest,
Could you imagine it wasn't?
I'm skeptical of a lot of, when you just see random pictures, nowadays. You're like, should I trust it with what they can do with AI? But that one seemed legitimate. And it's a good piece of news for them. And I understand it's going to be up 1.5%. But the market currently is trend up energy, trend down everything else. And I don't care how strong you are. Eventually, you just end up following the market if we get dragged down far enough. If this turns into a 2% down day from one and we should get a pull up in a bit, then I think Intel fills in the gap and goes red. But I want to get it before that 51 level and see if we can't get the volume weighted average price in here. Yeah, it's just not looking good anywhere. Whether you're Intel, whether you're Broadcom, whether you're AMD, whether you're
Intel, I thought
whether you're NVIDIA.
Intel's not holding that bad.
Neither is Broadcom.
Right, I was going to go to those.
But this, my usual point here is if you haven't broken down and the futures keep going, I just still think it's a matter of time. So if I set up a trade and it's a good risk to reward, unfortunately, the gap fill's pretty big. So if I can get this in front of VWAP here, the gap fill just a 51 or even all the way down to 50 is ginormous or gigantic. USO is still at the high of the day. Nothing has changed there. And Boyle, like, here's the annoying thing is, Boyle's barely going. So I had Boyle at 75, and this is the one day where it doesn't work, but it's barely even going relative to USO. So I still think when USO breaks trend, I'm just hopping right back into the Boyle short, but I gotta wait for USO to slow down. Oil's just going too much to the upside.
Yeah, I know, looking as well to see, like, I was thinking to myself too, is like when all this stuff happens, I always just go right over to the futures when I'm bidding 210, 209.80s for Amazon, and then we'll get away from that one soon. But yeah, we didn't really look at we always look at USO. What I was stumbling to get at is that we don't really look at, the actual, sometimes Neil will be trading Battle or something like that, but some of the oil majors, right?
That's probably going,
yeah, exactly, or that TEPT one. But we don't really look at the majors. And I mean, like, this has been pretty good too. When you're looking at XOM or CVX or Occidental or Valero or any of the, even the ETFs, the major ones, XLE, not necessarily the triple levered, but, you are going to see that there is going to be some key levels there, right? And so when you're looking over here, like 164.30s, where the 50 period moving average is, like if we drop back into that as well, 165 flat, you kind of hold it against a VWAP trade, but, another 1.29%. And we always look for that flashy sort of, opportunity, and USO seems to always be what we're looking at. See, we're going to go to Adair in a second. I just want to check out actually light sweet crude. It was starting off the day when Neil and I first sat down around this 114, 115 area. We got the bye-bye civilization comment, I guess it must have been right around here. And then that started to move higher there in USO, move down, move back up, and 117, the high right now. You're not sure. Okay, you're short Intel. Okay. I was going to say, like, maybe thinking about starting to get a little more aggressive.
Golf franchise has a super chat
on some of these. Okay, do we want, Adair, are you relatively urgent or? Let's go to Adair, then we'll get the super chat.
It's just an interesting oil headline. I just want to let you guys know, IDF, so Israeli military coming out saying that they have struck 8 bridge segments used by the Iranian regime. So just more headlines here out of the Middle East. Because you guys were discussing oil, I did want to mention that.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
So Golf franchise likes a couple here, and it'll be, and thank you for the super chat. You can see, I'll give you 2 energy longs, MEOH, meow.
There we go. We were just talking about this.
My nephew calls me Uncle Meow.
Because of Meow?
Yeah, he couldn't say it when he was a kid.
Meow.
And CRC. So you got a couple, first of all, whoa, volume. And that's not in a good way. 240,000 shares. I promise you we're not trading this as a day trade, but a great looking chart. I'm with you there. And CRC would be the other. California Resources, again, low volume, not a day trade, but fantastic looking trend chart. I was just about to say, I don't trust the small cappers that are going with a 10-foot pole. There is nothing about Battle being up 8% that gives me any positive feels here. I think, and I had already paid for locates because we're at the highs. USO made fresh highs, Battle making lower highs. That says enough for me. If USO does any kind of a curl, I want the Battle trend break. The last time this worked, it worked for the entire, I feel like it wasn't this day, it was probably this day and here or one of these days. Like when you made lower highs and USO kept going, this just absolutely died. Like one day it was a couple of bucks, another time it was a full $1, and this is on a $5 name. So if we get a curl in USO, this might be a better way to express it here on BATL. The small cappers that just happen to be energy names with low floats and big short floats, when they turn and give it all up. Even if USO just pulls back into VWAP, this could get to the low of the day and give you a good risk to reward. So I've already paid for locates here, so I'm locked and loaded and I'm ready to go. I do have Intel in front of, and I almost just typed IBIT, in front of VWAP here. Hasn't really broken that prior bar from the volume weighted average price, but it hasn't rejected VWAP either. So until it holds under and proves it, I don't think this is a reason to get into any more shares. We'll hold we have, look for the play back into 51. But I think I'm going to express that trade in oil with a battle rejection. I'd rather short that than short USO. Bang for your buck, it just seems like a way safer play to do it, risk to reward.
My wife's saying, oh, just to be clear, you saw me send a kiss message and you didn't respond. Oh. Interesting play, she says. Yeah, I'm only busy here trading, but okay, kiss to you too there. She says, interesting play. Okay, so as I said to Neil there, I was thinking about maybe starting to exit out of some of the trade. It might be wrong. I mean, we got out of some Amazon here in the 20s. It's now back into the teens as we start to drip lower. I only have a little piece of the trade left here for Amazon. So let's wait to see, if this does give us sort of the goods that we're hoping for back in. I'm bidding 209.82s right now, and we'll see if we can get that. I said kiss back to her, and she says she deserves a smooch. There, okay, so I better send her something else. There it goes. And then even on the TQs as well, down 90 cents here, and just covering a little bit more. And I kind of just look at it, and I look at Micron too, by the way. Like if I type in Amazon right here, and what I do is also the RSI. So, you're trying to bounce off of right now, this is the 30 level on the RSI for Amazon. So you can see here it's getting potentially a little bit overextended to the downside and bouncing off of the relative strength index. That's RSI. You have them at 30s and at 70s for your marker. So these are other things that I look at as well. Not just obviously support and resistance, but this is, I've been trying to look at this to see like when the moves potentially are slowing down, and maybe an RSI in a 5-minute is not the greatest, but if I'm going to try to hold things a little bit longer, that is something that I was trying to look at. So RSI right now getting a little extended out. You can break lower, right? Like on Apple, the RSI, this is part of the reason why I tried it the last time. We were, look where we were, man. We've been bouncing off those 30 levels here for a couple days, or for this morning, sorry, this is only a 5-minute chart. And then we finally took it, and then that's where, now you're at 12. So Apple right here is way, way oversold, but the market is the market. So they're 240, should have asked Neil before I just said that price. 248 right now for Apple. So Neil, if you liked it at
250,
that's what I was going to say. If you're looking to average in or DCA, it's not a bad spot there. But remember, Neil and I own that stock. We've talked about Apple many times.
Their dividend is so small, but that's the only time I add to that position.
Oh.
It's like just constantly year over year with the small dividend buyback in. All right, well, I was going to set up a poll, but we'll go back to Adara at the desk. It's a small cap recap. We've got some super chats. Thank you very much, Josu, FNGD. We'll have a look at that one on the way back in here, and we'll get a look at the small cappers, which I'm assuming that's one of them.
Excuse me.
Small caps here, the ones I have anyway, there aren't really any pressing stories, but I do have context at least for all of them, so let's get into it. We'll start here with AIXI. This is Zhao Ai. This corporation is the name of the company. It's an ADR market cap of around $13.5 million. And last week, I guess they should bring an update here on its variable interest entity's ongoing patent infringement lawsuit against Apple. So a company involved here with AIXI with a patent infringement lawsuit against Apple. No new update here for today. Next up, we have HCAI, that is Huashen AI Parking. This news here, I'm seeing it circulate a lot today. It's actually not new from today. Basically, a lot of people talking about how the company got an extension for its NASDAQ listing compliance timeline. This happened back in February, so not news from today, but HCAI does have a $17.5 million market cap and a float of roughly 19 million shares. Last but not least, Very small penny stock here. Yesterday, RDGT was in focus after announcing a 1-for-150 reverse stock split. Today, it looks like it's actually trading a little bit higher here as we process this announcement. $790,000 market cap, so below $1 million market cap, float of around 16 million shares for the soon-to-be reverse split, RDGT. Back to you.
Okay.
Soon to be a reverse split, which is usually a bit of a kiss of death when you do a reverse split. I'm looking at you, Lucid, and thank you to Josu there.
Looking at, like, everybody.
We said we would do that before the poll, so we'll get to that FNGD. Before we do, looks like we're getting that turnaround, because I got to go trade first. We're getting that turnaround. USO is backing off the highs pretty precipitously there, so I'll be out of Intel. And we're going into battle. I said battle would be the one that we take to the south side. That broke the trend as well. But if we're through VWAP, then I'm getting out and just showing you guys that. And FNGD, 70 now. Light vol. And again, this is probably not going to be tradable, but sometimes you get these nice little trend breaks. It's not a continuation play when you have something like this. Like, it's just a consolidation, and you're trying to get a bit of a dead cat bounce. Yeah, maybe a good look on that one, a couple of points there. When you zoom it out, though, that's not that impressive when you look at that move. As mentioned, USO gave up a little bit of gains from the highs, and as long as that's the case, so there's USO starting to actually break that trend up right in here. So there's your trend up from the open at 930. Hold, 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 finally break down. Battle, which is one of these small cappers, Battalion Energy, also looking for a similar trend break in here. I punched in because USO broke the trend, but it's close to breaking it itself. Give it to the high, and as long as USO decides to fall, if it gets to VWAP, that's kind of the target, is whenever USO hits VWAP, not necessarily anywhere other than like VWAP here, 450 there, maybe 430 down at some of these bottoms. First signs of weakness in oil futures since the open starting to come in now.
Yeah, I thought that was like a little bit of a fear move to the downside, which is why we looked at that. And I know you were just in Intel, but this is the one name, and as you were in it, I was like, this is the one name that has at least hovered near a spot that like I was considering buying at the open, and that was this 5150 level, right? And so it was right there for the taking again, and now it's up to 52. So maybe potentially for a long there, Intel near the lows. But you know, when you start to think about a long, the thing to do is what we did, and that is that we were already short, and we just started to cover. You know, we had mentioned getting some more out there on the Qs, so we did do that. I mean, it's now gone against us to the upside right now. Yo, what's up? Huh? Oh, is that my coffee from before? Maybe. Well, there you go. Now there's a cold coffee there. Ooh, I like those cups.
The transparent cups.
I like them. We must be out of the others, I would think.
Yeah, we're out of the Trader.
Raquel was not there yesterday.
Even though we have like 1 million Trader TV cups.
Oh, then we need 1 million and 2, I guess.
Yeah, apparently. And of course, if we decide to sip at the same time.
When did Randy bring that other one? Because normally when he brings 2, we get them for each other. I don't know when that happened. Okay, and then the other play there was Amazon. So like I was just saying, like it felt like down there near the bottom that we were getting lighter and lighter on this market move. I mean, it's exactly why I called up the RSI for you guys. So right now, man, we have like less than 10% left on both of these positions. And then, you know, forget about where you've come from. It's where we're going, right? The position that we have, the price that I have is irrelevant. It's what's the next price that we're looking at right now. So if you're going to look at the TQs, things coming together for me around 43.10s or so with this 200 period moving average coming in. And then you get, I always use the 5-minute chart more for like levels that seem to be a little clearer. So right into here, that's 43, that's 43.05, 43.10-ish area. So we'll see if it can hold that. Longer term, right back up to the high side of that trade is a possibility there for the NASDAQ as well. So I think I'll reshort this one around 43.10 and give it to maybe 43.30s or so if that does come in. Amazon, we can probably just leave alone. I mean, that's been a big trade, man. We took 250 on that near the bottom. Maybe I'll punch out if it breaks 211. Not sure. We don't have a whole boatload on anymore of either one of these positions. So happy we really sort of shit the bed there on the Apple trade, but was able to get back to flat here just by these 2 trades. So that was good and positive, right? So back to flat, turn that positive, turn that frown upside down. Google is kind of making a smiley face here, but it's more like the Joker kind of face where you go, much more dramatic. Rate up, back, V-shaped recovery on Google all the way back to VWAP. So what a strong name Google is. So at least we've identified that right now. If we do get a drop back into the 25-period moving average, I think 299, a good level for me to maybe think about there for Google. So I think we'll do that. And that would be a good long if that does come in. Anything else hitting? JP Morgan, I don't know if this is hitting or not, but JP Morgan with earnings coming in a week today, the 14th, we could see JP Morgan struggling, obviously topside right now as well. This could look like Apple yesterday, where we broke through these levels, only to get that foldable phone. It's funny that you say that about Apple and the foldable phone story, because I didn't think people were that concerned about the foldable phone.
I wouldn't have thought so either.
But I guess this is a huge bullish case for Apple, in my opinion. Because if the market's getting hit this much, it's because I guess they're thinking the demand for this foldable phone is huge. And if that is the case, then it's a super cycle.
Or the production issues that they're having are symptoms of something. Maybe that's what the market's saying. It's like, well, where there's smoke, there's fire. But
I don't know
what
what
like they've had production issues.
Where's Adara?
Past with, I don't know.
I'm just wondering, was it?
Seems like a one-off to me.
Is she back there? Oh, no.
No,
okay.
she's not.
I was going to say, I wanted to read that story, because is it the parts that they can't get? Or why was it so
If
delayed?
it was a supply issue, that's the kind of thing that should be baked in. If it's an actual production issue.
Oh, engineering test issues.
Yeah.
That's
so
it.
There's some actual real production problems that they maybe think is filtering down. Just for anyone that's looking really bullish on the markets, USO got to VWAP, and I'm talking clean bounce. And that's not even a bounce. That is a wick into VWAP, and then just shooting higher here, which is not going to bode well at all. I wish Bitcoin or BMNR had come a little bit higher. But the second I see that, it got close to VWAP, but that was just like you see that shooting back into the upside on Battle when USO came higher. So it's like, just get the bid before it does that turn, tighten the stop up a little bit to go from the prior high. Because if we're shooting that high and we're shooting that much off the volume weighted average price, then I want to make sure we move our out. IBIT is still, did not quite get to the volume weighted average price in that bump. I was looking to short the pops here on IBIT or BMNR, but BMNR, again, that didn't really get close enough. IBIT got closer. BMNR's right back into the low. IBIT's a little bit closer to some resistance. But yeah, we're just right back on trend, it seems like, with USO. They bought the dip so quickly. And I feel like that makes some sense. If there's all this uncertainty going into 8 o'clock tonight, then some people want to make sure they're at least maybe long energy or covering their short-term trades. Like, we go high of day into the volume weighted average price, you probably had a lot of scalpers in there saying, okay, we'll take that and move on to the next. But what do we got? The poll. Oh, we have a.
Oh, it's up on the big screen somewhere. Oh, what screen is that on?
Oh, it's on that one. Okay,
oh, it's on that one over there. Now I can't read it. There it is. Okay, there it goes. We'll have a 2% down day today in the Qs. All right. Well, you've already put this. Oh, you haven't.
No, I didn't make this one. Well, because I didn't have a chance to tell the viewers I was doing it. We went to Adara. So anyways, I started it, but I didn't finish this, so I didn't put this up. It is 1 would be yes, you think we're going 2% down. 2 for no, we'll have a small red day. 3 is chop flat. I feel like that's not going to be the case. 4 bounce higher, and 5 fake dip first. All right, I'm going to go with
dip first.
I kind of like, is small red day, I guess, counts as now. I'm going to go with 2 if that includes 1% down. I don't think we see 2%. I feel like there's enough pep in the step of the market to go both a little bit of fluctuation action after the bounce we've had, and we're sitting at, what, 1% exactly, so another percentage point before we get any headlines makes some sense. So get your votes, and all you got to do is type a number. What did you do?
You did.
I put 2.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 as well. That
feels right to me.
For me, that's. I don't think we're going to flush extreme until tomorrow. Like, I just think we're waiting for something to happen, right? And I mean, the market is That's a good poll, though. Thanks, Fabian, for that. Amazon did come back into the 25 period. I was actually bidding slightly lower than that, so let's put another bid there at 210.40, and we'll see if we can get it back, and hopefully we do, and then we can exit out of more of that position, as now the market's really starting to go, and down only 1%, definitely could be getting going. So that's something now. You now taking the 50 period moving average on the TQs, so that's something there. Amazon, so I am bidding again on Amazon now, 45s. So we'll see if we get a little bit of a flow back to where we've gotten fill before, and then we'll leave it and see if it can make a move lower. It's Adara, she got something else.
I have more negative headlines here with regards to Apple. Now, we were saying maybe this Apple drop has to do with this Nikkei story suggesting that its foldable iPhone could be delayed by several months. That's what I'm seeing a lot of people attribute this drop to, but I just saw another headline, which I think came in earlier, but I'm seeing circulate now. Both UBS and Evercore concerned here about Apple's App Store growth for the March quarter. UBS saying that reported growth about 7%, with US growth flat. Evercore saying that gaming, specifically with regards to the Apple App Store, remained weak and should be down about 1% year over year. They see US App Store engagement down 2% year over year. Japan down 3% year over year, though China expected to rise by 7%. So some App Store concerns in addition to that folding iPhone here on watch for AAPL.
Thank you, Adara. And I like this one. It's Tuesday. Why not? We need a 6.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mopar, for the super chat. Appreciate you. Mopar for life. 3.
Mopar for life. That's Chrysler, I think.
Yes. Trump tacos market long. We need a 6 point. Why is it a 6? Okay.
What does it say?
Trump tacos market long. I get that.
We need a 6.
We need a 6.
What does that mean?
Help us out with that one, Mopar.
You need 6 Trump tacos?
Yeah, I'll eat 6 tacos in one sitting, no problem. But I don't think that's what we're getting into here. Trust me, when we did the tacos here for lunch, great. But our next time we're ordering, we're getting burgers. We already discussed that.
We already discussed that.
And I think that's going to be.
I can't believe Sia has not had a burger yet.
No, because we clarified this. So after market, I was like, you really never had a burger? She's like, oh, I had cheeseburgers before. I'm like, look, a cheeseburger is a burger, so you've absolutely
I'm losing faith over here.
So because it was a highly questionable, if you're not vegetarian, that you as an adult, that you've never had a hamburger in your life, but she's had cheeseburgers. So apparently, well, exactly, of course
that's a burger.
Of course it's a burger. But she hasn't had like a gourmet burger, apparently. So I think that can be still something we're gonna do, and we're gonna do it. No, like just not like fast food. Adara's asking what a gourmet burger is, like not fast food, like go to a spot.
Yeah, like a burger joint.
Yeah, burger, like a specialty burger
specializes
joint. We ain't talking McDonald's or Harvey's here. Just very quickly, we just had another topping tail on USO, which could be good for the market, and it's a lower high. So a little bit of a rejection candle here at 143. Remember what I said, you go down a little in oil, you go down a lot in these small cappers. They have no business being here in the first place stocks. So Battle just lost VWAP. There we go. I want to try. Someone keeps saying to me, like, Neil, move your chart to the middle more. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. But now that it's lost VWAP, we're playing this into the low. It's a reversion trade from here to here. If we get another shot to reload, and as long as USO isn't breaking out the highs, then this one should be good to go. So we're just waiting for the next opportunity to take the trade. And shout out to everyone that was mentioning Battle was above this volume weighted average price. Broke the trend pretty clean. I think it's going to fill this entire gap in here. And hopefully this market bounce is good for Apple. Though I don't want it to go yet. Buy some shares in the PA at some point. In 25 minutes.
I always tend to panic and be like, oh, did I miss it? And then it doesn't really
it's
matter.
Completely irrelevant.
Like, I have no idea the prices I have.
I'm never selling. What difference does it make? I'm never selling Apple shares. So it literally doesn't matter. When you're talking about your personal account, it's down to like whether it's is it a swing trade or is it like a long-term type trade?
Makes sense.
Okay, thank you there, Andre. So apparently Mopar wanted a 6 in the poll. And the 6th would have been
the tacos.
The taco situation.
Tacos.
I'm not gonna end this until we get closer to 11 o'clock. But you want to limit the number of options.
But taco is kind of like the bounce higher.
Yeah, like I would think.
Or maybe the fake dip. We've already had the dip.
Both of those, if you wanted to go the other way, I think work. Bounce higher or fake dip first. Amazon. I think those both work.
Amazon, yeah, so good one. Thank you, Mopar, for the super chats and for the clarification. All right, we said we put some Amazon down there, but instead I got it.
The USO there.
I don't know, but I'm going to punch out some more there on Amazon. So there it is, man, just as we said we would do. Wow, okay, now the market's okay. Nice move down right now, cutting off diplomacy into the U.S. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, one headline I'm seeing here that has been circulating, Al-Hadath reporting that the White House denied that the U.S. intends to use nuclear weapons in Iran. I have not seen this diplomacy headline yet. If I see that come through, I'll let you know. But yeah, I mean, right now, apparently White House reportedly denying that the U.S. intends to use nuclear weapons within Iran.
Denying the White House is. Wait a minute, they were actually going to think about using nuclear weapons?
Well, I guess there were reports of that. They're saying that they're not. That's, I guess, what
yeah, thank God.
Whoever reported that they were going to needs to take it, honestly, like, come on, man. I know people like the clickbait, sensational stuff, but that's not, why would they even need to? You already have military prowess. Like,
apparently the war's already over.
It seems like very irresponsible that anyone would even suggest that without any good reason. But there was a big, there was this weird, I don't know, like it was one of those like dipsy-do candles here on USO where like it was chilling out. The next thing you know, it's at 142.25, and then we're at 143, and then it's back, and then it goes back and forth a couple of times. Because what's happening is anytime we get some kind of a headline on Iran, sometimes you will literally there won't be a market on USO for a second or two. And that's exactly what happened. There wasn't a market. I'm like, what's going on? Because your quote just kind of goes ham and you don't really see anything except the spread open up. But it's still doing the same thing, which is a couple of lower highs in here off the top. So we haven't made a fresh high since. I think that at least bodes somewhat well for the market until we make some kind of another headline.
Before we go to Derek, because it's probably going to be another headline, like I see everybody in the chat, like all we are doing is just reporting, the headlines that we see because they're moving the market. Whether or not they're bullshit or whether or not whatever, like we're talking about them because they're moving the market and, it's a day trading show and we're actually very lucky. And I think everybody is, especially us, to have, a breaking news story almost all the time and being able to read it. And then you guys do your own due diligence, right? I mean, we're just reading the headline. So on that note, let's go back over and see what Adair wants to talk about.
Yeah, so an update here with regards to that diplomacy headline that you saw, Sean. I think it's in reference. It looks like it's rather the Wall Street Journal rehashing an article or a headline that came out roughly like half an hour or to an hour ago now, suggesting that Iran has closed diplomatic and indirect channels of contact with the U.S. So we already knew U.S. and Iran not in contact. Wall Street Journal kind of rehashing that. But furthermore, saying that apparently one of the officials that was spoken to in this Wall Street Journal article said that Iran intended to send a signal of disapproval and defiance by severing communications. It is a potential here that we could get direct talks resuming before the deadline, but at this point, unclear.
Well, I'll tell you a stock that is not caring about any of these bounces for the market. Like you have the ES is now, 30 points off the lows or so. The NQ,
it's not even that bad.
It bounced off 24,000. Tesla just broke low of the day again. Another 3.5%. I believe that's what it was down yesterday. Didn't
Tesla start off hot fire? It literally did the same thing today that it did yesterday. It rallied early, it made that bottom, and then it tanked.
Look at the rejection candle. What were we talking about at 2 o'clock? Don't chase big green candles, especially at the open. It's one thing, like if you fired off that dip buy in Tesla here yesterday or whatever, like at any point, fine. But once you do that fail under VWAP and reversal, if a stock is trending down and the first thing it does is fail the top, then you need to get the you-know-what out of Dodge and get absolutely burned. I'm kind of hoping, so Rivian's down 4.5%. I was kind of hoping this would be the case because I know this has a support level getting down here close to 14. And we might see a test of that. If this gets to 14, if Rivian gets to 14 even, or maybe even the 14 quarter, and gets dragged down here by Tesla, that could be a bit of a good spot. Their deliveries went the other way, and they're getting dragged down. Market sentiment, yes, maybe getting dragged down with Tesla a little bit here. But remember, they had good delivery numbers. And I've seen a lot of people in the chat, or at least a few people mentioning NIO, and I know they've been in a bit of an upward trend as well, pulling back into $6 here. But it seems like all of the EV names, and heck, the market's down. What are you going to do? Almost everything is going to be down. There's not a lot of positive charts to look at, guys. Don't know what to tell you. But everything is pulling back. Like if you're like, why is this stock down? Why is that stock down? well, we have a 1% day and we got USO up 2.5%. Your quote board, my quote board's not going to look very good if I just flash mine from Alphabetical. ARM's down 7 now. Yuck.
What?
My quote board is not the entire market.
don't
It just
trust
happens to be my
anyways.
quote board. Coin 4%. Apple 4. CCL 3.5. No surprise there. Robinhood back under. Wow, Robinhood back underneath 70 in a big way at 67. Affirm down 2.5. No shocker there. Bitcoin obviously. Marvell down 2. I finally added that to my quote board.
Yeah.
Oh no. I just saw Pan W at 1%, but now I don't see it anymore.
Not only one? Oh, okay.
It's not that bad. Palantir 1.24. We haven't even talked about Palantir in a couple of sessions. I'd say a little bit better. Like at least this got back to VWAP on the bounce. You want to find kernels of relative strength. And when you see the NASDAQ bounce, get nowhere close to VWAP, but then you can find a name which just led it a little bit, it tends to make you gravitate to that. If the market does a reversal, Palantir looks a little bit better. Maybe it's because of the defense aspect of it. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's at the 50 period. Who knows? But there's like a little tinge of relative strength there. I'm starting to think battle's not going to get all the way. USO will not break VWAP. It's just not. Like, this is all we're getting out of USO. Slight pullbacks, still in the uptrend. If this is all the dip you're getting and you're holding on to this uptrend, then there's a limit to how far any of these energy names are going to go down. It just consolidated here, so I'll move my stop. I was going to give this to VWAP on the way back. I'll trail it to the prior low and then still see if we can get that 420 level here. As I say that, I don't have a bid in front of 420. Yikes, yikes, yikes.
Sometimes we talk about, that happens to me all the time, we talk about these levels and you realize you don't even have bids out there. We're lucky enough to get that out for Amazon. And as Neil was talking about all the market and not much going on, green side, there's actually, surprisingly, the financials are actually doing quite well today. The worst one I can see, Goldman Sachs down 0.6 right there. There's going to be other hidden names, but out of all the majors, that's the worst one. Apple getting hit the most. I think that's a big drag right now on the ES and the NASDAQ, right? I mean, one of the largest components, I think it maybe is now, with Microsoft getting hit to the downside. Apple down 4%. So that's really dragging the market, right? I mean, so that's going to be a problem there. You're going to see Walmart down 2.3%. So that's obviously another issue with the overall consumer. Pretty weak feels there today. Amazon, we know about that. There's your Tesla on the downside. The healthcare technology. This has been, generally speaking, a place to, I don't want to say hide, but this has been a spot to look at. And it's just not the greatest there today either, as that's starting to go to the downside. So nothing really saved since, despite, I guess is the word I'm looking for, the energy space, which right now does have some upside momentum to it. Oh, and by the way, let's go. We're going to go to Adair in 1 second, and then we'll talk about the US dollar when we get back. But here's Amazon. Amazon's coming back in. I thought I was going to get filled down here. There it is. I'm at 210.05. So as this market continues to flushy, the net is just going higher here right now. We take another piece off on the Qs as that's falling back in. I just want to give everyone an update. I'm starting to get out, obviously, as this all starts to hit. And now we have small percentage points left on this trade. And it just takes a couple of good ones there today as Neil and I go back and forth with the market. And Adair goes back and forth with another headline for us.
Let's talk here about these sectors, starting with what's relatively strong. Of course, oil, these energy plays, particularly CVX and Valero, are going to be to the upside as traders and the market and the world await this 8 p.m. deadline with regards to the Strait of Hormuz. Consumer durables a little bit on the weaker side. Utilities quite strong, industrial services quite strong. We have to talk here about health services because this sector is doing incredibly well, led by an 8% move to the upside from UNH. Now, United Healthcare and a lot of these other, United Health Group and these other insurance plays are to the upside as we get Medicare and Medicaid services announcing an increase of about 2.48% to insurers from Medicare Advantage programs. That'll be taking effect as of 2027. So nice pay increase there for these insurers. Comes to about $13 billion in total for 2027. Good look for this sector. Electronic tech has a couple pieces of strength here. They're all going to be individual catalyst names. Broadcom with an Anthropic and Google TPU tie-up. That's going to be to the upside. Intel announcing it's going to be involved in the Terafab project with Elon Musk companies like XAI, SpaceX, and Tesla. Good look for them. Rest of the sector, especially Apple, going to be to the downside. Tech services also really weak. Oracle down about nearly 3%. Meta, Microsoft, IBM, AppLovin weak. Retail trade, with the exception of CVS, which falls into that health insurance category, they're not doing too well today either, guys.
Yeah, disappointing there, but I like the move. UNH is looking very good. There's always something where the chart doesn't look too bad, believe it or not. And we have 3 super chats. I'm throwing them up right there. Nick Dubs, thanks for the great trades, guys. You had a swing short arm. Well, my quote board said it's down 7%, so you have to be winning on that. Impossible not to be. Selling your last piece at 137. 137? Does that break the 200? It's at the 200 period on the daily. Took AMD and TQQ short, added to your swing from yesterday, so congratulations to you. Man, ARM's already at the 200 period moving average. We're getting that test of support literally today. So I think it's going to be a big level when it gets down to 136 here on ARM. This is the first chance it's had to dip since that news of them making their own chips. We'll get the second super chat up here, and I think it is, it's JKL. It's another one. Mighty Taco is an inexpensive yet delicious taco chain in Buffalo. Okay, this explains a lot. Added to your silver position down here and started a new position in GLW. Ooh, you like some, Corning.
Corning, yeah.
First of all, we had a feeling it was a taco joint in Buffalo. I've been to Buffalo several times, and I've never been to this taco joint. Next time down there, we'll give it a shot. But Corning, any energy name is going to be in a good upward trend. I find it really hard to want to buy energy right here, right now, where you could just see, get temporarily rinsed tonight. It's a really tricky one. Because if there's anything optimistic today, you could have a real temporary pullback. And these things are up so much. Like, this was under $100. If it pulled back to 120 and then bounced, I'd hate to get trapped. And I say this as someone, I love Chevron, and Chevron's been fantastic, but I wouldn't feel that great pulling the trigger here at 203 up where it is. That's a really tricky one for me. And then we have another super chat, and that's from Radio Fosa. Radio Fosa, yes. Can you look at?
You were looking at Avis earlier.
Yeah, I was. No, well, it was a chat that was hollering about Avis, which, as far as I'm concerned, is squeezing. I remember seeing a story. A lot of these names were running because of the TSA outage and the backups at the airports, and that would have people renting a bunch of cars so they could travel. But then you would have thought that high gas prices would maybe offset some of that. I have no idea, but it's Avis which is going absolutely ham. It's more than doubled up in the last couple of weeks, and so I would suspect that Hertz. I mean, these guys were. I forget how cheap it actually got here. 4 is the low. I thought it was lower than that at one point. So it's doing a similar move. But I would posit to you, just have a look at the one that's leading things, and that would be Avis. Hertz, good move, but this is still putting in lower highs in a downtrend and looks pretty bad. The squeeze is over on Car, which of course is Avis.
Yeah.
And another one here, NV Joe. We get a lot of super chats today. GLND is one to look at. All right, now you're talking about.
Heard of.
Oh, that's Greenland Energy.
We're taking over Greenland again?
Well, who ends the press? He ends the press conference yesterday with "We want Greenland" or something about Greenland, right?
This might not be Greenland Energy. Though.
No,
I think we had this. I mean, it might be the stock, but
no, it's just the name of the company.
Yeah.
I know. It made me think of yesterday. At the end of the press conference, it was like one of those mic drops. This is a nothing burger. No volume, no move, down 8%. Don't even know what the story is here. Probably just some random.
Yeah, take that one off.
No, that's useless.
Andre. We're not going to talk about that one, but thank you so much for the super chat right there. I just want to look here. This was a dollar stock, the dollar market right here, the DXY. So normally, a weakening dollar is good for mega cap tech names, right? So I'm wondering, even if a weaker dollar is actually potentially holding up this market a little bit right now. If the dollar was stronger, I think this market would be crushed a lot more than it is. So let's go back over to Adara.
Yeah, this Greenland Energy GLND, there's no news on it. I just checked. Before we get into the U.S. dollar, I do want to mention we're getting some comments from Jameson Greer, U.S. trade representative, on China, saying that they're going to be focusing here on keeping the rare earths flow during their trip to China, that he doesn't anticipate any big animosity with regards to China. We know President Trump will be visiting China I believe in mid-May, I think May 13th, 14th. So we still have just over a month until that visit. But I guess some things to expect are coming right now from U.S. Trade Representative Greer. If you trade FXI, just maybe be aware that he is currently speaking. Let's talk about the U.S. dollar. In his daily charts, since we had that drop on Tuesday, January 27th, we had generally higher lows. We got a bit of a double top as of last week. So a week from today, Tuesday, March 31st, that was around that area just above 100. Since then, slightly lower high. Let's see where we fare on today's chart. This is our second straight red day for that U.S. dollar. If I can pull up the FedWatch tool, it's got to be somewhere. Here it is. Here's the CME FedWatch tool, guys. Sorry about that. Wanted to show you that we still have about a 98% chance of rates being held in place for this April meeting. It's going to be April 29th, so again, just under a month from now. June, we're still not seeing any cut, 95% chance of rates being held. July, 95% chance of rates being held. September, 92% chance. Go forward to October, you've got an 86% chance, and in December, 77, almost 78% chance of rates being held. So long story short, we are still really not seeing any sense of a cut. We might get a different sense or an update here in terms of sentiment coming through tomorrow at 2 p.m. when we get the FOMC meeting minutes. It'll give you a better sense of how different Fed members felt. Though, again, we're not going to get names. We're just going to get some Fed members said or most Fed members thought. So we're going to get a little bit more sense of general sentiment from the Fed as of tomorrow. Back to you.
Good. Like we were just talking about the U.S. dollar there, so thanks for that little money talk segment there. We are getting ready for Obi and Joby. You know what's going on here. Obi sits down, looks at the chart, and is loving this Amazon short. So thanks, Obi, man. A lot of love back there for you as well. And Obi, you might want to see this short as well on the TQQs going to the downside. I only have 2 trades, and then you might also want to see this one, Obi, a loss on the long of Apple right there. So we'll go. You tried it too. Okay, we'll go 2 for 3. Well, you tried Apple long? Twice. Obi, that is exactly what I did. I tried Apple long twice. That's hilarious. Okay, good. So you'll hear all about Obi in a couple seconds, but he literally traded Apple. Sounds like the exact same way I did. He tried it twice, left it alone after that. I don't know if he struck anything else. We'll get that in a couple minutes. All right, so the NASDAQ is back down in right now. My next bid, I actually have 2 bids here. I'm going to cancel one of them. 32, we'll keep that one around. I don't know why we bid 30. 32 is pretty low. Maybe I should take this bid right here, right now. All right, let me put a bid out and just take that. All right, so we take that bid. I'm going to cancel my 32s now, and we'll see what winds up happening now. Okay, so that's that trade on the TQs. Amazon is breaking lower, so this could be another one of those oh boy type of trades as Amazon trying to break through 210. We'll hit that again. If it goes higher, we'll reload that right now. But today, we'll just do this quickly, and then we got to get back to the markets, obviously, as we'll talk about what's for lunch. Yesterday, of course, we had the American flag, and it was tilapia. No idea how that happens. Today, it's Mexican.
I know how it happens.
So we talk. It's just funny, like today is supposed to be Taco Tuesday. The flag is Mexican.
And it's not tacos.
And it's not tacos. It is slow-cooked beef chili. Better than, flash-cooked, I guess. We'll take the slowness on that. Slow-cooked right there, beef chili. So that should probably be okay.
Chili tends to not have any...
Yeah, I know. I'm with you on this one.
Like a kick or seasoning.
That's the thing. I think when it's so generic for everybody, the seasoning maybe a little off. Okay, Mexican style. Roasted veg and rice. So that's good. So I think that'll be a successful lunch today. Chili with rice, veggies, seasonal veggies.
If you do a Mexican flag on a Tuesday, I just feel like you should have tacos, but I'll take it.
Maybe it will come with like a
I'm feeling they
some
probably
bread or some sort of a tortilla.
I just got a glance at one.
It doesn't say anything like that. That's what's for lunch. Stop looking at what's for lunch tomorrow, Neil.
No, I looked over and I glanced. I saw the flag, and when I see the flag, I won't say anything.
Okay.
We always try to keep it a secret. But
I saw the flag too.
I know.
It's
but
red.
You got to have actual kick to your chili. I know with dairy you're not going to like anything.
Well, no, I was just going to say there's at least one massive flag versus food discrepancy later this week that had me really like...
You already looked ahead?
Yeah, I always look because I want to know. There's a massive flag versus food discrepancy later in the week. I'm not going to say what it is, but
What day is it? Let's give a preview.
It's on Friday, and if anyone associates this country with this food, please let me know, but I personally don't.
It's only
Okay,
Tuesday.
screw this. I'm going in to see what the flag is. I'm not here Friday. I just want to look at the flag. Okay, I see it.
I see it.
It's our flag. Obi, stop looking,
Friday
my guy.
is...
I just saw the Canadian flag.
We don't... Like our national... Like national food in Canada, poutine and beaver tails. Like, we don't really have.
Beaver tails is not really a food.
Well, it's a dessert.
Yeah. It's a dessert. That's what I'm saying.
Well, dessert in my look.
I guess you could say apple pie
is dessert.
would be American.
Dessert is its own food group in my household.
Yes, of course it is. In our household, sauce is its own food group.
Yes. One of the what's his name?
Maple glazed tilapia. If it's maple glazed tilapia, then honestly, I'm not here on Friday.
Maple glazed anything. Trust me when I tell you, maple syrup is the greatest thing. All right. Yeah, apparently it's not remotely Canadian food. What's also not remotely good is what is happening to the markets today. And as you see, once again, no matter how far you pull back in USO, you just keep holding on to VWAP and bounce. As it bounced, I took the short consolidation. Bitcoin didn't really get to VWAP, but it did 2 back-to-back topping tail candles in a row. That's enough to sort of jump in on the topping sale instead of VWAP. And then let's just play it to here, which is, I guess, coming in. You guys can see that little bit of a wedge of support at like 38.45 or so. I'm going to try to get some out there. And then maybe this plays into the low of
these are beaver tails. People are asking.
They're
just it's be like sort of a pastry. And then you put like Nutella with tomato or
and
banana
sugar.
with, banana there, nuts, whatever, on it. And it has, flavor, like icing sugar.
I like mine pretty, like I don't mind mine plain with just like cinnamon or the icing sugar. Like it's perfectly good plain, but trust me, like if you ever come to Canada, you've got it, they're absolutely delicious.
Oh, here's Sia. Sia, you've had a cheeseburger before? Okay. That would count as a burger. Okay. Okay, good. Sia's just here. I just wanted to make sure because we just had this discussion, so I just got. Oh, she didn't know what a hamburger was, so she maybe thought ham, potentially.
The English language is weird that way.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Like it is. It's kind of it's an odd name, but I could really go for a burger. I said this yesterday, and
well, I already forgot what it is today. Oh, Mexican chili.
You said it's Mexican.
Oh, you know what? Maybe Canada's a burger on Friday.
Nah.
Maybe that's what it is.
I'm not feeling that optimistic, and I'm not going to look again.
I think ribs would be sort of classified as Canadian. No, I know we're probably not.
I got $1 says we will.
Here goes Amazon breaking. Oh, pot roast could be Canadian. Like anything like that is what I associate Canada with. Okay, pork chops. I don't know. All right, nice downside. Just anything barbecued. I feel like. All right, nice move down here for Amazon. So there it is, near the lows of the day again. So this is We've got it. We don't have our goal today because we did hit on Apple, but we're still green, which is always a good one if you can turn green days around. So that's going to be good. We will look to add to more of our positions here during the midday. Watching out for USO, watching out for the headlines. You just heard me tell you Sia's here. So we got Sia and Adara, so it should be good for headlines and whatnot moving forward there today. Neil traded more names than I, but we didn't trade any small caps really. And there's one right there.
Forgot about this. This was yesterday's. I just saw this, and thank you in the chat for mentioning it. We didn't even go to the stock visualizer today. It is on there. AIXI. This is why the visualizer is valuable. Tesla, AIXI, that was a penny stock. It's now $1.78. No halts yet.
Oh, boy.
UNH, Apple, SkyQ. That was another runner from yesterday. Intel, Netflix, USO. All things we've covered, I think, with the exception of this small cap runner. And what a move it is.
The market's happening right now.
17%. But unfortunately, well, good news is if you're looking bullish, you've got UNH, you've got AIXI. If you're looking bearish, you have pretty much everything else, I'm going to say. So we just got back into the lows, so I guess a reload there at some point could happen on IBIT, but it ain't going to happen now because we're at the LOD. But I do feel like we're a slave to energy. And every single time USO catches a bounce, it's just fresh lows in the market. And if we break the highs, maybe we will get that 2%. I voted for the hold 1%. We're already halfway to 2. Adara, last time, and then it's actually it is 11 o'clock, so let's go to Adara.
So what happens here is a whole bunch of different outlets keep reporting the headline that came out at 9:30, which is that Iran has cut off direct diplomacy with the U.S. Now, this happened at 9:30. Then about 23 minutes ago, Wall Street Journal came up with its own version of the headline. Now guess what? New York Times has its own version saying that Iran has stopped negotiations with the U.S. This is information we had an hour and a half ago, but it's being disseminated by different news agencies, so be aware. If you see this headline, it is a headline we knew. A new agency is attaching their name to it. I will keep you posted with all the headlines, so don't go anywhere, guys. We're over to the midday, I think.
I didn't see that. Well, we have a thing we can put them up on put the headlines for you on the screen for you guys. So we'll try to do that as much as we can. But as Adara said, what are you going to do? This is the world we're living in, and we're right back. Like, as quick as you like, Sharif would say, and he'll be back, I think, on Thursday, we're right back to highs on USO. So the energy names continue to show a lot of strength. There's just not much you can do about it. The market's looking weak. I thought we'd hold on to I had thought that we had a decent shot to hold on to 1%, but at this point, unless you're talking about the ES, which is actually at 1% down, the NASDAQ is 1.5%. So tech is getting wrecked just a little bit more. We're going to throw it to Obi and Joey options. I know what this
and we're leaving you at the market lows.
Unfortunately.
Like really, the market is really tanking here. $270 on Amazon, $1.20 on TQs. We've already switched it over. It is not Sharif on the midday. We'll get that changed up for you very, very soon. All right, great day today. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Please join us then. Ciao.
Yo.
Oh, a good matching grays here as well, too.
Yeah, that looks similar.
That looks good there. Nice. All right, guys, what's going on? Happy Tuesday, everyone. Some more news stepping into the market. Controversial, maybe, but nonetheless, it's our job to not necessarily dissect it, but report it and then tell you guys a little bit about it. And then we can base trades off of it, essentially. As Sean told you guys not too long ago, market at the lows, Obi beside me. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday. There's a lot going on, and I got a surprise for you. Where's our girl, KC 524? Is it now? Yeah. Mic issues, cell phone?
Yeah, no worries. No, hopefully everyone's doing well. There's a few things that are not doing well, and that would be a lot of the large caps today in terms of not really catching a bid. Here, Apple, I found out the news pretty late on Apple, but I was just like, this is an aggressive pull down, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Kind of gave it a couple shots there, and I was like, yep, nope, no sign of a bounce. Definitely set up for a little bit of a playbook bounce, but at the end of the day, if you're gonna have snags on your deliveries and you're gonna have delays on some of your iPhones, which is literally the only reason why Apple is as high as it is in terms of constituents in the tech space, is because of their phone sales, right? Like I don't think a lot of people can really argue with that. It's because of their iPhones, and if you have a negative news event for that iPhone, for said iPhone, I think that definitely price action can be warranted here. But Apple can no bounce as of yet, and I'm watching it, man. Talk about the trend trade on the day. But what's going on?
Adara. Send it off to Adara, and then we're going to do some roll call.
Yeah, actually, Obi, that inspired me. I want to go over Apple headlines because we had some negative ones too. And I think those are what I'm seeing is the reason Apple's down. But I want to talk about the market as a whole because we did get some NY Fed inflation expectations coming out, 3.42%, a little bit lower than the 3.5% expected in the prior print of 3%. Apparently, they see the year ahead, again, 3.4%. They see inflation at 3.1%. Over the next 3 years, 5-year inflation forecast remains steady at 3%. Expected house price growth coming in at 3.3%. Gasoline inflation expectations at their highest level since March of 2022. So gas inflation at 4-year highs. Other than that, things, I guess, mostly more or less in check. Now, with regards to the Apple headlines, I believe, Obi, you just mentioned the iPhone headlines there. There were 2 negative headlines for Apple. And as I'm mentioning on social media, these are what we're really seeing is the reason Apple's moving the way it is. For one, this wasn't a Trader TV Live watch list this morning, but Nikkei Asia reporting that the foldable iPhone is going to be delayed. It could be delayed by several months because there are some engineering testing issues. The second, which I only saw circulate about half an hour ago, but given the nature of it, I guess likely came out pre-market. Basically what happened was we had some analysts, including, I believe, UBS, coming out and giving maybe not the best forecast for the March quarter for Apple in terms of their App Store. So App Store prospects not as good as they were previous. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, definitely some strong catalysts on Apple will make it move the way it is for sure right now. Like no relief.
Tesla getting absolutely destroyed once again, man. I was looking at the options chain last night, Obi. I seen some interesting levels that we were talking about earlier this morning. Bang, let's go. I will do a little transaction there. We'll take some more off on IBIT, see if it pops up on the position board. Then we're rocking and rolling for that. But for all my Sharif, where you at, my boy? I know where you're at. Anyways, aside from that, guys, AIXI, a small cap name. I don't know. I might be into this world. It's pretty good. I like the way this thing is moving regardless, right? Like if we go back a little bit here, first things first, let me digress. Let me take a couple steps back and we're going to do some shout outs, not only here on YouTube, but also on TikTok, baby. All right, guys, let's see, who do we got in the chat? You know, Jody Mills is in the chat. What's going on, Jody? Thank you for that. Dragos, how is it out in Chicago? Is it still freezing? It's pretty cold here today. Nonetheless, guys, we have Armenian Muscle. Here we go. Yes, sir. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. We have a big fight this weekend, too, just in case you were curious. Brody, yo, what's up? Andrew, Chow, KT for the one. Damien, Tarza, Bonk. All right, Arcane, great. What's going on? Trading Drew, Jody, you know who it is. It's Mike Peter Ryder, MPD. What's going on? 2NY. What's going on there, brother? Adam DeLuce dancing up a storm. My friend, that's exactly what we want to see, brother. We're going to take a little bit more off here on IBIT at 40s. Morning says Don Sharifo, Lemon's family, hangry wife. Number 3 in the chat today. Sit and spin. Overthinking bear. Joey Talls. What's going on? Big 40 nephew. Darwin Kalua. Aren't you supposed to be partying in Vegas? Come on, have fun with it. All right, guys, Grant Radcliffe, Party P. I gotta shout out the regulars. A couple more here. We got 2 Fox, A Day Trading. Luis, brother, what about AIXI? This thing has been absolutely monsters. Another 117, 18% here today, and we were looking for the long. This time we were patient enough. I have a story for this one, guys. I was looking to get in at $95 or 95 cents. And my cross was just too wide, and I had to be patient. I wasn't going to chase it. Then it halts, climbs another 20 cents or so, and then off to the races it goes, and I never re-engaged. Anyways, aside from that, that was a bunch of fun. Obi, a lot going on in the market here today. We're going to give a couple names out on TikTok. Who do we have? K2 Texas, Jello, Pro Cleaners, Phil, Skyway, Bravely in the chat as well, too. Thank you. Gerano Lee Lopez, Jess, PGT, Tibbs, Brandy, Rohit, and a couple more. We have Buffalo Soldier. What's going on? I'm going to say your name. What are you listening to this morning? I'm curious. But guys, nonetheless, I'm like, you know what? I haven't been trading these large caps too well as of late. So let's head over into Luis Barbados and Sharif's world. Well, what I do this morning is essentially, after I'm done bringing you guys the upgrades, the downgrades, the options activity, a lot of interesting things on Tesla we talked about this morning, I'm like, you know what? Let's get involved in this small cap world. I liked what I seen on AIXI, and I seen a bunch of people in the chat talking about it this morning. I had a missed opportunity. Now, believe me when I say it, I was trying to get in at 95 cents, 96 cents, and look for that break up, but I couldn't get in. A little hockey. Well, I'm not gonna go hockey or Joey Hockey's, no, but I had to fix the way that I was getting into these positions. Now, once I figured out what I did and what I did wrong, then that gave us the opportunity to take advantage of a little bit of a trade here. 118% on the highs on AIXI. And then now you know Joey IBIT is also in IBIT right now. So the short side, as you guys can see, we are short. Adair, breaking news. What do you got?
Keep an eye here on oil. Just seeing a headline coming through from Fox News where President Trump reportedly said, quote, 8 p.m. is happening. An unprecedented attack on Iran could still unfold, but that could change if talks improve today. So long story short, President Trump reportedly saying on Fox News that he still is holding this 8 p.m. deadline with if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz by 8 p.m., he is willing to have the U.S. attack their oil plants or energy plants. Again, he doesn't want that to happen, but he's basically saying if they don't give us what we want, that's what we'll do at 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. deadline for now held steady. If I get more updates, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Perfect, great stuff. So now I'm sitting on approximately 50% of my position here on IBIT. If the market continues to slide, it's pretty choppy here this morning. Buyers keep stepping in. We're not really breaking through the support levels and holding really well, but those were my two primaries here this morning, AIXI and then IBIT as it's slowly starting to recover here today. I would like to take some more off and just get all out, go the Neil route, hit those targets, and then get out of Dodge and look for that next potential opportunity. Let's see if we can continue this downward momentum as IBIT is really starting to squeeze, and we can see that through the tape as well. So this isn't good. These clean flushes to the top side, some strength, some symbols of strength there, OB. We have to be cautious just in case we have to get out break even. I will re-engage on this trade when the time is right, but AIXI was him today. Or her, doesn't matter. Essentially, that was the trade, and I hope everyone had a fantastic, fantastic Tuesday. Obi, what do you got today?
Yeah, I gotta start off with a super chat here by Omen 514 here, asking how do you verify a solid reversal in Apple? Okay, cool. We can talk about this right now. I'm kind of watching. I'm waiting for potential reversal as well. We might even be getting it right now, but we'll be right back with some breaking news.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a bounce here in the market. That's because the latest update from President Trump's Fox News talks, or I'm seeing at least reportedly, is that he has told Fox News that if negotiations advance and there's something tangible, the U.S. could be willing to extend the 8 p.m. deadline. So right after saying the 8 p.m. deadline is happening, he's now saying that it could be extended. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, so it's funny that you mentioned that. I'm actually looking at it right now as a potential opportunity, but you can see that there hasn't really been like a strong flush. Sure, it's been a slow and steady grind down. The strongest bars you can see right off of the open here, coming in at 930, and then you can see the rest of them a little muted after this consolidation. This is where I was getting involved with. I'm like, this is the first sign of a slowdown of those sellers. So I was just like, all right, yeah, a little bit cheeky. Wasn't hitting every metric for potential reversion, but I was like, okay, well, this is an aggressive move, a little bit outlier coming in. That 250 level I kind of like as well, and I got involved with the first bit of a slowdown. But what's the most ideal turnaround that I like to see, right? Because I like to look at reversions. I've seen and studied quite many over the past, especially over the past 4 or 5 months, I'd say. But you really want to see some sort of capitulation, some sort of volume that shows you that that buyers are stepping right back in. Now, this could turn right back all the way back up to VWAP on lower volume as the market catches a bit of a bid here on that bounce and pulls back into, what is this, into the range from 24,100 to 24 is clean on the NASDAQ, but you can also see volume spike as well, bit of a trend break at the same time. If you want to do a bit, draw in a bit of a trend here, you can see that that's happening right now as well. If you throw up some moving averages as well, I guess I can show you some of this right here. Let's go to for 1 minute. Yeah, so if you throw up a moving average on like an 80 MA or a 90 MA on a 1 minute or even a 3 minute, 3 minute is what I like to use. And on a 3 minute, it definitely is breaking. You know what we'll do? I'll actually throw it up on P-Pro here so we can take a look at, okay, we'll go to indicators, and go to create, and then right here on exponential moving average, boom, and the view is in view 0, I think. Yeah, okay, cool. And that'll be a blue line on the chart. Let's just change that. You know what? We'll go for a darker blue right there. So it's a little bit more visible on the chart. So apply, boom, right there. So you can see another good trend indicator right here that can show us some a potential for reversal as we're pulling back in. So you see the trend is starting to break here now. I want to see a bit of a follow through, right? Sometimes I like to get in right on the trend break. Sometimes I like to wait, pull back. I want to see higher lows to happen. I don't have to be early. I don't have to, get in right away and slap the bottom. It doesn't have to be that quick. But when that trend does break, I do want to start taking a closer look at it and look for higher highs and higher lows. So I think that's kind of what I'm looking for here on the day today. Again, it's catalyst driven. The selling is catalyst driven, and the market is blood red today as well. So I think there's a little bit of confluencing factors that's going into the aggressive selling on Apple today. But yeah, I think this may be worth a shot for me. I'm going to be a little bit more patient here, but you can see multiple indicators, whether you draw a trend line, whether you draw a moving average, or whether you're actually looking at some of the bars in the action, this is distinctly different, right? This is the first, even if I look at the size and magnitude of the bars relative to before, all of these bars will go how many bars back? What is that? 25 bars. The average green bar in the past 25 bars has not been that significant, neither in its volume or in the magnitude of its size, right? So that can give you a sense of changed behavior as well. So there's a lot of different factors that go into it. Coming back into 247s. I like the 7/2 as well. What do we do around there? Because as you know, Joe, some of those options prices might play into effect, and every 250 could be a little interesting as well. So I am watching that. 245 never really got there. So 275s. Let's see what we do with that. That's kind of this area of prior structure as well, where we dipped down, caught a bit of a bid, and then held trend once again in that area. So I want to see if we can actually come back there. But as of right now, that bounce is working, and you got a bit of confluence with the rest of the market as well. Bottom wick on the prior 15-minute candle here on the NASDAQ. And I'm watching some of these other things as well. Definitely gathering some momentum. You can see the sustained relative volume bars at the bottom as well. So I like that. Watching USO at the same time here. Pretty aggressive swipe just now, I think, as we speak. Yeah, the prior 1-minute candle right here. Oil updates. I guess we got barrel updates here. Crude up by $5 a barrel ahead of Trump's deadline for the straight there. So yeah, a little bit of aggressive selling coming in. So yeah, more confluence for the bid potentially coming into the market right here. So, you know, those are the different, I know it's kind of a long-winded answer there, but this definitely looks like news on USO. Let's see. I'm sure Adara will come to us with it if there is anything significant.
There's definitely something that just stepped into the
last
market.
thing I said was that we heard President Trump reportedly saying, you know, they would be willing to extend the deadline. That could potentially be an okay look for USO. I'm not seeing anything else, though, here. Like, the last headline here to the Middle East, Iran saying that some of the railway lines were damaged in an enemy attack. That's really it. I do think the most recent thing of note that I did mention a couple minutes ago was President Trump reportedly saying here on Fox News that we were going to be, you know, getting potentially an extension. The last headline, though, that just came in, now we're getting Tehran Times saying that diplomatic and indirect channels of talks with Iran and U.S. are not closed. So that could be the headline. This just came in like 10 seconds ago, though. No, why this is significant is because Tehran Times was the first outlet to report that the channels were closed. So now, like 2 hours later, they're saying that these channels are not closed. So interesting update. If I get more updates here, I'll let you know. But yeah, again, same outlet that said Tehran was closing negotiations with the U.S. is now saying that they never closed negotiations with the U.S.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of he said, she said going on right now. I mean, it's getting ridiculous, but what else do you guys really expect? I mean, it's been the same narrative. Yeah. Like it was the exact same thing essentially with tariffs. And I mean, what else are you going to expect from Mr. Donald J. Trump himself? Taco Tuesday.
I mean, opportunity is what we can expect.
Right? I think the opportunity is there, right?
Some of these like stocks on the day today, like if you got with the trend today, right? Amazing outlier opportunities on something like an Apple. Imagine you had that news in the morning and you were just like, all right, well, if I understand how Apple kind of functions, then you're just like, okay, well, you know, getting short coming in and then even getting short for the continuation. That was kind of, you know, talk about a lack of informational edge on my part where I'm just like, okay, well, Apple's, the only reason Apple came onto my radar was because of how overextended to the downside it was. And, you know, when I did finally check the news after I took some fills, I was just like, all right, cool, it makes sense why, you know, this may not work right away on the day. But even coming in, like I saw some of Sean's trade. He was short the TQs coming into the day as well, right?
Yeah.
And with kind of some of the developments that were happening overnight, did we or did we not, or could we not expect a bit of a bid on USO? Right?
That's what I was thinking.
That's stepping up above prior day's range. And then with that, we know the correlation between the market and U.S. oil that's been happening. you could have also potentially said that the probability of the market giving us a little bit of a selling is maybe over under 50 and giving that a bit of a thing as well. So
did I mention that I had tacos yesterday?
Tacos?
Yeah.
On
Monday.
That's a day too early, bro.
I know it's a day too early.
Bro.
Listen,
Can't be front running the tacos.
Hear me out here though. Hear me out there, Obi. We all love tacos. I never met anybody who's like, yeah, I don't really like tacos all that much. That'd be. Anyways, aside from that, adult life hack. What you do, Obi? I don't know if you've been doing this. So if you have the old El Paso taco kit, what you do is you take the soft shell, right? You got to get that soft and the hard shell, right?
Okay.
So
why not both, right?
Exactly. Why not both? So what you do is you put the sour cream on the soft shell, but then you break the hard shell in half and place it onto the soft shell, and then you put all your toppings and your fixings on top of that, and then you have that taco crunch just like that. You never knew. You never. So every day you learn.
The last time I got tacos was from Gus's, and they do soft tacos.
Gus's soft tacos.
Yeah. But I gotta try that the crunchy taco as well.
Yeah, you gotta.
It seems a little complicated for me, man.
What do you mean complicated? Soft taco, sour cream. Break hard taco in half, put it on the sour cream, then you got the ground beef.
So you're using the hard taco as a topping on the soft taco.
But yeah, it makes it like, when you go to Taco Bell, they have the soft taco, the hard and soft taco implemented together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that, man. No sour cream, put chips in a sandwich. No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I was never that guy, man. Plain chips, I do not like whatsoever. Guys, AX, back into these markets. Johnny T, I was looking at HUBC as well. It didn't continue. I was looking at the exact same area. We had that 4-bar play that I thought we'd get a little bit of continuation, but that hasn't been the case here. I'll still be patient on it. We had that aggressive selling in AIXI, now down to 97%. Up. Anyways, aside from that, Luis, are you trading that? We're going to talk about it tomorrow without any form of questioning. Just looking for things that are moving outside of the market. We had that IBIT trade right here, Assassino, but essentially we take some off and then we get stopped out 50%. Looking for 35. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, took some more off, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Maybe we continue. Why? Because look at the downtrend. So AXI on my radar, Tesla, this thing has been getting absolutely destroyed. And I think it's really important. I was mentioning this earlier this morning. I think it's really important for us to know, what can we really account for on Tesla's bottom line? No more X, no more S. You have the energy storage and you have the Model 3 and the Model Y. Okay? Like, what else are we going to account for on that bottom line? I may be missing a couple things. Maybe Adara can tune in or something along those lines. But
I mean, you got the Cybertruck, but it doesn't really do anything.
But it doesn't do anything.
So, yeah, I mean, I think the robotics, like, once they get the Optimus, I think Elon Musk really wants that to be the main revenue.
Absolutely, but we can't account for that yet. So it's like, hey, the valuation may not be adding up here on Tesla, and that's why you see this name continuously sliding down to 352, from 352 down to 338. And I was talking about the $230 mark this morning. I'm not saying that we're going to get there anytime soon, but like, let's be realistic here. We know that Elon Musk is extremely optimistic on his timelines. When are we really going to start to be able to account for the robo-taxi and for Optimus? Right? Like, until you start reporting on that, I don't think we can account for, like, it's great to be forward-looking, but sometimes we have to look at it for what it is. And right now, Tesla losing market share left, right, and center, and especially in Europe, right? It's just like, the fundamentals of this name aren't the best right now. Do I believe that they can continue to climb? Absolutely. And if we go into autonomous miles, Waymo is drastically outpacing, never mind FSD. Like, if we account for FSD, that's a totally different story. But Waymo is really, really outpacing what Tesla is. The robo-taxi can't even get out of Austin, Texas right now, let alone speaking about going into other states. Like, in Waymo starting in 2027 in Ontario, that's fantastic. Well, where's your permits, Elon? Come on, you got to get things rolling. You got to get the ball rolling, especially for shareholders. And we have a 10-year time period. Time's a ticking. I know it's still away, but if you're going to hit $10 trillion, down is the opposite way in which you want to go. Now, sometimes you have to in order to continue to climb, but Tesla has not been a good performing stock as of late.
No, I think, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I still do strongly believe that the market is still forward-looking, and some of the selling in Tesla could just be coming from tailwind in the markets. You know, like if you look at the SPY, what's the pullback that we've had so far off of the highs to the most recent low? It's roughly about, just shy of 10%, right? So we're starting to push into that territory as well. Global tensions increasing by the day, or by, even less sometimes every few hours. Sometimes there's just increasing like that. So yeah, market can definitely take a strong pullback on that. But by the time, everything kind of settles down, the dust settles, the people who are forward looking and already positioned in for those valuations are already in there. Who do you think is, potentially buying a lot of this selling?
Have valid points. It's like Tesla's one of the purest AI plays. I tend to agree. I'm not disregarding what he has.
He's got the best stack. That's what Jensen said, right? He's got some of the best infrastructure. He definitely is one of the only ones who can afford it.
Tesla's in San Francisco. Is it unmanned? Right? Like, I don't think that's the case.
You're talking about
because they still have that safety driver.
Self-driving.
Yeah,
okay,
they still have the safety driver.
I'm talking about
right?
from an AI perspective in terms of like Grok.
It can be one of the purest plays. Grok as well too.
Yeah, it's literally one of the best ones, especially of course there's Claude as well that's making a lot of waves right now. But at the end of the day, I'm talking about just from an infrastructure perspective. Elon's got. Say like Jensen did. He's got the best stack right now. So I don't know. I think when it comes to forward-looking valuations, there's a lot we can say about what we think the stock's price should be or should not be. At the end of the day, I think the market will usually speak for itself. Adara?
The constant barrage of oil headlines continues. Keep an eye on USO and the market as we get reports from Mayor out in the Middle East saying that the situation in Iran's Karg Island is under control and that there was no damage to infrastructure. What they're referring to is an attack that happened, I believe, around 7:30 a.m. Eastern, so a little bit before the show began this morning. Reportedly, U.S. military was striking aspects of Karg that they did not reportedly hit any oil. So just, I guess, clarification, the situation is now under control. And in fact, as we suspected, there's been no damage to infrastructure of oil on Karg Island. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
This is like Gaurav, look at this. Like it's like, hey, okay, we go short at the break of the support level at 38.54. Oh, sick. Indecision print climbs higher. It's like, dude, like, come on. Like, when we go whatever direction and the inverted print, but we play the 54 break, and then sure enough, we get down into that 38 level, and now you're starting to climb the volume supporting this move. So let's see. There might not be a short to be continued here in IBIT. We'll continue to keep an eye on it, essentially, but annoyance 101 right there is indecision print as it continues to climb a little bit higher. What did I just do now? Oh my God, platform so much. Aside from that, Obi, what do you got going on here today?
I'm watching this USO right now, man. I'm like, okay, cool. The market's slowly kind of dripping back down. And what has USO shown me since the open, right? So this is what we need to get a little bit better at doing, is just listening to what the chart is telling us and getting with the program. Every time we get these strong dips back in towards VWAP, even with some aggressive selling, maybe some news driven moves as well, VWAP has been is getting bought up, right? And then again, we have some rising tensions as well. So it does get me a little curious as to what I can and should be doing here in and around VWAP, and giving it some room at the same time as well. So I have my VWAP here on my chart at 142.30s ish. Let's take a look specifically on a couple of other platforms as well. So we're just on the same page for that. Right here on USO, I got 142.09s, and you can see once again here that all day long, even strong pushes into and towards VWAP are straight up getting bought right back up. And we kind of talked about how that's been the case over the past couple of days. Any sort of strong flush continues to get bought up. We're breaking out of this week's range so far, or prior week's high as well. As of right now on today, you can see any pullbacks in the pre-market held that 140.75 I was talking about yesterday. And beautifully enough, I was here when I took that scalp off of that 140. Coming into the later half of the day, you got that scalp off of 141s, 140.75s, all the way back down into VWAP, where VWAP was bought up once again. So it seems like it's just very methodical, very clear who is in charge in terms of USO, and it's been the buyers. It's been the buyers for the past couple of weeks, for the past few weeks for sure. Bigger picture, it's just buyers who are in charge. They're buying up every dip, any sort of aggressive flush on any sort of a catalyst is getting bought up. So I do have to respect that piece of information that I have been getting. Apple's looking great right now, guys. So shout out to the user who kind of called it out earlier. That was, who was this? Omen 514. What a great call out there. Pretty much near the bottom of that move. And that's coming in quite nicely. So I was talking a little bit too much. Should have been taking some fills there on literally the break of trend. You can see here that that moving average, we're finally holding well above it. Zoom in a little bit here as well. So every little pullback, boom, 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 getting bought up on the moving average now on Apple. So very straightforward. Straightforward chart on Apple on the day today, and USO as well. So maybe I kind of want to get involved with a little bit of USO here. Nothing too crazy though. We'll start off with just a fraction of what I want to get into. What is this prior low? I want to measure that off as well. 141 halves. I know it's a pretty far risk, but that's what the chart is kind of telling me where the last set of buyers were. Let's see if that will come into fruition here on the day. On USO, and yeah, VWAP on Apple might be another place as well, because if I am in this bounce on Apple, where am I trying to take it to, right? It's seller dominant on the day. So the next place I want to reassess is going to be VWAP, and now we're almost just about $1.50 away from VWAP. So we're in that zone that I was talking about earlier, the 47 halves, the 7 halves right there. There goes USO. You're working right away, almost instantly, kind of catching a bit of a bid here, but need a little bit more to really come into fruition. Don't know if we're going to get all the way back to 144s. That'd be a little crazy. But if the market continues to fade off, what's up, Fabian? The market continues to fade off, then maybe potentially have a better chance of that occurring. But yeah, you guys let me know, what are you guys trading? What are you guys up to? I would love to know what you guys are looking at on a day like today. So there were a few things in play for me this morning, and oh yeah, we'll talk about that one as well. Intel, I got a little rocked on Intel this morning. Unfortunately, it was, partially, I'd say partially my fault, partially not. This morning, I log in. As soon as I log in, roughly a few minutes later, Intel has some news. I see Intel on my charts making a move, and I'm like, okay, well, I got to get into this. If this is going to continue to slap up, it goes 50 halves, 51s, 51 halves, 52s, 52 halves, 53s, and I see it coming in. I'm like, if it's going to go, I want to go. I want to punch into this, and if it doesn't continue right away, I want to get out. Guess what? I punch in, nothing. Blotter is empty. There's no arrow on the chart. I didn't realize that in the moment, but it shows a pending order, and that's something, there's been a bit of a glitchy mess sometimes on the initial login to the platform, where it just doesn't show, your positions don't show up. So I punch in, and I'm like, okay, well, I didn't get in. I hit my escape because I think my order is still floating in the abyss, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I don't have the position. Later, I realized, okay, well, it was a pending order, so then I refresh my blotter, and then I see that I am still in the position. And I'm like, oh boy, it's $1 down from where I got in from, where I punched in from. So that's a no good. So I kind of worked out of it nice and slowly. And I was like, maybe not in the best headspace, because I was like, I didn't even expect that, not feeling the best. Didn't mean to lose $1 on that coming in right off the open. And then you can see how that mindset carries forward, getting short right here. So it does come all the way back to 53s off of the open. And I'm like, all right, great place to short, get short, risk 20 pennies. Should I be risking 20 pennies? I should be risking to the high, which was more about like 30, 40 pennies. I get stopped out on the 20 penny, stop that I shouldn't even be putting in. I should be putting in the appropriate stop. Boom, slams down $1.50 from there, and I'm like, okay, well, GG's. I don't want to on Intel. Yeah. And this was decent size as well on the 53 back through. But again, when you're not in the right headspace, more often than not, you're not going to be making the best decisions. And in that moment, the decision had to be give it the appropriate stop above the high of day. And this is just as simple as that. And I'm like trying to get cheeky with it. I'm like, no, I'm going to give it arbitrary 20 pennies. Guess what? More than likely than not, you're going to get rocked on that, even though the move is there, the execution is there, but the interpretation of the stop definitely wasn't. But right now, let's check out what's going on in the crypto world with Adara.
You might not have necessarily guessed it if you look at yesterday's daily candle on Bitcoin. Bit of a topping tail move, but apparently yesterday's spot Bitcoin ETFs had their highest daily inflows since February of 2026. So more than 1 month highs here for these inflows. Apparently, they came to a total of $471 million USD on April 6th. So again, that's the largest inflow since February 25th. It's also the 6th largest daily inflow this year, though it gets nowhere near the over 700 million in inflows that we had in January of 2026, so the peak of this year. Bitcoin daily chart, nothing too exciting here. Continuing to make these slight higher highs and higher lows, starting with that base out we had last Sunday, so not this Sunday, but the one before. Again, just a short-term slight uptrend, but in the longer term of things, still very, very, very removed from even like this recent high of 76,000 that we got in the middle of last month. We'll take a look here at Ethereum, which is continuing to look kind of similar here to Bitcoin on the daily chart. How's Solana doing? Solana actually, interestingly enough, much further from that, again, that high around mid-March, which should be around 97 halves for Solana, currently trading around 78 eighths, and also near a bit of a, I guess we'll say recent support area of 76. Let's see if we can stay above that level for SOL. But again, these inflows for those spot Bitcoin ETFs, I think certainly something to keep an eye on for the rest of the week. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Patrick, good pointing that out. We're gonna get to that momentarily, but someone asked a very, very interesting question. Is it market related? Absolutely not, because essentially what I was going on with my whole taco idea on how we wrap the soft shell around the hard shell. Well, you can't wrap the hard shell around the soft shell because essentially the objective is to stop the crumbling and the breaking of the hard shell, which it typically does, and then all the ingredients essentially spill out. You see how I have this down to the T? Hey man,
some good logic there.
Exactly. If you need, if after that in life, I don't know what else you really need aside to figure out how you're going to assemble your future taco kits. Aside from that, Patrick, let's take a look at this, my brother, and see what we got going on the Qs. And you were talking, I'm going to pull up the strike prices, and we're going to go over some of these strikes right now and see what we got going on. I want to go to the symbol. Where are you, Patrick, my boy? Okay, so sold most, but currently they sold most of the 585s. What expiration cycle is that again? I seen that you typed it in the chat. Did you see the open interest? Someone bought 16.0 expiring next Friday. Good, that's all I need to know. Next Friday is going to be the 17th. And let's take a look at some of this open interest as we're talking about through the 580 levels. So you said 585 down to 565. We have a bunch of size here, and let's take a look at what we got going on. 580, 32,000, expiring April 17th. Good call out there. Could be a potential base. 588. Look at this, Patrick. 75. Those are these are cash money right now. $7 ITM on those ones, and then all the way through to 65. So there's a supply zone at 70, a supply zone at 65, and then even if you head to the 60s, a little bit more. I think we want to take a look at that next potential level. How has the overall market? How has the Nasdaq reacted around this 580 mark? Let's pull up the TQs here and see where our low of the day was. If it's anywhere around 580, I'm shutting the stream down. 578.57, and then we're starting to find a little bit of a rebound right now, guys. So great call out there, Patrick. This is why we look at this stuff, and I'm glad all the options individuals do the exact same thing. I love having these conversations. We can go over to the other side as well too, but what we've seen here on the put side might have a little bit more size. Where was that massive one? 70 75K. That's going to be the largest on this expiration cycle. That's insane. 75,000. And you don't typically see that. 588. Those are cash money right now. Times that by 100. Okay, that's a substantial amount of size right here, and you're not generating new ones. These are ones coming straight from the market. So 588, approximately $7 ITM OB, looking pretty good for those ones. And then nice call out on the congestion zones of all these other strike prices with the open interest, 32,000. Potential base that we can find here on the NASDAQ. Look for a rebound, which we're already seeing. If we bounce off it multiple occasions, maybe we can start rocking and rolling. Or are we going to get the, oh, wow, I'm thinking about reloading and heading right back into this IBIT trade, but as I was rambling on there, shout out, is it Led Zeppelin that sings Ramble On? Anyways, aside from that, 62s, boom, flush to the downside. If I got in right at the volume weighted average price, I'd just give myself a little bit of room. If I'm wrong, then so be it. We get out when we're supposed to, but looking for the continuation, not the cleanest double top, but it looks like we might curl over here on IBIT. With that being said, let's be patient. Let a little more data establish itself. We get a better read, and then maybe we can take a potential short here on IBIT OB.
Yeah, it seems like the market is kind of a little bit of a struggle there on the bid. We did attempt to bounce a little bit. We are bouncing a little bit off of this 24,000 clean. We went all the way down to 23,950s, just shy of that, and then a nice little bounce. But you can see lower highs, lower lows. And yeah, I think definitely, I think that's a good look there on your short continuation. I mean, the market's looking weak right now as well, right? I don't know what Bitcoin is really doing. I would definitely be watching Bitcoin as well as IBIT. The underlying asset is straight up Bitcoin, but yeah, a little bit of weakness here. Got USO still chopping around its VWAP. So nothing too crazy. Haven't really added onto this one. Don't necessarily want to do that unless and until I see some aggressive, distinctly different action on top of this VWAP right now. But yeah, just taking a quick stab at it as it continues to pull back a little bit. But yeah, this bottom wick from earlier might be that's where I'm looking at a potential risk limit for what I have right now. If I start adding to this, I definitely have to pull that up. I can't be risking all the way down here with technically full size or the size that I really want. But sometimes, it's very market dependent, right? It's like what's a trade that you're taking? It really doesn't matter. Like the market doesn't care about what size you're punching into a position, right? If I'm getting in here and I'm risking to here, and I feel like on the day I want to give it 2 or 3 risk units, that determines my size, not what I arbitrarily think I should be getting into here as well. Apple's still holding that to 247, 70s, 50s level as of right now. Can't really get back above 248s, but a decent bounce off of the lows here, Joe. 246s all the way to 248. So if you did take that quick little bounce while I was literally talking about it, on the trend break right here at 246 halves, you got roughly a bit of a dollar there on that bounce so far, but again, aggressively sold off, negative catalyst back to back on the day. It would make sense if it's struggling to bounce, right? That's all I'm going to say about that one there. We were also looking at a few other Mag 7s that are aggressively sold off on the day here. Not all of them, but definitely a few of them, and Tesla is one of them. Today is what we were talking about a day 2 yesterday, day 3. Coming in on the day today with more sellers on board since deliveries. So day 3 of straight up selling. Again, you want to call it because of deliveries, because of the market, because of whatever. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are much smarter than I am who can figure out why people are potentially selling. But at the end of the day, it's been selling. I think that's very, very clear. You can see that tight consolidation in the pre-market. That breaks down. VWAP can't even get through. Opening range lows, retest, can't even get through. That's at 340, just shy of 345s, 344.70s-ish, and then that continues to break down as well. So catching a bit of a sideways action since about 11 o'clock here, 11:10s on Tesla with a hold of maybe 338s, but watching this one pretty closely right now as well. It seems like Apple might actually be trying to do its third green 15-minute bar. So this is what I was talking about. Bit of distinct difference here. Take a look how clean this is, right? Boom, 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 boom. Prior bar break, right there. 246.91. Confluence with the trend break. Confluence with holding the moving average here. I don't know what happened to the moving average there. Oh yeah, the screen, the chart crashed earlier. That's why that moving average is gone now. But you guys saw what I was looking at there. So on multiple different indicators, the trend has changed on Apple. So let's see if it can actually get back up to VWAP. If it can get back up to 250 off of that bit of a bounce here, Joe.
Tough, man. All right, I bid down 2 1/3 here today, guys. We got our eyes on this one. Taylor was asking me a little bit about AIXI. I don't know if we're holding up, right? This is looking pretty bearish if you ask me. It's not Wednesday. We could ask Louise about it, but I think that at this pace, right, continuous lower highs, I think at some point we're going to break through that support level. I mean, anything can happen with these names. Do I follow them that often? I don't. So I'm just going to be looking for the most bullish patterns I can potentially find. And the way that it's looking right now is not too good. Mike D, thank you for that $1 super chat. I mean, by all means, I know you didn't say anything behind it, but just type it in the chat. We'll be sure to go over whatever you request there. There goes Bitcoin, continues to slide a volatility spike up to 61. That might have been my green light to go, but we'll sit on our hands a little bit here and be patient, considering we had that AIXI trade earlier this morning. We got a little bit of a short play on IBIT right now, so let's see if we can get that re-engagement. If we fail, so we'll let some data collect, right? So we'll let some candles print, and essentially if we fail to construct a new high and we start to form a topping base like a resistance zone, then that could be our green light to go there. Man, can you look at SPY? It needs to go. I need it to go. Netflix, I have the 100 call expiring 410, so on Friday. CVX call 202 expiring this Friday, and Intech 410. A lot of this Friday expiration, we can take a look. Liam, this is what we're talking about, right? Like, we go over this quite often. It's just buy the time, essentially. And in this market, what is the rebound that we can get? I mean, I think that's an important thing to ask ourselves. It may not be that drastic right now, and I think that's important to note. I don't want to rain on the parade or anything, but we just want to tell you as straight as possible. Like, does this look like we're going to have a sustained bounce? Maybe, right? Like, if we're going to look at this from an optimistic standpoint, it's like, hey, we bounce off of that 631, we come back. Maybe, considering the volume is essentially pretty low right here, we get a little pullback and then off to the races we can go. But I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, especially with this war not coming to any form of a conclusion anytime soon, right? So we have to be patient. I think that's what the market may be waiting for. Also, don't forget, we're heading into earnings soon. Next week, JPM's going to start reporting. The big banks are going to start reporting. The following weeks, you have big tech names that are going to start reporting. So that will help us find a little bit more orderly type price action, which I think is really important, and we can get some solid trading based off of that. Adara.
Interesting news here from Lyft with regards to Waymo. Lyft CEO David Risher announcing on social media a couple minutes ago that Lyft is going to be part of Waymo's rollout. Basically, Waymo is welcoming its first public drivers in its autonomous service in Nashville. And later in 2026, Lyft riders in Nashville will be able to match with a Waymo car through the Lyft app. So again, this has not been announced to my knowledge from Lyft proper. And David Risch, CEO of Lyft, quoted a Waymo post in this, but Waymo in their post, they don't even mention Lyft. So as of right now, the only confirmation we're really getting of this is from the CEO himself. But either way here, Lyft CEO David Risher indicating that Waymo is going to be partnered up here with the company LYFT, and potentially here UBER going to be on watch. Also, I'm seeing reports from Borna news agency. Air defenses are reportedly activated over Tehran with fighter planes flying on low altitude over the city. So seems like there is some kind of military action once again, unfortunately, in the Middle East.
Good stuff. Yeah, so that's what we got going on here, guys. We're waiting. It started to sell a little bit here. Nice indecision print on AIXI with the volume south of a key support level. Okay, so if it breaks that 37 mark, you can just get out of dodge on that one. One more pullback. If we can get 60s, then I like it. I can risk all the way up to 70s. Good risk to reward in my books there, 10 cents. We get involved there. We wait for that 1-to-1, 1.5-to-1 at 45s, and if we're fortunate enough to get a new low of the day, then off to the races we go, Obi. Got my eyes on AIXI and Bitcoin right now.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, I'm just looking at a few other stocks here that were potentially in play this morning. I did pull up that lift on that news that Adara just reported. Okay, a little bit of volume spike that took us through the opening range highs there, but no real follow through happening right now. But a couple other places where no real follow through happened, and that was in some of the healthcare stocks here. So we had the news this morning, or I guess last night after the close. CVS, there's a few of them. CVS, Humana, and UNH all gapping up in the after hours, but no follow through coming in off of the open. So I guess if you kind of were like, yeah, I don't really trust this bid, you definitely had the right idea, because sellers step in pretty aggressively coming into the open, and on some of these names, even front running the open with a flush of just that one candle is about down about 1.7% here. The 927 3-minute candle on CVS. So that was a great short there, but recovering a decent chunk of that. I was looking at this as a potential reversion here. This was nice as well, but some of the other names in this sector not really reverting as aggressive as CVS. We can take a look at Humana. Humana still slowly trickling its way all the way back up towards VWAP as well, but similar story here. Strong push overnight or right after the close yesterday from 182s, 184s all the way to 207 highs coming into the day. Strong sellers all the way from I guess off of the open. This one not really as strongly front run coming into the open, but you can see opening range lows, pretty aggressive selling as well on the day. And then UNH, let's take a look at this one here. UNH, this one did probably better than the rest of them here. Strong bid all the way from 280s to 313 highs, and then coming in off of the open there. Got a little bit of a bid, but sellers still do step in, but it's been holding above VWAP longer than the rest of them as of right now. So do I have eyes on this? Maybe, sometimes things just take time to digest. Sometimes the price, it'll find a place where it's a little bit more accepted. It might be too aggressive on that initial move there as well. But decent reversion on some of these. Humana and CVS looking a little bit better. CVS almost back at its day highs, Darren.
Some mild Middle East headlines here. I mentioned this one pretty much only because of its connection with the Strait of Hormuz. But as of a couple of minutes ago, started seeing headlines pouring in. Bahrain, I guess, had a draft resolution that they put in front of the UN Security Council with regards to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That resolution has been rejected at the UN Security Council, both Russia and China using their veto power. So long story short, Bahrain tried to have this resolution to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. Did not succeed. Strait of Hormuz does, as we know, remain closed ahead of that 8 p.m. deadline from President Trump.
Yeah, interesting about the 8 p.m. That's when markets kind of close. I don't even know what to call it anymore. The New York session. But then then the overnight session starts right there. Exactly. Yeah. No, I'm definitely going to be up for that to see what happens there. Again, it's. The markets, there's a lot of crazy volatility that's happening here in these markets on every single one of these headlines. So I do want to kind of, even if I'm not exercising those opportunities to the best of my abilities, I definitely want to be there, because in the long run, that's still reps, that's still meaningful participation, and a great learning experience if nothing else, right? So market always teaching us some of the best lessons. For a lot of things. But Intel here, sideways consolidation. So we had that SpaceX news this morning on Intel that I was talking about earlier, but sideways chop. It's holding up that $50 level that we saw from yesterday, getting sold off pretty aggressively. So 51.50s, you can see this off of the open, a little bit of chop, but sold off for a majority of the day. Bouncing off that 50, that was quite nice as well, coming into the end of the day. But today holding up pretty decently above roughly in the top end of that range. Or orbiting VWAP as of right now. So hasn't really been able to get past this 52, 52.50 as of recent. I guess the most recent test up into that 52.50 area, but pulls right back as well. And again, I don't think it really helps that the market is sold off today, seller dominant on the day today, but we can take a look at SMH here, the Semiconductor ETF, to see how our friends in the sector are doing. SMH all day long, VWAP holding well below it. NVIDIA here, similar story, holding well below VWAP. On multiple tests, just continues to get sold off. And even on this bounce, maybe this was the bounce. This was a reversion to be had here, with the market catching a little bit of a turn off that 24,000 for a reversion back to VWAP. You can see aggressive buying, kind of breaking through some of those prior support resistance levels intraday for a pullback in towards VWAP. Let's take a look at our friend AMD here. Similar story, man. VWAP sellers are well in charge on a lot of these names. So sometimes you just gotta listen to what this market is telling you. I think ARM had a bit of news this morning. Yeah, so
we got a downgrade this morning, is what happened, I believe, from JP Morgan, but price target increased to 150.
Okay, all right, thank you. So a bit of a downgrade and a price target increase came up on my radar because it was doing some relative volume this morning, 3 to 4 times relative volume in the pre-market. So I was like, okay, ARM might have a bit of opportunity here, but selling off into and off of the open. So holding trend into the open session there and holding this 138 level, now finally making it back towards VWAP. There's a bit of a bounce there on the market.
Spike in the market.
So yeah, there you go. So that I got stopped out of my USO. I was risking to that 41.5, and yeah, okay, a little bit of a spike down. So pretty sure that's a bit news driven here with the volatility, and the look at the volume that's coming in, strong volume signatures as well. So that could be something to watch out for. 140s, went to 140 halves there on the flush down. Interestingly enough, I have these support and resistance levels on USO from the prior few days. Guess what? This thing respects levels technically well, and I even drew in a bit of this trend line here as well. So interesting enough that the strong volume and the flush and maybe some news comes out right on the break of this trend. You got to remember, some of the volume, some of the dollar volume that's done not on USO, forget about USO, on crude oil futures is absolutely ridiculous. And when there's a lot of money moving around, definitely, you could be watching some of these key levels here and the news at the same time. A lot of confluence is what I'm trying to say at some key levels of everything coming together there. So let's see if we hold this prior resistance now, potentially turn support as of this pre-market session. Once again, on a ping of this level where price flushes down with volatility, instantly soaked up once again, right? Absorption, to say the least, in and around this area all day long. We saw it happening in the pre-market a little bit more, and then once again, just now into that 140. I have it at 140.75, 140 halves, whatever you want to call it, that rough area of support. Now the question becomes, is it going to hold, right? Is it going to hold? Tensions are still rising, in my opinion, and he even continues to say that, yeah, 8 p.m. is going to happen. So we could very well see that 150 on USO.
He said he might push it back as well too. So
he said a lot of things. But
where's Fabian? We need the taco. We need to get a tacos animation out here. That's it. All right, guys. I mean, we talked about that volatility spike coming right back in, inverted right at the volume-weighted average price on the NASDAQ here, ladies and gents. Also on the SPY, right at the volume-weighted average price. We had that bounce off of AIXI, and then also Bitcoin inverted right there. So this might be a green light for us to maybe rock and roll. We're at 62s. We wanted 60s before, somewhat of a double top. That means we can give it all the way to 72, 10 cents on this bad boy. So let's I mean, you got to take the stabs, right? You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Let's get involved here on some IBIT to see if we're going to get somewhat of a breakdown. Double top up there. I like it as the market is slowly starting to come back in. This is what I want to see, an inverted hammer candle right at key levels, and that's going to be at the volume-weighted average price. Yeah, we are consolidated right at VWAP right now. Qs, what's the next move down, up or down? Best guess. I mean, hey man, you don't want to listen to me. That's for sure. We got to make our own decisions. Down. I don't know. Like, is the market exhausted yet? Like, don't forget we've been selling for quite some time, and we have to take that into consideration. Where are we? The market will get somewhat of a balance. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 red days are 4 green days in a row. Starting to sell a little bit, and then we get somewhat of a rebound, down 9% off of the highs. So let's see what this market is going to get up to.
Halfway to a bear market. You know,
I mean,
pull the measurement all the way down to that low.
That's not 20%. It's like 12.
No, I know 12. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're roughly halfway
at that low.
there.
Yeah, I mean, but if you go across the Meg 7, so many of them have already hit bear market territory.
Exactly.
And I was surprised by that, right? Like, it's like, who do we have holding this up? It's essentially the energy sector and the oil trade that's holding up the market. How was the Qs not down a little bit more? Like, how deep are we going to have to go into the holdings of this thing to realize, like, hey, like, this is holding it up? You have every single Mag 7 name, with the exception of Apple, at one point was down 20%. So it's just like, whoa, what's going on? But that's a positive sign, right? You have to go deep in the books. And if you head into the cybersecurity side of things, you have Zscaler down 57% at its lows. PanW was taken behind the woodshed, and so was CrowdStrike. So things weren't really looking that good, but yet the market held up pretty good, relatively well. And I believe that by the end of all of this noise, and when things come to a conclusion, it may take significantly longer than what we're anticipating. But at the end of the day, once it is, maybe that's going to lift a massive weight off of the overall market shoulders in some of these tech names. Also, we have earnings as well, too, that are going to start cooking up relatively soon. Speaking of, I mean, it's almost noon. Let's see if I can squeeze this in before we send it over to everyone else. Let's see what we got going on here this week. Assassino, did you say anything in my ear there, brother? Ooh, look at a new update here on TT there. Pull this up, calendar. We don't want this week, Obi. Let's head over to next week. Can we even go over to next week? No, unfortunately not. We'll have to go over to a different platform. But aside from that, earnings, man.
We're starting up again?
Yeah, we can
There's
start
usually
up
like a 2-week break, roughly.
No IPOs.
In between.
2 weeks, a little bit longer than that, a couple weeks.
2 to 3 weeks, roughly.
Wednesday, we have Delta. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, Delta Airline.
We're already kind of getting into it, right? It never really totally goes away. You still have some companies that still report in between, but when it comes to some of the larger caps, it takes a bit of a break there. You really want to call it that, but it's earnings season. It's a funny thing we used to say on the floor is like, earnings season never really ends. Depending on what your strategies are and how you trade, you may always find something. Like, for example, if Delta does something tomorrow, then that could very much be in play. It will be in play on earnings. But for sure, something to watch out for. But not as much. It's very sparse. Some of those. Yeah, the
liquidity on them aren't usually that good.
Yeah,
on some of the other other names.
It's very report dependent. But without any further ado, you guys know what time it is. It's 12 o'clock. So. We'll be right back, but we got Neil's lesson of the day. There.
Geopolitical headlines galore today. If it's not Iran, which we'll get to in a second, it's also China, ? We did have U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer come on to an interview today, I think around 11 a.m., saying that we've got a stable U.S. economic relationship with China, and teasing out that meeting between President Xi of China and U.S. President Trump mid-next month. Now, speaking of Trump, we do have to talk about the Truth Social post heard around the world. This post came out around 8 a.m., so roughly 12 hours before that 8 p.m. deadline for the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. President Trump is saying that he'd like to see positive things happen, but if they don't happen, there could be, quote, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world, by which he means the striking of Iran's power plants. USO now pushing quite a bit lower, but initially nice start today. We had a pop here again around 9:30 and then even more so at 11 as we started to get some outlets reporting that the U.S. and Iran were no longer in any negotiations. Then we had the Tehran Times basically redact their report saying that actually, in fact, Iran is negotiating with the U.S. So really mixed look here. Right now, USO pushing near lows. I do want to give you guys a bit of a highlight. We talked about Delta reporting tomorrow. before the bell, but Levi Strauss reporting today after the bell. I have infographics on Levi. These are already out on X at TTV Research, but Delta, that's going to be coming out pretty soon as we await tomorrow's reports. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We're going to send you over to Neil's lesson of the day. In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can get you guys an oil headline before we do that. So get ready and place your bets on what Neil's lesson of the day might be. I am not seeing anything here with regards to this drop, though. Apparently, one thing, again, we're already seeing that Trump telling Fox News that based on progress in negotiations, he might extend the deadline to escalate in Iran. Could be the reason for the oil drop, but we were already aware of that news. If I see a better oil headline, I'll put it in the chat here for you guys. But in the meantime, there's no time to waste. Neil has a lesson. Neil, lesson. What is it?
Well, I mean, the lesson's about relative strength, but apparently you don't need it anymore because look at what just happened in the Qs, that big turnaround that we just had. Well, you know, you can't really predict it's difficult to predict what's going to happen in this market from headline to headline, from oil move to oil move, to turnarounds and V-shaped recovery. But obviously, if you bought the dip on anything, it's now looking good. But if we're talking about brass tacks, early on, buying the dips was a good way to have gotten wrecked this morning. One way you can stack the deck in your favor, at least when you're looking for buying in a down move like this, is if you look at the futures and you get a couple of litmus points, like just after 10 o'clock, we made a big bounce on the futures to be able to get back to VWAP. And then you look back at 11 o'clock, and you're making a fresh low. Or you can just look at when you're breaking that low right here at 11 o'clock. The low was made a couple of minutes later. This is a crucial point, right? Like we've already made one bottom and had a good bounce. When the second one is happening, if you're looking for relative strength, this should be an easy thing to say, but I think sometimes it gets lost. And when the market's doing that, have a look. And other stocks, other things like UNH, there's 10 o'clock, it makes its low. You check back in, what's happening at 11 o'clock? As we come in, oh, look at that. It's holding higher lows. It's holding above VWAP. It's found a support level that it's basically pressing into. So if the market bounces, you've got a strong name which is doing its own thing, which is already putting in higher lows. This way, if you get that market rally that you're hoping for, if you're going long or you're just bouncing in general, you've identified something which is holding support when the market is at its base. That way, if the Qs or whatever, the SPY, the same thing, it is like you look at either chart, I can pull up the SPY for you and it's the same thing. When it makes the fresh low, you have you've got some leeway of support on the stronger name, and B, it's already shown you that relative strength. A better example, UNH, you could give the caveat, and lots of people would say, yeah, Neil, UNH has its own news, it's got its own story, that doesn't count. Fair enough. Well, then how about Palantir? At 10 o'clock, there's the market low. What's happening at 11 o'clock? At 11 o'clock, right here, it's pressing VWAP when the market is repressing into the low of the day. So when the market breaks the low of the day, it has a chance to hold a higher low support, and the rest is history. Now, when you get long is up to your execution strategies. Some people like it above VWAP, it reclaims. You get this little breakout here, so you're maybe taking this little pullback, this little long entry, or maybe you're just, your jam is to just play the long off the support level. Whatever. Or if you like trend breaks, and I wish I was looking at this, you could say, well, there's some lower highs in here. It breaks the trend there. That still leads you to this long there. But the more important thing is, if you just simply say, okay, well, I'm going to buy anything off of the bottom. Like with Apple, you'd be guessing at those lows. At 10 o'clock when it makes the bottom, the futures make that first bottom, like Apple's doing what? Like trying to hold, breaks down. Okay, well, is that level any good? Who knows? By the time 11 o'clock hits, you're literally at the low of the day, so you're just kind of praying, like you're at fresh lows in the SPY. You're doing guesswork. You're hoping it's going to work. Now, we happen to make a bottom in there. Great. Fantastic. If you're that good, then congratulations to you. Or, as I said, you can stack the deck in your favor with some relative strength. And I get it. The Apple reversion is going to look so good. And maybe UNH didn't go the farthest percentage-wise, or maybe you found something that was a better bounce play than Palantir. But what you won't have in your favor in those situations is a little bit of protection that it was relatively strong. When you think about a trade, it's not just the potential upside. You've got to consider the downside, which if you're going with the trend, sometimes gives you a more defined out if you know it breaks this, you're like, okay, that's no good. It's going to try and retrace the lows. The market's going down. You want something that A, gives you the confidence to hold, because you're not just catching the falling knife. B, has something distinct about it, which is reinforcing that long, the higher lows in conjunction. And C, has that bit of wiggle room. When you just if you just try the long on, say, Apple or something else that is weak, you don't really have that wiggle room. Like, you're just constantly with this, I'm trying it off the low, and if it breaks the low, I'm going to be out. That's not always the easiest way to go. I get it. It's incredibly satisfying if you happen to catch it. But as the market is squashing like that, give me something where you're catching the bid that if the market does not hold the low, or takes a while to hold the low, you're buying a higher low. You're buying something which is trying to continue an uptrend because it's already bounced before the market. Obviously, that's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but there's a reason why people say cash is a position. You're allowed to make one trade, sit on your hands, and wait for the next opportunity. Not everybody loves to do that. There's a cost to that. If you trade that way, you're not always just sitting there holding everything forever. You're not in every single trade. But what you will find yourself hopefully in is more consistent trading, where you don't have to fight things. Where if the market decides to reverse its trend, you're already in something which has shown that relative strength or that relative weakness. So it's not an overly complex notion, finding that relative strength or weakness. But when you had these big wipeouts in the market, take note. Okay, well, where was stock X when we bounced here? When we get back to the low, where is that same stock X? Is it making those higher lows that I want to see? If so, then when we turn, I like that one a little bit better. Therefore, you don't need this crazy news to have happened to go all the way in the SPY if you took Palantir. Because before that even occurred, you were just good. Whoops, that's Blue Ocean. Hey, Blue Ocean should be interesting tonight, everybody. Yeah, my guess is it will be. But you didn't need that to happen. You were already good. You were already back to morning highs before we even had that crazy spike. So you didn't need the luck. You just had to find some relative strength, and then there you go. It's not an easy deal to trade. Oftentimes, we want to try to pick that bottom. It's an incredibly satisfying trade if you happen to catch it. But it's also the kind of trade that tends to rinse people out. If you can identify relative strength, then you don't have to have the low. You can be long off the lows, chilling out in something which is a little bit stronger. I'd give you a note on how the chili is, but I haven't opened it up. So this is I can't grade it. I can just show you that doesn't seem like a lot of chili relative to the amount of rice I'm getting. We got I don't know, the salad looks okay. But it looks like the volume's going to be a little bit lacking on this quote-unquote chili. Good luck. The market's back at VWAP, so looks like the disaster 2% day isn't happening after all. Who knew?
Almost got there, but yeah, got saved once again.
Saved the day. Yeah, I mean, he stopped us out as well too. So I mean, this conflict, it's like, all right, we're thinking about going short here, guys, and then sure enough, we take that 10-cent stop out. We were looking for 50s. We're fortunate enough to get it. Didn't re-engage up here. That's all right. One more pullback. Volatility spike to the top side, and that's something you have to be prepared for in this market, right? So unfortunate there. We get stopped out 50% right here, and we're going to try one more time. A majority of your Apple long there. Nice score. Did you get a spike up with that? What is AIXI up to? Not too much. Starting to consolidate. Maybe this is a little bit of an accumulation before we take another leg up. These things take some time, right? As they consolidate. And as you get later into the session, then by all means, it may take significantly longer than what we are anticipating. AIXI. Let's pull this up here for the folks back home. Nice little pop up and bounce off of VWAP. That's what I was looking at, $1.40 right there, and then you get that move up into just a little bit under $1.60. Now we're not doing too much. Just be cautious because we do essentially have lower highs being established. Anything can happen at this point, right? So if we want to look at the larger structure, it's just up here. Now we've established this. If we continuously knock on this door and sell off, then maybe you have to wait. What I was essentially waiting for is anything south of VWAP. If this print was south of VWAP, then that's a major green light, and then you look to execute on that one. But right now, I'm focused on Bitcoin. Let's see if we can get that rock and roll into the downside. Buying pressure relatively weak on this. As we get an uptick here in AIXI, are we going to reject? What is the tape telling us? Some strong movement here and a bunch of size coming in at 51, and it's right at the ask as well. So not too bad of a look. And it's the Oppo here for IBIT. This is the IBIT tape. Look at that, some right at the bid here, guys. Boom, boom, moving a little bit lower as we're printing 59s now on IBIT. So, yeah, I mean, sit on our hands for a little bit, wait for a high-quality opportunity and re-engagement. Is the market going to recover here today? It's almost a V-shape, and we talked about this pattern here on multiple occasions. Consolidation, breakdown, V-shape, a little bit of a consolidation there. You don't want to force it. And then now we're starting to move a little bit higher with volume starting to step in. So just be careful and be aware of the chop and headline sensitivity within the market. Smaller size, wider stop, Sobi.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, Apple, beautiful reversion on Apple there. Got back to VWAP along with the rest of the markets at the same times. But, you know, I got a little bit involved here on the initial slowdown there. Instantly, you know, came in about, down into 70s. It's about 30, 40 pennies, but stepping right back in. So if buyers are here now, I'm more than willing to be a little bit wrong on this one. And had to get long down here when the trend actually broke on this one. And then we get news, and that gives us the follow through. And you know, the price was already kind of telling before that. But USO getting bid right back up as well. 140s holding quite well. 140 halves pulling right back into 141 halves. VWAP's just above that 142 on this one. So going to continue watching this one as well as, you know, it's stepping right back up off of an area where I'm just like, okay, cool. Bit of a support zone from prior days, or resistance zone turning into support. Here, same area from where we found some buyers stepping in the pre-market. So sure, we kind of violated a little bit lower. 139.60s is the low there, but then stepping right back in with a bit of a correction here on that aggressive volatility on USO. So sure, before I said that, yeah, VWAP has been bought all day long, and that was the whole point of me getting in a little bit here. But again, bigger picture, every aggressive dip into you know, pre-market structure, or prior day structure, or whatever other structures you can find has been getting aggressively bought up, and we're seeing another instance of that. Right? Definitely wrong risking up to here, getting stopped out, but then being patient, waiting for the buyers to step back in, and then getting involved when they actually are is the next trade, and that's happening here off of that 140 level on USO. So we'll wait and see if the market can give us a little bit of more information as well. Can break a trend, pulling back up into trend, holding VWAP all day long. Does that change? That's the next question that I'm asking at the same time. See what you guys are talking about in the chat here. MAXN, why Maxion Solar? Oh, okay, yeah, more space, I guess, stocks here. Doing some volume. I guess they had earnings this morning as well. But yeah, volume stepping in now on MAXN. Yeah, I guess space stocks are moving around as well. I know that SIDU has been having some volume, and a lot of people have been trading that as well. Yeah, back above $4 on this one as it's kind of stair steps back up towards its prior levels and testing some of those areas as well now. So yeah, I have close eyes on these ones as well, as you know, it can give another potential opportunity for the backside move when it's done, because these are repeat offenders. Whenever they're done doing their multi-day bid, maybe they get a bit of exhaustion, get a bit of a blow off top. Almost always do they come right back in. DXYZ, let's see how our friend Destiny Tech is doing. These guys actually hold some SpaceX private shares. So nothing too crazy. I guess we had a bit of a run up earlier this week on the news that the IPO is happening. There you go. So look at that relative volume here. Yeah, this was last week on Wednesday. Absolutely crazy. Chop, 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 chop. But we haven't really gone back up to those levels here. 35.52s were those highs, and we're currently trading at 27.07. So a bit of a muted move here on DXYZ. We might just have to wait for the IPO itself to get some good opportunity on this whole idea. Also AGPU, Taylor in the chat messaging, yes sir, AGPU. Max Compute, let's see. Okay, wow, this is a small cap we should be looking at today, Joe, because once again, another leg to the upside post earnings on AGPU. So we held that $4, couple days of consolidation, and today we got some halt ups and maybe a couple halt downs as well on AGPU, holding VWAP as well going into the middle of the week. So good look there, Taylor. We'll keep eyes on this one as well. Holding reclaim of that $5. I like that. That's very interesting to me. Let's see if it can sustain a hold above $5 and continue to give us some moves to the upside. But haven't really gotten involved in this one. Have you thought about getting involved? So I know you're looking at this AIXI, but there's definitely a few small cap gappers.
AGPU.
AGPU, yeah.
Look at AGPU.
Yeah.
I know you're just going over it. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad there. It'll be 5
looking decent
on that one.
Yeah.
Some nice indecision prints around those lows. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks, Fabian. I was wondering where that was for the old knee there. All right, $1.54. Break up this candle right there. Now we're on the backside of this trend. Volume really starting to pick up here in AIXI. We don't want to get caught in any form of a fake out, so we do need that volume supporting it. The tape will give us a little bit of confirmation, but that's a nice move. Are we prepared to make a next leg higher here in AIXI? Trend line still holding up pretty well there, OB, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. Any form of a pullback or a breath, maybe we can look to engage, and we can have a pretty good stop on this one, 40 cents. Size down a little bit, give us some room just in case it is a complete fake out. Would like to see a little bit more volume. That is pretty good, but maybe a little bit more. But hey, you got to take you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, as I just mentioned not too long ago. So let's get prepared to get involved in this one here. We're going to cut our size in half, to be frank, and then we're going to be able to give it a little bit more room as the tape is really starting to pick up momentum, and that's kind of what we want to see. That's some signs of strength. We're holding through that structure. We get a little bit of a dip lower, and then sure enough, we're now on the backside of this trend. Let's rock and roll here. I like that clean flush. We're in at 53s. Oh, they give us 54s as AIXI really starting to pick some steam up. There we go, a nice little pop there, Obi. We cut the size in half though. That's all right. We'll take it for what it is. Let's see if we can head towards the high of the day. 94% momentum starting to pick up. Are you guys involved in AIXI? Bitcoin not really doing what I want it to do at this point. Let's see if we can wait for a little bit of an extended move. Best case scenario, let's get caught in an uphold here. Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I never really found anything, guys, just to give a bit of an update, concrete on that big spike and decent recovery here in USO. We'll get that move to the downside around 12, and then we kind of push back higher. Didn't see anything on that, but I do have a new headline coming out of Iran I want to let you guys know. Reportedly, according to Press TV, so be more state media here in Iran, the commander of the IRGC, or the Iranian military, declaring that there's going to be a new phase, quote unquote, of reprisal attacks against their aggressors. So keep an eye on that. I also want to mention, this is just kind of, I think, a really interesting headline that I think probably a lot of people are going to be interested in. Here, I have to shout out Lux Algo, which is an account on X for this one. So basically, they pointed out that as of this morning, this was announced around 8:40 today, a ticker was changed today quite significantly. Tuttle Capital, I guess, has an ETF for SPACs and new issues. This ETF used to be under the ticker SPCX on the NASDAQ. Now it's SPCK. People are wondering why the ticker would change unless SpaceX is trying to go for SPCX for their ticker. So again, this is super speculative, but either way, we could potentially have the ticker for SpaceX, and it could be SPCX. Super speculative as of now. If I get more updates, I'll let you know. But I wanted to share that. I thought that was pretty cool.
All right.
Thank you. SPCK. That's going to be interesting there. So we have a potential stock name for our SpaceX IPO here. Pretty solid, man. You're getting a poll going. What's the question? What's the question?
How many more volatility spikes today Put it in the chat. We got 1, 2, 3, or 4 plus. What are you thinking there, Obi? How many more volatility spikes we going to get on today's session? I'm going to go with 2. I think 2 is a solid one. Get those votes in the chat. Type 1, 2, 3, or 4. We got 4. We got a lot of 4s. Maybe we have to actually track this to see how many more volatility spikes we got. I'm going, maybe the median is 3. I'm going to go 3, Obi. Did you put yours in the chat? See,
I said around like 6 or 7.
6 or, oh. 6, 7. Around 6 or 7.
50s on
Sia, Adara, make sure you guys get those. Oh, Sia's she's indulging in the lunch. We'll get Sia's rating on the lunch momentarily as well. But other than that, guys, AIXI starting to come back in a little bit. We don't like that. We want to see some more continuation, but get those votes in there. 4 plus leading the way. What a money printing day, says Los Pollos. Love to hear that, man. We'll hit the for you, and then it's also a storm for our boy Los Pollos, hermanos. But there it is, guys. If it comes back and breaks this trend line, I'll just get out of AIXI. I'm glad that we only went half size on this one. We had that momentum spike. 50s would have been more ideal, but if we can continue the strength with on the tape, then we're gonna rock and roll. A lot of 2s, 4s coming into play. 4 plus volatility spikes before the end of the session. I think that's pretty high, but anything can happen. How many of
we already just got one.
We've had one.
One right now.
One right now
is happening, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're getting one right now, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Wow, okay, we're getting one right now.
I got stopped out of that Apple on that spike just now.
How many more? I mean, we had 2 already today. 3 maybe already today.
Yeah, at
so
least
can we have 7 volatility spikes?
Around 6, 7.
Around 6, 7.
I called it already, bro.
A lot of volatility spikes.
I guess we can't do 6 or 5. Can we add some more?
You want, but 4 plus.
4 plus, exactly. Okay.
4
cool.
plus,
Yeah,
4 plus is up there at that 4 spot. So curious what everyone thinks for the thunderstorm. Let's go. Yes, sir. Let's go. Come on, AXI. AXI is not a kinda. Yeah, let's see, man. Don't jinx the trade, cool bro. Shay. I appreciate the love, but come on, man. Let's see if we can get this rock and roll. We already got a 7-cent pop or 6-cent pop just like that. See if it can continue or if it's going to break down. Weakness within the tape is not a good thing. We can get out break even on this trade if it doesn't really start going relatively soon, and then that will be it. But other than that, Bitcoin continuing to climb, a spike there. We're getting a new almost a new 5-minute high printed on the NASDAQ and on the SPY. Tesla right back at the volume weighted average price. So they're definitely going to be here. Be prepared for them. I'm not going to say do what I did, but essentially be prepared to go half size and wider stop, and that's essentially what we got going here on this trade, my brother.
Yes, sir. So Apple does spike to that 250 mark. So I'm watching it closely. I'm just curious to know if if we are going to sell off aggressively as we did in the morning session, is that selling totally done as we come back into some potential levels from before? What's up, Adara?
To digest that spike, I do have a headline for you guys. Axios reporting that, according to exclusive sources from the U.S. and Israel, there have been some progress in these ceasefire negotiations. Now, they don't mention Iran in this headline, which I think is pretty interesting. But either way, here again, Axios saying that according to U.S. and Israeli sources, there is some progress that is being shown in negotiations towards a ceasefire. Likely the reason for that most recent pop here in the NASDAQ. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much.
Clean flush on that tape. We got a strong buyer there, Obi. Let's see if we can start printing 59s. 59s on it now. Hit the 60s, my boy. We hit the 60s. There we go. Continuing to climb in this specific trade, guys. Let's rock and roll on this one. We'll piece a little bit off here right now, actually, because we don't want to hold on to this too long. Katina Man back in the building. He's going to give us a rating on the launch very, very soon. We're waiting for Neil's rating. I'm giving it a Neil 6+. He's probably giving that a 6+ on that one there. R. Williams, we're rocking and rolling. There goes AIXI.
So we're chopping around that 250 now on Apple as, both the futures look like they're catching a bit of a bid back into their opening range or opening prices even. Definitely some opening price testing coming in. Prior candle already did a little bit of that, but we'll see if there's going to be a continuation here. It seems like USO sellers finally kind of got into and through VWAP, and even with a bit of this volatility, it's coming in with sellers stepping in off of VWAP here, 142s now on USO. So, if that's going to become the trend on the day for USO, we're going to start holding below VWAP and pull back into these low 140s, maybe even high 130s. Then, the market can easily bid up and continue to push higher here. 250-20s coming in here on Apple. And why did I like this area from before? Let's go in and look at what it did here in the morning session. This was the first place, this little block here from about 250.08s. Let's get specific, 250.08s to a low of 249s. That little chunk right there is the first slowdown on the way down. Now, of course, sellers were still very aggressive. They continued. There wasn't really any sort of a bounce, but this was the whatever bounce that we did have happened in and around this area. So I'm going to continue to stay a little bit interested here in and around that 250. I also like that 250 because it's a quarter mark. I like my quarters. The 250 could be a little bit interesting here. But the market pulling back up towards its highs, that could mean absolutely nothing. For a potential pullback in, what can I and should I be looking for here? We looked at the downtrend break earlier here. Take a look at this one. So that trend is holding up quite nicely as well. So maybe to go the other way, I just got to wait for this.
Oh, dude, AXI, this thing just went absolutely off there.
Let's go.
Yo, it halted. Let's go. We're still in this.
You ask and you shall receive.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yes,
Mr. Leahy, the best character in the Trailer Park Boys. Sharif, where you at, my boy? Here it is. AIXI, Luis Barbados. Are you watching? Bang. There it is. We're still in this one, Obi. That's what we're talking about. I was going to say, hey, man, can we hold the rest of our size until 40s? I'm caught in this uphold, but that was absolutely insane on that one. It was just going, and I'm like, wow, and then it just popped up like 30 cents almost, just like that, as quick as you would like. As Sharif would typically say, Katina Man, caught in the uphold, my boy, 135%.
Nice. So what are we looking at for an open there?
Right now, top at $1.95. Let's get ready. Sharif has, really. All right, Williams, for sure. He does, man. Sending me videos of where he's at. So we're not going to do.
We got more videos now?
No, Sharif, where Sharif is at.
No, I know. We got more videos?
Oh, we got more videos. Yeah, we can't show those ones there, my boy.
No.
No. But other than that, he's having a grand old time. I've been there. I was there for a bachelor party multiple years ago now. And let me tell you this. It's a time for sure. We'll hit the Stone Cold one more time. Did Luis? Hopefully. But AIXI up 135%, caught in that uphold, tap to 195. We have to be prepared to get out of this bad boy as quick as you'd like. Let's go, Mike Peter Ryder, Los Pollos.
When's the opening time there on that one?
I think we got a couple more minutes, Mike.
5 minute hold time.
Yeah.
So
5 minutes.
12:29:20. So should be opening at 12:34:20.
Yeah, 34s.
So we'll give it a few more minutes
Print
there.
that $2. Print that $2 tap.
Yeah, that tap is looking quite nice there. $1.95 on the day. So good stuff there on getting involved with a potential alter and off of the trend line break as well. Yeah, good stuff there. Technically very sound on that AIXI.
Been cold as ice as lately, but we take it for when we can. What we can, and then when we got a party, it's time
yeah, exactly.
Party, man.
I mean, here's the thing. You were saying that, maybe, not doing so hot on the large caps, so I want to try some small caps, and boom, right there. If this isn't a sign.
If this is...
You know what I mean?
Oh, man, I know, man. Listen, Obi, I don't know if you're, I don't know if you're more statistic man, but I'll tell you, when there's a fight...
More of a feels man.
Feels man. So we got a big light heavyweight UFC bout this weekend. Yuri Prohaska versus Carlos Alberg. I'm taking the under in that, okay?
Okay.
Under 5 rounds. Let me be precise here. Under 5 rounds. Why? Because someone is going to get knocked out. And that's what we want. And then also, I'm going very heavy. I very rarely, when I know a specific fight is when I'll place a bet. I'm not just betting every weekend on this
stuff. So you've seen these fighters, you know their stats.
Know their previous history and everything along those lines. Someone's going to get KO'd in this one. But we have the Freedom 50 UFC card at the White House. We have Ilia Topuria versus Justin Gaethje as the main event. Ilia Topuria is going to knock out Justin Gaethje, and I am that. You know how we talk about exponential bet sizing?
Yeah.
That's an exponential bet.
Okay.
Right there.
You're saying that's an A++?
Yeah. It's an A++. You take that 1,010% every time. I could be wrong. I do, and I'm not Italian like Katina Man. So other than that, man, I got those two lined up. Let's see if we can rock and roll. What's up, Katina Man? Did you get those? Did you get those VO meatballs I was telling you about last night? All right, those are fire. For anyone here in Toronto or in Canada, if you have a farm boy, get the VO meatballs. Very, very, very good stuff there. But tap now at $2, Obi.
Let's go.
The tap
now halted up at what, 89?
Yeah, bro. Nice. Yeah, we're in at 54, so $2.
Only a couple more minutes. Actually, 1 minute.
1 minute, man.
1 minute.
We got to get ready to get out of this.
We're at 33.20s right now.
All right, let me put
on
some,
the time. So
let me put some orders in here, brother.
Yeah, definitely. You put in some of those orders there. 195 tap. So definitely poised to open a little bit higher there.
What is that? How did I just catch a fill? Is that pending?
That might be an internal order. It's definitely an internal order there.
Okay, all right.
So,
all right.
yeah. So, it's called Sometimes that definitely happens. There, if a lot of participants, if a lot of people at the firm are potentially, what's that? Oh, okay.
So I can't even do it.
So you'll be long on. Okay.
So what does that happen?
There you go. It's open right there. Let's go.
Dang, it wasn't that many, to be honest with you. All right. Oh, and it's still going 216. How about that one? Oh, and it's still going 220. We got all of that. We'll take it for what it is, guys. 210. A quick move. Oh my God, Obi, it just popped up to 230.
Yeah.
This thing is absolutely insane.
Where's the next?
Well, good thing I didn't do more internal orders there, because I would have had to market on open those, or limit on open those if I didn't want it to fill internally, right?
Okay.
So what am I going to get in trouble for the overnight hold?
You're getting repriced to $2 there.
So I got to be prepared for it to be on my blotter tomorrow.
No, that's not what. That's not.
All right.
It'll just get repriced because right now it's in no man's land. It's like it's floating in the abyss, right?
It's in the abyss.
So it'll just be like, obviously, you shouldn't have got that fill. It'll fill you at whatever that initial candle opened at, which seems like it's just shy of $2. So
man, this thing's gonna halt again, man. You learn something new every day. Yes, thanks, Katina Man. I appreciate that. Katina Man just Vince McMahon'd me over there. There it is, Lexstar. We can give you that if you want, my friend. But other than that, a nice little move on AIXI. Man, what a move, man. That was pretty cool.
I don't know if it's
too bad it's not going to hide. It's definitely open.
No, over.
Oh, what do you mean over? The volatility?
The move.
Yeah. I mean, here it is, man. Who are we going to, Adara?
I think so. I think I got.
We didn't get the green light. That's all right. We'll be patient. That was pretty cool as it's continuing to climb. Now 194%. Sharif, brother. There he goes. I can't hear you either. So anyways, now I hear you. Now 243 and still climbing.
It ain't
247, 250. It ain't over until we say it's over. Obi hit the money. 254 and 255 being printed on AIXI. Who is this individual? What is going on here? I don't even know the float of this thing. 341 million shares. Uh-oh, Sharif. I'm going to say it one more time. New small cap king in town, my boy. Obviously joking. I don't even know if he's listening. He might be on a plane right now, to be honest with you. But a nice little move. Up to 200+% in this name. Having fun with that one, Adara.
Let's talk here about some more headlines. You guessed it. Out of the Middle East. I do want to unpack some of these Axios headlines concerning the negotiations, because I've seen a lot of them as of late, and in case you've seen them and you are wondering what's going on, I do want to take the time to kind of go over some of these with you. So Axios basically reported that there's been now a glimmer of hope with regards to negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. Apparently there has been progress specifically within the last 24 hours in the negotiations, but according to this Axios report, it still seems like it's a long shot, the idea of getting a concrete deal by the 8 p.m. Eastern deadline that was made by President Trump. Apparently the thinking, though, at the White House is gone from can we actually make a deal to can we make a deal by tonight? So they think it's possible. It's about now whether or not they can do it on time. Furthermore, there could be, quote, unprecedented escalation, as we know, should the deal not be reached. So long story short, Axios reporting relative, optimism with regards to these deals, but overall nothing has changed. So I do want to update you guys in case you're seeing these Axios headlines. Back to you.
Hey, thank you very much.
270 on this.
How are we doing? Yeah, that thing. Where's the next halt band on that one?
I don't know. Where do you see that?
You got your bands marked there?
No, I don't.
Or you got to go in and put.
Yeah, you got to put
those
that stuff
Yeah,
in there. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, your first day kind of dabbling with those small caps. You got to have. I'm sure if you talk to Sharif, he'll get you set up with those because I know he has those halt bands marked on his book.
Yeah,
and
he's got those on there
as well. So yeah, no, it definitely helps out to have some of those. But you can kind of measure it out, roughly a 10% halt band, depending on how many halts have happened during the day as well. Right?
But I mean, like this move,
bunch of different rules around that.
From like $2 to 250 is another quarter right there. No.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that was fun, short-lived.
It also has to be within a specific amount of time because it'll reset.
280 halt. 280 halt. They're saying. If it rips up there, but yeah, that was pretty cool.
It almost got there. It got to 70s, no, 60.
I don't know if this is just a wick or anything along those lines. We could take a look at another chart to see what we got going on. Yeah, 268. So we did get it almost to that 272 level. What was I gonna do? I was gonna pull something up, but now it just slipped my mind. Nonetheless, yeah, I mean that was fun. They're gonna continue probably. I don't know, 200% on this name. Yesterday, I did the exact same thing.
Oh, really?
So so leading into this morning's session, I seen the pre-market price action and just the liquidity, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, that looks pretty cool. Let's see if we can get involved in this one, AIXI, and then bang, up to the top side now, printing 245. Should add some less, or a couple more orders out and ride a little bit, but nonetheless, can't complain. That was a whole bunch of fun. I hope you guys got that opportunity as well too. And yeah, other than that, man, ride the wave. And the wave is up to 213% right now. Oh, maybe $2.80, maybe in the works, but you have to get there in a certain amount of time, as you just mentioned.
Yes, sir. So the craziness on AIXI is continuing to happen as it consolidates at its highs. Just watching some of this Apple here, nothing too crazy. Still consolidating, chopping around that 250 as of right now. Markets maybe taking a little bit of a breather. We got about 4.5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, 24/200s. Here on the NASDAQ, holding up triple wick on the prior, I guess, including this 15-minute candle in and around this area. We try to push. Once again, can't really get through it. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I have no idea. But a little bit of slowing down is what I'm seeing here. This was that consolidation that we had coming into the open of the session right here. You can see holding that 24/200, and then prior wicks, boom, 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 boom. Similar story on the ES, kind of. It's more of the higher end of that pre-market consolidation coming into the open. That was held as a bit of resistance, and the prior two 15-minute candles have wicks up into that 66.30 area. So yeah, maybe a little bit of supply potentially holding it down for now. But has the trend changed? That's the question, right? Has the trend changed? It definitely does look like the trend has changed when it comes to some of the Mag 7s. You can see that, Apple definitely catching a bit of a bid here. Softy actually got back above its opening price here. So if we take a look at MSFT, you can see opened down here. Yeah, open down here, 370.35s. We're finally getting above that, but it seems like still maybe a little bit of supply here. This was where we were sold off in the morning. You can see wick tests of this area on Microsoft still holding a little bit of selling here. Google as well, similar story. I'm looking across the board. Same places where supply stepped in off of the open is what we're hitting right now on a few of these Mag 7 names. Even on this Google, look at this. This was maybe potentially a held bid. Look at all of these 3-minute candles. Top wick, top wick, top wick, top wick, top wick. But that base is pretty flat right there at 302s and some change. So that's interesting to me. And then we break the highs, pull right back into that support. That held for what, over 15, 20 minutes? Right there, almost half an hour on a very tight range. So yeah, that could be a piece of information. Interpret that However, I want to. Tesla, what is Tesla up to here? Tesla is reclaiming its VWAP as of right now, so trying to pull it back in. Again, I guess relative weakness definitely being shown a little bit more on this one alongside with Apple, of course, but compared to some of the other sevens, you can see here still holding below its opening range low on Tesla, but that picture could change. We did get a bit of that taco move happening as of right now with the potential of the deadline being pushed further. Once again, another one.
Fabian.
So we'll wait and see how that unfolds, if anything will actually happen at 8 p.m. tonight or not. Have to wait and see. Let's see how some of these chips are doing. Wow, Intel, man, this is one. Bigger picture stuff going on here, right? We're talking about how bigger picture. When I'm talking about Intel and I say bigger picture, I mean those multiple months that we were consolidating underneath. Look, I have it all, nicely charted up, and is it not even 23? It's down here. This is a 30-minute chart. We'll go to a 3-hour chart right here. So, boom, a lot of supports on Intel, but I know it's a little bit messy. I got to pull these off because obviously you guys will not be able to tell. But this little chop right here, multi-month, almost over a year of chop underneath that 25. I'm sure there was a few moments where we got above 26s, but very strong consolidation, especially while the whole AI move was happening. Intel was, almost nowhere to be found. Finally, you get the presidential seal, and that's what some of these indicators are on, especially some of these moving, these anchored VWAPs, right? Every time. Sure, Intel has been having crazy chop, but the more significant I think an anchored VWAP is, the more I bold it out. So you can see here, when we actually broke out of that range, that's where this double red anchored VWAP is coming in. Every single pullback into that zone of acceptance, is how I like to look at it, has been bought up. So you can either be buying these breakouts, or you can be buying pullbacks. When it comes to bigger picture, I like to look for a little bit of support as well, but you can see stepping up, bigger picture, still pushing. Back-to-back good news on this one. Now we have some affiliation with SpaceX as well. Prior high coming in at 55.34s on this one. So yeah, I did try to get aggressively long, but intraday, not as easy. Bigger picture, a lot more straightforward, a lot more clearer as to where actual buyers are sitting on this one and where sellers may be sitting as well. But we're finally kind of breaking out towards that 55 level once again, an attempt. I'm curious to know, are we going to get to that 55 soon enough? 52.97s currently back up into that 53 area where we had supply in the pre-market, supply off of the open. Is this going to be distinctly different? The market is distinctly different than it was now, than it was in the morning, right? So all of those factors, we could get a push through 53s, maybe some scalps are potentially in store, but I'll keep a close eye on this one. I think I had to keep an eye here in and around that VWAP, because once it does kind of chop around, reclaim, some of these breakouts are coming in nicely here, about 50 pennies off the prior high there on Intel, pulling back into the whole dollar at 53s right now.
All right, man. Yeah, good look. Thing 200%. Bitcoin slowly climbing higher. Same with the overall market too, guys. As it's heading towards the top end of this wick of the volatility spike on the SPY, 657, and just a nice steady uptrend right here. Consistent higher lows is essentially what we want to see. Tesla starting to find somewhat of a bounce as well, to a curl lower, that inverse turtle shell, and then we have a consolidation zone on IBIT. The OB is short Apper, so let's head over to our watch list, guys, and see what we have for the Mag 7. We have yet to go over them here today and see what we got cooking. AAPL 250 and starting to find someone to rebound. Watch out for this support level, though. There might be some more downside on that one. I didn't get what you said there, Assassino, if you did say anything. Oh, okay. I just heard the thing go. A slight rebound right there in AAPL. NVDA, how have you been performing today? Continuing its climb higher. Oh, what? Hindsight 2020, Obi. That was a beautiful print right off of the lows here on NVDA. Gorev, did you take advantage of that, Los Polios? I know you're forever long this name, but that is Deion Sanders right there, prime time. Anyways, aside from that, guys, a nice little print. I think the algo should pick that up. We'll take a look momentarily on what we have going on that front there, ladies and gentlemen. Pan W. How's my friend CrowdStrike been performing? Why are we not located? Like, this thing just gets scrambled all the time. Where's our boy Crowd? See what we got going on here with the strike. Essentially, did we start to head back a little bit higher? Nice indecision print halfway through there, and we haven't even gone through our tracker in quite some time. So let's do that. We got a couple things that we can do. We got path to look highs on 68 on Chow. Look the high, it's $68? No way. Pathic, are you serious? Let's pull that up here. We'll take a couple steps back. We digress. AIXI, 68 smackers. Head over to the weekly on that one, Obi. Oh, I see $94. There's a split though, so maybe you have that split implemented into their $73, but that was a high of $98 at one point there. IPO, this is the weekly, roughly around April of 23. Now really starting to rock and roll. A lot of tagging in the chat. Why were you guys asking me? Wow, how you doing, brother? We're good, Louis. I hope everything is good. Eric Vargas, yeah, man, I'm fine. I was just, oh man, like what happened? Like we had a good opportunity there on NVDA for the potential long, but that one didn't work out. But let's head over to our watch list, Broadcom as well. So we'll pull something up here and see what we got. Go through a couple of more. Our visualizer, that is Obi. We got the targets visualizer. Where's our portfolio tracker? See how everybody in the club is doing. Your boy sliding a little bit. Ramin climbing the charts. Sean and I neck and neck right here, essentially. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Let's get over to the tracker and see how everybody's doing. Obi's still leading the race. 103% on Babcock and Wilcox there. Sidhu also.
Look at Circle right now, dude. I was just going to say, like, Circle's just in a straight line up. I have no idea what's going on. Somebody in the chat pointed out, both Circle and Coin are getting aggressive bids on regular volume right now. Yeah, taking a look at this one, maybe potentially setting up for an intraday reversion here. But yeah, I have a 0.5 relative volume. So it's doing half the volume it normally does, at least in the past 5 days. And it's been a steady grinding bid on this one all the way up to 94.75 highs. So yeah, when that buyer is done, I definitely want to potentially play a part there.
So I knew that the algo would pick that up. Bang, bang.
Yes, sir. That's the hammer, right? Yeah. I mean, it literally says that on your chart, but I don't know what you. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. So, yeah, we'll continue watching some of these markets, some of these crazy moves here on the day. But right now, I think Adara's got a guest for us, so we'll see you guys soon.
I do, Obi. We're very excited to welcome to the show Raza Bokhari, MD, Executive Chairman and CEO of Medicus Pharma, which trades on the NASDAQ as MDCX. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much for having me on your program. I'm really excited to be on this live trader TV show. So I watch it every now and then. It's very fascinating.
Awesome. Happy to hear you watch it. Let's start right in here with a quick overview of Medicus Pharma and how your investor operator model works.
So we are a NASDAQ issuer and a life sciences biotech company focused on advancing clinical development programs of phase 2 novel therapeutic assets that we believe can be potentially disruptive. As an investor operators, we both at the management level and at the board level are the funds that write the first check when we got this company off the ground. This is my second IPO. So we came on the scene about 2 years ago, where I usually write the first check of, I think 4 million plus was in this, in Medicus, with another 8 million or 10 million from the remaining board members and management, and the rest of the 4 million from an extended circle of friends, where we started this IPO in November of 2024 at $4 a share. So we're really excited to where we are. And just that's the investor operator model.
So let's talk a little bit now about de-risking the traditional biotech model. So how does your company's approach differ from what we typically see in early stage biotech?
So one, we are what would classify to be mid-stage, where we take these novel clinical therapies, which are either in phase 2 and they are phase 2 ready. Then we also always, when we take control of these assets, we take control. So we always have a majority interest, so we can just run and take control of the destiny of advancing these novel therapies. We also look for assets that have always with an exit in mind, where these therapies have more than $1 billion of an addressable market size. Lastly, we try to acquire them at a value which is anywhere between 10 to 25 million, more close to 10 million at the start. We commit to invest 10 to 25 million in these clinical studies, more close to 10 million than 25 million, and then with a positive a data set, a decision grade data set, position them to be acquired by bigger players and monetize. So we remain quite disciplined in our vertical and try to refrain from any temptations to step or color outside the lines, as they say.
So you mentioned some of these treatments here. You have multiple programs underway, including SkinJect and Taverelix. So how should investors think about the balance between these assets in terms of where your focus is?
So SkinJect is our lead asset. It is a novel therapy developed to bring to market a non-invasive treatment for the most common cancer, skin cancer, particularly basal cell carcinoma, and it also has an autosomal rare disease indication of Gorlin syndrome. So the way this our progress is, we recently gave a positive top-line data set, so we have pretty much have invested nearly $10 million in the R&D program. And now this asset is at a mature level where it is now well positioned for a collaboration or a partnership with a bigger player, where it serves to create a potentially a monetizing event for us, hopefully sooner rather than later. So that keeps us, puts our attention to Taverelix, which is a very exciting acquisition that we completed towards the end of last year. And now we are picking up momentum, and our entire focus is on advancing 2 indications of Taverelix, which is a next generation hormone antagonist, where in advanced prostate cancer patients, in patients with urologic issues and women's health. So the way investors should think is that we focus on getting one asset to a level of maturity so it could realize monetization while we start to focus on these additional indications that are in the pipeline. So we try to be a good custodian of shareholders' invested capital.
For sure, and I definitely want to congratulate you guys on announcing the optimized phase 2 design submission for Taverelix, which I know you just talked about a little bit here. So let's zoom out now. You've outlined a number of catalysts for 2026, which include FDA interactions, new studies, and even some potential partnerships. So what do you think is maybe the most impactful, if you could pick one catalyst here that you think would be the most impactful for Medicus in the near term?
So, as they say, these little drops of water and grains of sand, they make these mighty oceans and land. So all of these catalysts, they all contribute towards value creation. However, if you have to pick one that is most promising that we look forward to, is our partnering and finalizing following an end of phase 2 meeting on the Skinjet asset. We hope that we can find a partner, monetize, and move forward our journey towards finding new exciting assets. And before I lose you, I do want to quickly mention of this optimized study that we have announced. The value of this is the execution model is that we acquired an asset where the design would have costed us north of $30 million. We have refined it, and now we have brought it down to a level where south of $10 million of investment could give us a decision-grade data set. So that is how we continue to advance forward and hopefully create sustainable shareholder value.
Well, thank you very much for being here with us. Raza Bokhari, MD, Executive Chairman and CEO of Medicus Pharma. Again, you can find Medicus on the NASDAQ as MDCX. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you again for having me on your program. I hope I get to come back again.
Thanks.
Very much, yeah.
Absolutely. Come back anytime.
Interesting products there for sure. And yeah, I'll have to check out that stock as well. First time I'm hearing a little bit about it, but I think you got something to talk about right there.
Yeah, we can talk
some
Yeah,
craziness.
absolutely. So hold down now on
halted
down on AIXI. Fortunate enough to get out of that one, climbs up to 270, and then it just goes absolutely tank city right there. Yeah, not too good of a look, especially if you've been holding. I just watched it. Like, look at this 1 minute candle, drops 30 cents. This one drops another 30 cents as well too. So that was chaotic. Fortunate. I mean, it would have been nice and ideal to hold all the way up into 270, but then when you get those clean flushes down, Luis, where you at, brother? Did you? I highly doubt that he shorted it all the way up there, but if he did, then nice. I don't know. I think it'd be too difficult up there, and I think he's a little bit more strategic and on his entries. So a nice little move on AIXI. Looking forward to talking about this one tomorrow, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, thank you again to Raza for coming on today. I was keeping an eye on headlines during this interview. There was really only one headline of note in terms of geopolitics, but New York Times did report a couple of minutes ago that U.S., Israel, and Iran are actually accelerating their strikes ahead of their deadline. So knowing that there's this 8 p.m. deadline, I guess people are trying to get strikes out of the way should the conflict come to an end. Furthermore, we do have comments that are coming through from Feds Goolsbee. He was set to start at 12:35 p.m., but as Brennan mentioned this morning, very rarely do these Feds start on time, so it looks like he's starting about 25 minutes late. He said that there's nothing in the Federal Reserve Act that says they have to make the stock market or the president happy. So basically saying the Fed is not reacting or acting in any way to influence the president or the market. They are just acting based on their own data. Furthermore, saying that actively discussing taking away the independence of the Fed would be a bad idea, and that if the Fed was, did come dependent in some way, that would actually result in a roaring back of inflation, according to Feds Goolsbee. I'll keep an eye on this for you guys. He also says that oil prices are likely a stagflationary shock. Back to you.
Massive spike up there.
Huge spike in the market.
Yeah, talk to him about.
Boy.
I'm looking for something up. I just got a spike up notification. As soon as I get it, we'll let you know. But Apple just absolutely ripping to the top side there. iPhone is on track, so it wasn't. Wow. Now it is.
Daisy.
Boom. Massive move to the top side there. Obi, I know you are short that.
I got a little rocked on that one, but we'll go to Dara and see what is up with the news there.
Here's the news here with Apple. AAPL is seeing some reports suggesting that Apple is very likely to be releasing its foldable phone alongside the 18 Pro. So again, we don't necessarily have a time for the 18 Pro, but either way, whenever they do announce the 18 Pro, I guess it's going to be in September, I'm just seeing from Bloomberg, we're also going to be getting the foldable iPhone released alongside it. Now, we know Nikkei Asia reported earlier that we were going to be getting the foldable iPhone potentially delayed by a couple months. So this is a significant change in terms of what we were seeing prior. Again, Bloomberg now reporting that contrary to earlier reports, foldable iPhone will be released alongside the iPhone 18, likely in September. Back to you.
Does that count as a volatility spike in the overall market? Like we just got one there in Apple and the voting. We're gonna create a new one. Are you? Whoa! What do we do? Lock in the top two. We'll lock that in there. What does the tug of war do? What is stock shutdown, Fabian? Fire up the stock, one or two, Tesla, or I mean, I don't even really know what's going on here, but the showdown, Apple foldable iPhone on track to debut in September, as Adair just brought to us. Looking forward to that one. I want to create a poll here. Are you going to be buying the iPhone? Here it is, guys. Are you buying iPhone? There we go. Got that wrong. Yes. No. Start voting now. Are you buying the iPhone foldable? Two. A lot of twos in the board. No, two. Whoa, maybe I'll go one. Maybe we'll grab that one. Let's see what everyone's up to there in the chat. Tap on that was 205. Now trading back up to 224 there on AIXI. A lot of twos in the chat. Uh-oh. Why is no one buying that? Like, do you guys already have the 17 and you don't necessarily upgrade your phone for X amount of years? Maybe. I mean, I have the 16. Maybe we switch that in for a foldable. I don't know if I want anything bigger than this. I think I might get the 18 though. Hand that one in there. You're an iPhone. Ichiro, you're a developer though. Okay, what did you vote, bro? We need less screens, not more. What does that mean? We need less screens, not more. Okay, I see what you're saying. Android for the win. What?
For sure, man. Android for the win.
We'll hit the fail on that one. I'm going to buy an Android, man. Anyways, aside from that one, Android guy there. A lot of votes going in, 68 to the no side and then 21 to the downside. But there goes AIXI right back to the top side. 270 once again in this name, 222%, straight to the top. That was insane. A nice look. How's your Apple going there, Obes?
Yeah, so this is not necessarily the best. I got swiped on part of it there, but it is what it is. You know, if I'm trading like this, sometimes you got to be willing to take a slap or two just like that. But you know, I guess the funny enough, the reversion came in, and then you get that walking back on the news, and then it goes from 250 all the way to 253s on some of those swipes there. So pretty aggressive move. So shout out to anybody who had the long and held the long for that consolidation above VWAP there. But yeah, no, I was definitely very, very wrong on this one, and you know, not really trading with a tight stop there, getting blasted all the way at 252s. For part of the position there, and working my way out of the rest of it right now. But yeah, you know, not necessarily the best there, a little unlucky, but it is what it is. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But I guess great news for Apple as they're right back on track. So technically, does that mean we should be swiping all the way back to the reference prices because we were sold off based off of some of this news, or are we still kind of in and around the right area here, around those 251s, 252s, as the market is also pretty red on the day today? So we talked about earlier how, you know, there could have been multiple factors of the aggressive selling that took part, that were the reason for the selling on Apple on the day today, and it doesn't necessarily have to get all the way back to that opening price. You can see the market as well. Sure, didn't really get back to its opening price just yet, but a decent recovery all the way back in. The SPY for sure has gone back to its opening price because that was in and around the 66.30s here on the ES. So craziness craziness. There's not just taco on some of I guess Trump's news posts. There's taco on the Apple as well. I don't know if you like Apple in your tacos.
No, I don't know if that's necessary. Is that a thing?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I like apples though. Shout out to Gala. Gala apple is probably one of the best. And Cosmic Crisp. Cosmic Crisp, a not very known brand of apple. Very good. All right, guys. If you're not getting your votes in on this, then I don't really know. This is it. Which device are you going with? 1, 2, or 3? Apple, Android, or other? Put it in the chat, guys. 2. Let's see. A lot of 2s going on. Get everybody. Listen, we're gonna put. Okay, Macintosh apples, so tasty. We still have those here. Adara. Oh, you.
Mike, I have the teeth of like an old man, so I can't eat them
Oh,
anymore. It's just like a sad moment.
They fall apart.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, we could slice those up for you as well too. We could slice them up. There's another option as well too. Hawaii paid for by Apple and a few cars. A condo in Hawaii and a few cars by that Apple stock in the 90s. Obi putting that 2 in there. A lot of 3 going on. Whoa.
What's the 3? The
other, like
a
Google?
Pixel or
Yeah,
okay,
Google,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
A rotary phone, says Pizza Gang. Did your household back in the day have a rotary phone?
No, I don't think I
my
remember a rotary phone.
You know what that is, right?
No, of course. Yeah. I
Imagine
you gotta go one number at a time there. On.
Imagine it was an emergency and it's like 9.
Yeah, exactly. What were the logistics behind that? I guess you just have to do it as fast as possible, right?
Yeah, get that one.
No. I do remember growing up when you couldn't use the phone while you were using the internet.
Yeah, AOL, man.
Yes. Yeah.
All those noises.
That was classic there.
Yeah, that was classic. You can only use one or the other. But yeah, put it in the chat. Android leading the way. So for all the individuals in the Apple ecosystem, you got to get rocking and rolling here. Essentially, you got to get those votes in. 10% or a little bit less than that. 48 votes for the Android phone. 38 votes for the Apple. Get those 1s, 2s, or 3s in there, and then a measly 4 for other. I mean, once you're kind of integrated into the different systems, whatever ecosystem you're in, then it's a little bit harder to transfer over, I think, in my opinion. So once you're stuck something, pure LimeWire, downloading songs off of LimeWire and just getting absolutely destroying the computer while you're doing it, essentially. Pure viruses with that one. 58 votes now for Android, 47. Not doing too much, 202% there on AIXI. Apple, how's that been doing, Obi? We had a massive spike in that one. Still holding up around those highs at 251. So let's see if we're going to get a little bit of a pullback here. Strong volume, but there is still some selling pressure stepping in. Apple always. Yeah, we're going to keep this one up for a bit, and then we'll get back to it. Maybe we can get a second wave of individuals voting on that specific topic there. Still looking at IBIT, running into that supply zone at 38.80. Can't break through that. We were going over the options chain not too long ago on this one at 39.50 on IBIT. Those are now OTM. For those who aren't aware, out of the money. And how has that supply been holding up? Are we still sitting at the same amount? The size is growing at 41, 38.50, relatively cool. But sorry, we got to head over to this week's expiration. So yeah, $39, 28,000 contracts. All right, I like that one. Let's see if we continue to climb a little bit higher. 39 bucks. Where is that going to put us on the day? And then we can maybe base a trade off of that. 39 is right around here. That's a pre-market zone. Hard to depict because it was selling off of that level, but maybe you get a little bit of a bounce, and then who knows what can happen at that point. But the uptrend is still fully intact here on IBIT.
Yes, sir. So bit of a settling down. So that spike, volatility spike on Apple settling down now, holding that 251 halves there, all out of that one. So GG's on that for sure. Let me know. Did you guys participate in any of the Apple moves today? The short off of the open, the reversion off of the lows. That worked out quite nicely as well. Or maybe now on the news that they're going back on their thing and it spikes up, kind of bounces all the way up to 253 halves, and then now pulling back 251.40. So a quick little volatility spike again. If I'm not in the position, I'm definitely looking to fade some of that as well. Just had to be a little bit more patient on that one. You can see I started getting a little aggressive. Boom, stop out. Boom, stop out. And then on the third one, I was like, okay, maybe I got to leave a little bit of a looser stop. Nope. Boom. Gets swiped there on that one. But it seems like we're holding technically higher highs and higher lows now on Apple. So maybe looking for a potential V-shape recovery on this one. Let me know in the chat what you guys are up to, what you guys are trading. Yep, Apple off the revert trader or earlier saying drawing in the chat there. Apple, yes, call still holding price above the 9 and the 20 EMAs. Nice. Yeah, I guess you can be looking at some of the strikes and then Apple? put on moving averages on the prices of those options as well. I like looking at strikes, but I do prefer looking at the options chart a little bit closer because it actually shows me a little bit of the supply and the demand and how prices have been moving around during the day as well.
What do you? So like you'd pick a
on the option chart. So for example, say like a 250. Like what's the 250
chart?
250 call?
What the chart is doing.
What
I think that's a little bit tough because you have to implement. Yeah, you have to implement decay into the value of the contract.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if it's expiring today, like you know what I mean, like getting with the uptrend is what I'm talking about. You can see volume in there as well. So I think it's kind of at the same time, if you're just like, okay, well, I'm only going to go off of price and volume. Can you not use similar concepts on options charts? Because that's usually what I like doing.
That's a great question, and I would have to sit and think about that one a little bit. Yeah. I just don't think it's the same because some of the charts differ, right? Like you'd have to.
No, of course, yeah. But say I'm trading the 250 strikes on the day.
Oh yeah, that's the difference.
If I'm trading the 250 strikes on the day,
then you can treat it like actual price action.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's showing me the demand of that vehicle, of that asset, which is the.
Absolutely. I mean, what do we got here? OB 260. I don't think we're going to hit that today, but that's where we're going to see a lot of the supply on this week's expiration cycle. So did the volatility step in? Oh yeah, a little bit here on Apple, 35.8%, so a slight increase in the premium. But I wouldn't be surprised if that starts to cool down at some point here on
Are those zeros?
Where?
No, do they expire today?
No. Oh, 0 DT? No, 3-day.
Okay.
Yeah, 3-day. 3-day. So yeah, there it is at 265. That's gonna be that next step, but you have to break through this first. And we were just going over IBIT as well, considering $39, right? So I think that's huge supply for this name. So I think that we'll reject that throughout the week. Maybe we'll trade above it for a little bit, but then the average, you'll see the size grow a little bit, and then sure enough, by the end of the week, $39. I wouldn't be surprised if we close south of that. We're trading at 38.70 right now. We'll keep track of it. Let's head back to our tracker, as this name is just still chopping around here. Be cautious with this, guys. It's insane. You want to position yourself relatively well. I would have loved to have my original price like over at 96 cents. That would have been a fantastic time to get involved there. Glad that we ironed out that issue without any form of questioning. I was going to pull something up here. Yeah, let's get back to our tracker. Here we had 61 votes on the Android OB, and then Apple with only 50. So and 5 on the other. So Android land is definitely winning that one. Do you care if the options offered is $5 apart versus $1 apart? The spread? Are you referring, Ichiro, are you referring to the strike or the spread there? The strike price? Offered $5 apart. No, I don't like that, to be honest with you. No, I want to see as many increments as I possibly can. So I like things that are 250, right? So every 250. But as you go further, you would know this, as you go further in the expiration cycle, the they only give you $5 increments if you're going like way out. So so they only give you so many there because there's a lot of data, I guess. But Bitcoin's starting to climb a little bit higher here, guys, and the market's still grinding. This trend's still fully intact. We'll keep an eye out on this one just in case it breaks at some point. Maybe you can have a backside move. We reject this volatility spike high. We're on volatility spike maybe number 2. Are we going to classify Apple as a volatility spike? Or were we thinking about more or less
like
just
in the whole market? I think that's
in the whole market. So we're still sitting, but I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like 116, we might get 2 more. And we might surpass that, but keep an eye as we're starting to slide a little bit here on the overall market. SPY starting to break trend, and same thing with the NASDAQ, guys. Keeping an eye on Bitcoin for that $39 rejection.
Yes, sir. So, I'm continuing to go through some of these names we were looking at before. Yesterday, there was a name that, sparked my interest, and that was Starbucks, because all day long, Starbucks just trended up on pretty much not any sort of crazy volume, but take a look at this. Nice little push there. Coming in today, I was looking for a maybe potential continuation, but we've been getting a lot as of recent is that leg consolidation leg. So today seems like it's just consolidating within the upper range of prior day's action here on Starbucks, knocking on the door of that 95 area as of right now. So going to keep watching this one, maybe not for today, but I'll watch it kind of cook today, and maybe come in for that potential second move tomorrow for, if you guys know what I'm talking about, it's more of like a 3-bar move is what I'm looking for here. And we're seeing more and more of that occur in the market every now and then, right? It's got to set up the right kind of way. But if we're going to pull back up into some of these prior levels, maybe we do get that breakout of this, breakout of some prior levels as well. It seems like the most recent local low at 85s, we're about roughly $10 up off of that within the past few days, right? And aggressive bidding coming in prior day as well. So Starbucks was one of the ones I was watching. Let's take a look at some of these other stocks here as well. Intel couldn't really get past that 53, man. 53 came right back in with some supply, more of the same. A great example of that once again. 53 supply off of in the pre-market session off of that news. 53 supply once again off of the opening drive, and then 53 supply once again on the retest of this area intraday on INTC. CVS. Are you back up towards your high a day just yet? No, not really, but we did break through the opening range high. Pre-market high is sitting all the way up here at 79s, so it's kind of a sideways curl there on this one. Seems like it's holding a bit of a bid here at that 78 that I was pointing out earlier. It slowed down, sideways action within about 50 pennies on CVS. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on some of these cybersecurity plays like CrowdStrike. You could watch SentinelOne. You could watch here Palo Alto Networks as well. Seeing reports that the FBI is advising U.S. companies to increase their cybersecurity after Iran attempted to attack U.S. infrastructure. So again, as there are reported threats to U.S. infrastructure, we are getting reports that the FBI is advising these U.S. companies to increase their cybersecurity. Other cybersecurity plays you could watch here as well include Zscaler and FTNT. A lot of different ways you could play this, but again, keep an eye on cybersecurity as we do get these reports of the FBI saying, hey, U.S. companies, you might need more cybersecurity.
Good stuff there. A guy from work, what's going on? Oh, I've seen someone say it. Shouldn't nuclear, like SMR, be going? I know. Listen, my friend, SMR is just not it right now, a guy from work. I mean, we'll head over to our watch list and see what we got on New Scale Power here. I mean, down to $9, brother. Oh, my Lanta. This thing was $56, $57, 84%. Bruh is right. Like, I don't even know what to hit at this point. I mean, I'm not even gonna hit that. That's just pure disrespectful. I'll tell you what I was gonna hit, and it's this. But it's not that funny, to be honest with you. So we'll slap the fail on that one, stone cold as well, just because it's cold. It's a cold world out here in New Scale Power, down 85% essentially. That is yeah, exactly, for Adara there. That's not a good time. So Other than that, guys, market's starting to slide a little bit. AIXI, thought we were going to get the halt down, starting to bounce a little bit here. The breakdown in IBIT, we're right back to our previous entry price here. So the top end of the range seems to be working pretty good. What's that give us? I mean, that's not too bad, right? Like if you can get up there, there's multiple opportunities. So you have the consolidation up there at 38.75. We start pushing price down a little bit lower, now down to 38.65, a little bit above where our previous entry was of 38.61. I'm not going to gauge here because why? I have to give it all the way up here until I'm wrong. I would rather get in right here and when I'm wrong all the way up here, which there was that opportunity. So we'll wait for one more chance to see if we can get involved in that one. A lot of bag holders here on, yeah, I know, man, it's not good. Here, the way you phrase that is sounding like you're Disco 22, like you're in SMR, which isn't the best thing. I took a swing on it a while ago and it just didn't work out. So yeah, I was happy to get out of that one. Not necessarily always the case. Adara.
Interesting little headline here with Tesla at Intel. Now, we already knew, of course, as announced around 9 a.m. or so this morning, that Intel would be joining the Terafab project, which involves a whole host of Elon Musk companies, including Tesla and SpaceX and XAI. Well, now, hours later, just 2 minutes ago, Elon Musk posted on X. He, quote, tweeted the initial Intel post announcing this and said that, quote, looking forward to working with Intel on the Terafab. So keep an eye on INTC getting some love from Elon Musk this afternoon.
Okay. We can head back, but what's Broadcom been up to here today, OB, on the 5-minute? Coming off
a bit of a pullback, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a move here, but relatively strong, right? Like, I mean, break through that pre-market high of 334. Apple, oh, no, that doesn't look too good there, OB. You're out of that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a while back.
Yeah. Good call there on that 251. Now climbing up to 252, roughly. Goggles, what has it been up to? Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, oh man. Curl over right at VWAP, now starting to head a little bit lower. I wouldn't be I don't think it's the session today where we go and test this low of the day, but I could be totally wrong. So just be prepared for that on Tesla as the weakness continues. Same thing here with Meta. Man, oh man, I'm in this name from like 600, I believe. Where did we get involved there, Gorb? Yeah, like my average price is like $600 on Meta. Climbs 140 smackers, and then boom, Tank City, USA right there, 520 that low. So that's $200 to the downside off of that previous pivot high. And Meta, all these cases and all these lawsuits against them, not good. And it's going to be the exact same narrative. I've seen this a couple of times now, and I'm going to stick with this thesis, is that essentially what was going on with Apple and Google, and you have these antitrust, it's the exact same thing that's going to happen with Meta. Once everything comes to a cooling, which may take a year, probably a couple of years at that point, maybe even a little less, little longer, plus minus, is that the stock is going to continue to sell. And regardless of the earnings report, we know that 97% of its revenue is coming from digital ad sales. How much more money is Mark Zuck going to look to spend? How much more money is he losing in Reality Labs, Obi? Man, did you ever try out the metaverse?
No, I didn't.
No, yeah, same. I don't know. Neil, did you ever try out the metaverse? Sia metaverse? Did you try out the metaverse glasses or whatever? No, the whole face thing. No. Adara probably not either. Adara, no? Dear God, no. Dear God, no.
Not even remotely interested. I'm sorry. Story's up. Hey, could not pay me.
Okay, all right. So some people do get motion sick, including myself. Fabian and Assassino. Maybe Fabian. If I was going to bet on anybody in this room, it would probably be Fabian, who tried them out. I don't know if he's like them. He likes that other gaming device. I see more commercials on that thing. What's that thing called again?
Which one? The actual VR gaming stuff?
No, like the one thing that's like supposed to beat out PC gaming and everything.
The Steam Deck?
No, the HCD Vive.
So the Vive, the HTC Vive is the actual
okay.
It's the VR headset. Have you played any VR games though?
No, man.
You got to play VR games. Like some of them are absolutely amazing. And
can you get like a first-person shooter?
Yeah, of course. Dude, we have, I don't know if you've seen across the street, we have that Sandbox VR place.
Have you ever tried
that?
Yeah,
I haven't tried it, but I've tried similar things to that. And it's
does that one have like, the treadmill where it like kind of does like a 360 and it like...
So that one has more of like, it has like the whole arena, so it has big rooms, so you can run around
does this thing
and do
cost
things.
to go?
I think it's like a bill something. Fabian saying driving
you guys already know my
simulators are a
rap
lot
with
of
driving anyways.
fun, but
What's this
you know,
place called?
I think so. There's one. Some of them have experiences too, right? So there's one that I've been on, absolutely crazy. So I have a weird kind of fear of heights, where it's just like if it's off of like 2 stories or 3 stories, like I'm not that. Like it doesn't faze me at all, right? But if it's off of like a 50 stories, 60 stories, then it's like, okay, that's a little bit scary, right?
I'm a big dinosaur nerd, so I would.
So
have
they
to
have
try
Age
it.
of Dinosaurs. Yeah,
Age
they got
of Dinosaurs.
a
What is
few,
that? What do
I
you
don't know.
do
Maybe
there?
you walk around with a bunch of dinosaurs around you or something, but. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, some great, some real cool stuff there on that.
Stranger
but
Things?
bro, so there's this game where you walk into an elevator, right? You're physically walking in. This is what kind of messes with your brain. You're in the VR room and you have to step into the elevator physically, turn around, close the door, and then elevator music, whatever. It takes you to the top floor, and all it is a plank. And you have to walk out physically. You have to physically walk onto the plank. And then when I did that, my knees started shaking. I'm like, I didn't even know I had a fear like this. But it's funny how the mind plays.
Did you like?
So there's I never really jumped off of it, but there's an addition to the game where you can fly around in the city. So the next time I went up the elevator, I had like the little flying jets in my hand. So I took off from the plank, which is like a crazy. It's like they're like.
Is it like a rocket?
Kind of like a hose / rockets that you have on your hands, and then you just you fire them either ways, and then you fly in that direction.
I was looking for more or less a shooter game in here. I don't see that.
No, they have what? They have some FPSs for sure, but.
But that's
no. But the Sandbox VR place will let you walk around.
That's the one I was talking about. Yeah. Fabian, is when you're on the treadmill.
Yeah,
like
the 360 treadmill. I've seen those as well. Yeah. There's still a little bit of resistance though, but no. Yeah, exactly.
What is that?
Fabian talking about full immersion.
What is that?
Technology. I don't know if you ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh. Kind of like it's like the Matrix, you plug in and you're just lying there, and everything is just like signals to your brain,
like Black Mirror,
kind of like yeah, exactly.
In that one,
yes,
yeah, that would be sick. I don't know how
once we get to there,
because what if you do something like that one guy in Black Mirror? Dara, you would know his name. He's in Bergonia.
Yeah, Jesse Plemons, boy Jay Plemons.
Jesse Plemons. Shout out Jesse Plemons. A couple sick movies as well too. I'm trying to remember some of them, but anyways, he starts taking DNA from his co-workers, implements it into the game. Now they're trapped in this game, and they're plotting to go against him, and then eventually he gets stuck in the game abyss.
This is in Black Mirror.
Yeah.
I've seen that episode. Yeah. It's the first. They continue it for like an hour and a half special in the first season of the latest one. Sorry, the first episode of the latest one.
Oh, he's Todd from Breaking Bad. Yeah. Do you think that's one of his more? I guess maybe that might be his more. That's his early. Yeah, for sure. For sure. One of the movies that I was looking at here, extremely weird. Why isn't it on here? See what it is. Oh, I'm thinking of Ending Things. If you want to watch a movie that's about you like that movie, Assassina? I'm thinking of Ending Things. If you want to watch this movie, I do, Merrick. I'm pretty sure you can get that. If you want to watch a movie where at the end you're like, what did I just watch? Watch I'm Thinking of Ending Things, because it's just like, what just happened in that movie? Anyways, aside from that, no positions on right now. We were fortunate enough to participate here in the AIXI. A lot of fun going on here today, guys. Jesse Plemons is your boy, says Overthinking Bear. I like him a lot, that's for sure. But some good stuff here today. 230% at the highs here on AIXI. XI. And Bitcoin heading towards the highs. So I'm glad that we didn't look to go short on that one, Obi.
Yeah, that failure to follow through is definitely something. there on, it gave you volatility both ways, right? The long was sick, and then when it told you it's not going to get past that 260, 250 anymore, the short has been pretty solid as well. But bigger picture, it's still holding up.
Yeah,
it's holding up the morning ranges there on that one. So it might not be over. It might not be done just yet. So we will wait and see for that one. Let's see what our friend USO is up to. Did we hold some of those levels? So right there, that dip in the morning or earlier today in the midday, during the midday session, down to 139.60s, bought right back up and came right back into that 141 level as well. So kind of, I guess, more signs that, every dip continues to get bought off on this name. Maybe a little bit of a step back from that 8 p.m. Catalyst that we might potentially get. I'm seeing here Martel Profit in the chat. I'm surprised you or Joe aren't all over this Apple trade. Trust me, I was all over this Apple trade, and it's continuing right now. Again, I missed out on the reversion here off of the lows there, but yeah, consolidation on top of VWAP, that was nice. Stair step, currently holding and maybe potentially pushing back higher as well. So good luck to you on that Apple if you are involved with that one there. But I'm not really seeing anything else that's too much in play. Maybe some small caps for sure. There's a little bit of a swipe there on USO as I bring up some volume gainers here on the day. And guess, you know what? AIXI is the top of the list today, Joe. So makes some sense there. We'll continue to go through the rest of this list right after we get back from Madeira.
There's not too much happening here with the market. I know a lot of people are wondering kind of what news is or is not happening. I do have a couple of Iran headlines. We did get a little bit of a push down here in oil as the ambassador to Iran reportedly says, or the Iranian ambassador rather, reportedly says that Iran stands ready to engage constructively with all genuine diplomatic efforts. Furthermore, we also have here on watch with regards to USO and these Middle East headlines. UN Secretary General's personal envoy reportedly en route to Tehran to pursue consultations. That does also, though, come from the UN Iran ambassador. So be aware, we're seeing some comments come through from, it appears to be the Iran ambassador to the UN. If I get more details, I will let you know. PL also on watch. Looks like NVIDIA just tagged the company and shouted them out on social media, but the stock is not moving. Back to you.
Thank you very much here. So we'll continue going down the rest of some of these volume leaders on the day. And some of these names you've been seeing over the past week or so, right? So it's some of these continue to hold some of the highest volume done in the market. NVIDIA, of course, is, it'll be up here every now and then. AIXI, I don't know if it was up there yesterday or the day before, but this one I've been seeing here more and more often. SkyQ, SKYQ, and we know just looking at some of this chart here, relative volume last Thursday, relative volume kind of slowing down a little bit yesterday, and then coming right back in on the day today with some elevated volume as well. SkyQ holding up higher highs and higher lows as it steps back above some of that action we got on Thursday here. Nokia, interesting. Maybe not that crazy of a move when it comes to volatility or anything like that, but still doing lots of volume here. 55.4 million shares plug power we've been seeing over the past few weeks or so. This one's always kind of up in here. $2 stock, low price, but always doing some decent volume here. Tesla's up here as well. SIDU, bit of a pullback. 420 is the high to the dot right there, and then seller step right back in on SIDU. So I guess, not really getting too high on the day before that reversion comes in. Grab holdings, nothing crazy here. AAL, nothing crazy, but maybe something worth watching with DAL coming in with their earnings tomorrow morning. So that's pretty much the top of the list when it comes to some of the volume leaders. Micron, now that's a name I haven't looked at in a few days. Here, a bit of a double bottom here, down at 364s, and pulling right back up towards day highs. So yeah, the bid is definitely back on, guys, as we pull slow and steady back towards these highs. So I'm looking at the Mag 7s. Some of them were already at their day highs. I was talking about areas of supply. Google, as we speak right now, coming into its day high, attempting a potential breakout here. 100% V-shaped recovery on this one. Wow, there goes the market as well.
Yeah, market's ripping. Dude.
There's definitely something coming out here. I got something on PL and NVIDIA. Nah, nothing just yet. Maybe we've got to wait around to see what the bid is for. Could just be follow through, could just be continuation at the same time. So years out.
Yeah, years to the ground, as the boys to the right of us would like to say. Bitcoin really moving here. I mean, a big time volume increase here. Let's get off of this
across the board.
AIXI thing and head over to IBIT. I'm glad that we didn't take any more attempts on the short side because it would just be absolutely blow through the moon here. Volume starting to increase on the lower time frames. We were down 2 1/3 at one point. Now we're only down 1.2 or 1.1% roughly, and continuing to climb. So that's a pretty good look if you ask me. In the overall market, Tesla's flying, so nice work there, Los Polios. And as the market breaking through new pivots, we're heading towards that 5-minute opening drive wick high. Right here over at 587, and at this pace, I think we might recover. So that's not a bad look, as the volatility and the volume is definitely starting to uptick here. Pullback could get a little bit aggressive. What we want to see is a little bit of a sustained move here on IBIT in order for us to continue on this trajectory. But I think at some point things may cool down, but it could be a complete reversal. I was looking at Tesla's daily. I think
people ask me about news. I just want to give you guys an update. I don't have anything yet. I know a lot of people want to know. And so do I, but I don't have anything yet. So I think you deserve an update.
No, we need it at all times. Thank you very much for that, Adara, as usual. What was I about to do? Yeah, Tesla daily is what I wanted to pull up. I think this is going to be an important close, right? So as we look at it from a daily perspective, how are we going to close here? Considering we're down substantially. Like, we had two pretty big negative days, a gap down here this morning as well, too. 32% from peak to trough. So, I mean, that's not a good look whatsoever, and you guys know where I stand essentially here on Tesla, but any form of a rebound would be pretty good for this name, in my opinion. What's Apple looking like? Still holding up strong. That 243 structure, that support system right there, looking pretty good there, OB. And then we had that dip south of the structure here on NVDA at 170 all the way down to 164, and then it gets bought back up. You climb essentially 10 points, a little bit more from that low, and you're just still consolidating. So at some point, we're going to pick a direction. I want to use, I don't know if this is a good example. I got to find the bank that it was. But for the longest time, it was just consolidating, and then it just had this massive breakout. I don't know why I only have, where's Morgan Stanley? Oh, do I gotta implement Morgan Stanley? Because I think that might be the one. There we go, Morgan Stanley. It was consolidating forever, Obi, and then it just eventually just broke through with extreme vigor. So JPM, Morgan Stanley, or was it Goldman? Yeah, maybe it was this consolidation here on Goldman, breaks through, but at the end of the day, right, if we're looking at this, I'm pretty sure this was it. It's just consistent higher lows, and then off to the races you go in Morgan Stanley. So if you're in, we'll call it the middle of the range, $700, all the way to $985, that's $35, or sorry, 35% from August to January. That's pretty good in a bank. And I thought that we would continue on this path here with the bank stocks, but it hasn't necessarily been the case here, Obi. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan is still down 10%. Let's see if we can find somewhat of a rebound here in these banking stocks.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to be watching some of those banks, especially. I'm curious to know how they're going to perform into the middle to end of year, just based off of how we've began the year on some of these stocks here. But Circle continues to push up. I know you were saying Bitcoin continuing as well. A little bit of a crypto related name here on CRCL. I was looking for the reversion on the intraday, to be honest, but we didn't get that much of a pullback on the break of trend here. You can see that trend coming in quite nicely all the way from VWAP there. Maybe not the cleanest as it just accelerates. This is pretty much straight line up when it's going like through those opening range highs, parabolic, questionable, but intraday, from an intraday perspective, yeah, that's pretty much a straight line up. Within the span of, let's just measure this, from 11:06 to about 12:45, it ran 7%, right? So almost just over $6 there on Circle, continuing to push to the upside. Now market tailwind on our side as well. If you're looking at that move, a bit of a pullback off of 24.3s here on the NASDAQ, but I know you were looking at Bitcoin here. Take a look and see, wow, that is a lot of crazy volatility, man. This is on a 3-minute. So take a look at this volume spike, all the way from 60 to 68 threes to 69s, and then flush right back in, and another ping of that same area just now gives us some pullback as well. So maybe some crazy stuff happening here. These algos, man, they're all over this stuff. They don't let some of these moves go without punching in aggressively. You can see that kind of wick not really represented here on the ES or the NASDAQ. The one I'm talking about is at 12.24 here on the 3-minute chart. So that's a lot of volume to be done in terms of Bitcoin within a quick short amount of time. Let me take a quick look at a higher time frame here, because again, I don't necessarily like to look at Bitcoin on a 3-minute or anything like that. Bigger picture stuff is what I'm more focused on when it comes to something like this. I might even go to like a weekly or sometimes even a multi-week chart for something like this. And wow, we talk about maybe a pullback of 50 to 60% on average, doing about 70%, and we've done about 50% there. 52.5% from the most recent high to the most recent low since that high. So interesting stuff happening here on BTC. Continue to watch this. This was that area, that 70K breakout, right? This was talk about a trend break. This was a great trend break on Bitcoin. Here, when that came in November of 2024, we were back in those areas right now on a break of this higher frame trend as well, back through 85. So again, that thesis seems to be continuing to work out now on the break of trend, exhaustion going into some of the later parts of the cycle. So, or maybe middle parts of the cycle. But yeah.
Yeah, we're like dead smack at the middle, roughly.
In and around. Like it depends on how you look at the cycle, but yeah, we're definitely in the middle of a cycle for sure.
Oh, what's that? Like I was referring to halving cycle.
Yeah, halving cycles. There's halving cycles you can confluence with some of these price cycles that have been happening as well. So that's kind of how.
Oh, I thought you were saying that you could you look at the halving cycle in multiple different ways. I didn't know.
No.
Yeah. So it was like roughly around April of this time in 2024. Yeah, let's actually figure that out, man. The internet is a great tool. When was the last Bitcoin halving? It was April 19th to 20th, 2024. All right. So at that point, per block reward, you were getting 6.25 Bitcoin. Now you're getting 3 and a 12th there. That makes sense, 0.12. And then the next one is going to be in 2026, which Bitcoin halving dates, which you're going to receive 1 point something. Come on, Cloudflare, you can do it. Uh-oh, it's risky here, Obi. Got to get out of this one here. All right, there we go. Just in case the computer might crash. Something.
Oh, does that happen sometimes?
Oh, all the time. I can't pull X up on here, otherwise it will crash my system.
You gotta do a clean reset.
I tried, man.
Like a full clean reset of that PC. There's definitely some weird things happening on that PC. I always get a little sketched out in terms of
Neil doesn't like it either.
In terms of what kind of software might be running in the background there. On that one, but
I think they're watching for sure, eh?
Oh, I mean, they're always watching.
Crazy. Let's see what we got going on here. 210 blocks, Come on, just give me the dates, man. I don't need all of
There
this.
it is. There's some past
2016,
dates,
2024, and then 2028. We're in 2026. I said 2026. Man, oh man. Fifth halving date. It's going to be April 17th. Reward down from 3.12 Bitcoin to 1.5 Bitcoin. After that, you will no longer be receiving a full Bitcoin in 2032.
Yep.
Obi. In 2032, you will no longer be receiving a full Bitcoin.
From what, mining efforts?
Yeah, from block rewards.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this. How much
much does it cost right now to
mine a Bitcoin?
Yeah.
A lot.
Right.
We can figure that out like immediately. We'll ask Gemini.
Yeah.
How much
does it
on
cost?
Average does it cost?
Well, like 20, 30, 40K?
One.
Maybe? I don't know.
Sure, Katina Man said he was a Bitcoin miner back in the day as well.
Yeah, there you go.
As of early 2026, the average cost to
70
mine
to
one Bitcoin
87K.
estimated around 70 to 87K.
Yeah. So it's not it's definitely not profitable to mine a Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, 80K says Peter. Yeah, thanks for that one. BTC to 500K says Vault Builder. I mean, Bitcoin to zero. So those are two extremes. We have a Bitcoin to zero from Trawit, and then we have a Bitcoin to 500K.
Yeah.
Which
It's always funny. There's like people are so polarized always about Bitcoin. It's just like, okay, cool.
You got a complete mixed bag on it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think you have both ends of the spectrum there. On
what end do you lay on there?
I mean, I've talked about my opinion on Bitcoin over and over again, where it's just like, yeah, so it's like some of those valuations, like 500K within the next whatever, it's like, okay, fine, but like, you know how exactly, it's a stretch. Is it going to zero? It's, there has to be so many other catastrophic things that have to happen before that can even occur. So
okay,
it's
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What is more likely, 500K or zero?
Over time?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Which one is more likely? What do you think, Katina, man? I know you're
Yeah, exactly. I don't know about zero, but like I think if it were to come down to a lower price, then yeah, for sure. So that's very likely.
Regardless of
but
time.
500K, I don't know. Maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years, maybe in a couple of years, maybe we do get there. But
span of your life.
How was the last push, right? We got that breakout. We just take a look at the chart. Just measure in terms of magnitude, right? Even though now I know, you know what, we'll go to, yeah, exactly, 1 month on this one right here. So we'll take a look at the last run. And sure, the magnitude kind of increases a little bit, but from this prior low right here, you see my anchored VWAP right there, right? We've held pretty well. But yeah, okay, so 650%.
From what date was that?
From January 23rd, sorry, 2023.
And right? How much was the price in the teens?
It was around 15, yeah, 15, okay. 16, yeah. So that's about 600%. So if and when we do create a base, let's see, right? Last place we found a bid was maybe in and around that area as well. So another 650 pop brings us to 200K. Okay. Right? So I think 200K is a lot more likely. If we go for the next run, yeah, 125s, you push a few more quarters away, 150s, 175s, 200s. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. But this right here is sitting in around 20, 30K. So I think if we break down, we definitely have room to break down. But I'm not going to go as extreme to say that it's going to 500, it's going to zero. I think that it definitely will experience volatility in the same ranges that it has been since day one. Before. So fair enough. Like that's kind of what I like to go off of.
There's really only one way we can settle this here, Obi, and that's with a poll.
Yes.
We're gonna throw up a poll here. Let's see, stock voting game. Now, guys, we're gonna poll and see what we got going on. We got
ask the question. That was from the last poll.
Yeah, that was from the last poll. So okay. You guys can get that one in there if you didn't vote on the last one. Android leading the way there, Obi, so not too bad of a look.
Power users.
Power, yeah. What is more likely, right, in BTC? 500K,
You got to put a third one on there.
All right, 0. And then what should our third option be?
I don't know. Third option.
I
have it in my mind, but I don't know if I'm going to.
What is it? I don't know.
No, those are two extreme ends of the spectrum. It can be like not so extreme. I don't know.
All right, get the votes in there, guys. What is more likely? I guess we should have a timeline in there maybe as well too. But we got one vote already to 500K. So you get, if you're voting there, boom, off to the races we go. Get those votes in, guys. Doubling it up, leading the way is 500K.
Daniel with the super chat.
What do you say?
Coming in. We'll throw up that super chat while we get the votes in here as well. Saying quantum computing may one day destroy Bitcoin, but never ruin cheese.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that, to be honest with you. I was like, hey, do we still have to worry about in our rearview mirror here, essentially, what quantum can do for the X hash?
I'm sure there's contingencies in place that people are definitely working on. The question is it going to roll out fast enough? That's going to be my thing.
Neil went
contingencies
2.
in place.
Neil went 2. You still think it goes to 0?
2 is 0. 1 is 500K.
So it is.
So you meant to say 1. Okay, so he meant to say 1. He meant to say 500K.
How are you not looking at the poll and voting?
There it is. Boom,
there
boom,
you go.
boom,
All right,
boom,
here
boom.
we got all right, there we go.
There he is.
Anyways, aside from that, iBit still continuing to climb the market on a grind here, guys. 49 votes. It's a pretty tight race here, like iPhone and Android. Android did come out on top, but yeah, get those in there. Just say 5. For some reason, somebody says
Lubo saying it's all about XRP. Hey guys, if it's all about something, it's going to be all about Dogecoin.
I think that ship has sailed.
Hey,
dog with hat.
Yeah, it could be Fartcoin. We've heard of that one.
Some
good
Noss likes that one.
Good volatility on that one there.
Sol and ETH.
Yeah, no. So I think Sol, obviously, all jokes aside, I think Sol and ETH, especially ETH, is going to be something more interesting. XRP I like as well.
Just for the structural capabilities.
Just for the ETH has more. Exactly how it's structured gives it a little bit more value in my opinion. But really depends on how things pan out. Quantum will definitely give us a bit of
I think there's going to be a speed bump along the way with.
For sure. I think so.
Yeah.
I think we might settle down a little bit until we can get the the cryptography behind the scenes.
Will Health
figured out.
Wilfed. Tell us a little bit more then, my friend. Type it in. We'll read what you have to say. Monopoly money is worth more, says I don't text. I mean,
No, I agree with you, Neil. Neil's saying that he feels like 20K or 150K would have been a lot more reasonable, 100%. And if that were the case, then I would say that maybe 150 a little bit more within range there for sure. But I don't know if I would go to those extremes just yet.
Neil, I actually, if you're listening to me right now, you know that I had a bet with Sharif. I had a bet with Katina Man. I'm 2-0 against Katina Man and 1-1 against Sharif. I have a bet for you, but there's a little bit of a catch, okay? If you're listening, I'm willing to take the Dodgers to win the World Series, and you can have the field, but I want 2-1 odds. Yeah. Yeah. But I want 2-1.
Well, how does 2-1 work? We're not betting
so
money.
Like if it's the bet is $20, I win 40, but you can only win 20.
Okay, so here's the first thing. I don't like making money bets with friends because I don't want your $20. I want to do something fun with it.
Well, that's
if you can figure out a way for us to do something fun where like my consequence can be worse than yours. I'm down with that, but I don't want your $20. That's literally boring, and nobody cares. But I am more than willing to have you're gonna give me the field. I already hate the Dodgers, bro.
That's
done. Just think of something creative, though. Creative.
Yeah. We'll think of something creative. All right, we're done with that. Is that a deal?
Done.
Let's
do it.
Someone in the chat said 2,000 push-ups versus 1,000 push-ups.
No.
I ain't doing no.
You don't have to do them all at once. You can do like 150, 250 at a time, and that's fine.
Obi, I'm not David Goggins, bro.
Yeah, we're not
Are you
Goggins,
crazy? 1,000 push-ups. That's the dumbest nonsense. I mean, you want to
do
talk
it in
like
not in one sitting.
I mean, if it was only 900 push-ups.
1,000 push-ups.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit more doable, right?
What are we talking about?
Tina,
here?
man, did you hear the bet, brother? Okay, so
What was the bet?
So I have the Dodgers to win the World Series, and Neil can have the field. But I want 2-1 essentially on what it is.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you could probably look that bet up. That's probably pretty reasonable.
What if
think
neither
that-
team wins the World Series? What happens then?
No, one team will win.
I only have one team. Neil has the other 30
Okay, so
plus.
I see. I don't understand bets clearly.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, that makes sense.
No, it's. By the way, anyone trading Apple today? It's this pretty good. Apple.
I had 2 apples. Apples
I've
were
got-
great this morning.
I'm long Apple right now. So.
Nice.
Yeah, we're getting ready.
On that news.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. That's why I flipped long on that news. But anyways,
It's holding up quite nicely.
I think Bitcoin 10,000 before 500,000.
Well, see, I had this comment to Obi. I put in the chat. I go, it shouldn't be 0 and 500,000. It should be. I said 20,000 and 150 would be
Something more
reasonable.
sane, you know?
Like something a little bit more
within range.
You know, that's kind of, it's like 2x. I guess it's more than cut in half.
Yeah.
But like that's, I think, a reasonable proposition. The problem when you pin it to 0 or 500K, it's so,
Yeah, Ramin's saying
so
that
absurd.
Joe
Even
will
either
have to
side.
eat soggy tilapia pie.
Forget about it. Hey, you know what we should do? A real thing. We should do a Masters pool. Masters is this weekend. We can all take one or two
you
guys.
guys are big
I'm asking
golf.
ChatGPT.
I'm not big. I haven't watched a golf thing in forever, man.
Yeah,
Can you
I
name
don't
more
know,
than one?
man.
Like I know Bryson.
As long as I get Scotty Scheffler.
I know
Rory
Bryson
McIlroy.
and Scheffler. Oh, Rory.
We could do an NBA.
Joe's agent is in my ear right now. He's not getting enough time on air, so I think we
All right,
gotta
we gotta
go.
get out of here.
All right, we gotta go. All right, we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Hey there, my agent. Thanks for looking out, my agent. It's Ram. She's in the background. Yeah, Ram. Hey, man, get ready to negotiate. Aside from that, IBIT, guys, we can go over the market. We only have a couple more minutes left. What is the Blue Jays bet worth? It's not worth the Blue Jays. Anyways, aside from that, I might be in a little bit of trouble. This might be my weekend activity here, Obi.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, considering we went to Lob last week. It was a good day, guys. We can go over a quick trade review. Never mind us going on what we're doing in our pastime. Yeah, thanks, Milton. Double Milton. We can do a quick trade review here, guys. We tried the short on IBIT back here. It didn't work. That initial short worked for us really well. But other than that, we just stuck to AIXI, and that was actually worlds of fun with you guys, essentially. I wanted in here, but gimme never gets, essentially, there, Obi. This tape's still going nuts. 173%.
Yeah, man.
But we take it, we fix our error right there. We get off to the races on this one, comes back against us, climbs higher. And then after this trend broke, right, like we had a basic trend line, we engage on that one, half size, full disclosure. We get on the backside of this trend, and then off to the races we go. And we're fortunate to sit in that crazy volatility spike in that halt up. That was a world of fun. Other than that, man, a pretty quiet one here today. Still lots of news going on. Adara, Sia bringing us that news without any question. And we'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, for sure. I had a couple trades, I guess, on USO tried one there at around VWAP. That didn't really come in. Flipped all the way to the downside there, and then still consolidating underneath its lows there. Apple tried some reversions before, and when it did come in, we were talking to one of our users, one of our viewers there, and they were just like, okay, what about the reversion on Apple? And that was the place to get in there, chopped up on the short, blasted through on that news, which wasn't very nice. But within range of what we're more than capable of doing, so it's fine. Intel, we'll take a look at that one there. Intel in the morning, bit of a miss right here. Client didn't really say that I was in the position until I found out till later and missed out on the short as well. So misses all around for me on the day today. So not the best, but tomorrow's another day. Where's the next trade is what I'm always asking.
Absolutely, my agent in my ear right now as well too, that we better get it over to the big boys to the right of us before anything else happens. It was a good one, it was fun.
Yes.
Some volatility spikes, whether it worked or not, we all know it can go either way. Sometimes in your favor, sometimes not, and that's the nature of the beast. More news to come, guys. A lot coming up at potentially 8 o'clock. Let's see if Trump sticks to his word this time or is willing to push back that deadline. AIXI. He was him today. And guys, let's send it off. Hope everyone has a fantastic Tuesday. It is Taco Tuesday, so make sure you do use my new taco recipe. relatively soon. All right?
We'll be back tomorrow.
Be back tomorrow, same time, 11 o'clock, guys.
Yes, sir. Welcome, everybody. And it is Taco Tuesday. We didn't have tacos for lunch, but the market got bids during lunchtime. That's no question asked. And we had a poll this morning how people thought about things, and it was obviously pretty good. I know I was voting for that 1% area. I thought we'd not end up 2% down, but to suspect that we'd get a V-shaped recovery going into deadline, I think that's caught some people off guard. You've got USO. Look, oil's not exactly tanking or anything, but it's at the lower end of the range, so markets at the high, oil at the lows. We know this afternoon is going to be big-time anticipation with regard to the 8 o'clock deadline, and hopefully we'll get some positive news before then, and it doesn't even come down to 8 o'clock. Better yet, if it happens when the market is open, we'll be here through all of that for you guys. That's what we're all about. But the interesting thing is, like, you saw the bounces that we just had in the market. Obviously, pretty impressive. So you could have bought a lot of dips in there. But you know what, everybody? A stock being up in the morning or gapped up or breaking out at the open doesn't mean it is going to be a good long. There are a lot of names that are up in a given day, but not every single one is good. The question is always, what is actually strong and what isn't? And we're going to answer that right now. No, we're not. Oh. We're going to answer it in a minute because we're working on some things over there at the desk, which is fine. There's a lot of strength out there, and there's a lot of reversions. And something we always try to talk about as traders is trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. And a lot of times, that's going to be where you're confronted with gappers on your watch list, where you have breakouts at the open, and I think we're going to breakouts at the open, and a heck of a lot to parse through. But the important thing is that you have the tools with which to figure out what you should be in and what you shouldn't, especially off the bat at 9:30, where things can always get hectic. I believe now we are ready, and we'll discuss that with you now.
So how do you actually know a stock is strong? Let's refresh that. How do you actually know that your stock, let's rewind. How do you actually know that your stock is strong? All right, here's a perfect example. What you got to do, first of all, is let's take a look at what happened here today in the pre-market. We're going to use Intel as our first example today. And as you can see, we have a liftoff, and it's news-based, so that's good. We know we got a positive story. We've got a catalyst. It's Intel, and there's the move higher. So here's the pre-market. Here's the move higher. We're talking about 9 o'clock. Here's the NASDAQ, okay? What was happening today? Why we put these ellipses up here? This is the opening print area. So that's the opening print right here for the NASDAQ. This is the opening print for Intel. All right, you can see what winds up happening. It's a complete flush down with the market, and look what Intel winds up doing. Here's the opening print, right? A little bit back and forth, then a flush back in. This is Intel, a little bit of back and forth, and a move directly up. It's a continuation play. This is how you know your stock is strong. It's not just reacting to this move, it's coming back in and having a second leg higher. But that's not the only key point. Look at this. This is the pre-market area. So we've marked down here the pre-market lows. What happens is we get a hold, a bounce back, and then a flush. Look what happens on Intel. This is the same time frame. Intel, here's the pre-market levels, right, that we've made. Here it comes back in. Here's a hold, but where's the flush? There is no flush. What happens is it then reacts and starts going back to the upside. This is part of the reason and how you know you have a strong stock in how it reacts to the overall market.
And the important thing there is why this is going to matter to you in your trading. Let's be real. If you want a strong stock, one of the biggest things for a strong stock is how well it is going to be able to hold on when it dips. If you've got those areas to hold on to, like the prior close, like some of those support levels in the pre-market that was just being referenced, suddenly you've got a less of a runway. And when you have something that gaps up and you have a situation where it's gapped, it's strong, but it's underneath maybe that close price, an example here on AMD, it just has more room to fall in before you're even thinking about catching some of those bids. You want the ability to withstand those pullbacks. It'll save you money in addition to, if you find a strong one, you just get a bigger winner in the first place.
All right, let's put a bow on this one more time. How about, okay, look, that was the NASDAQ I showed you, but maybe it's a sector situation, right? So in order to know that you have a super strong stock, let's look at the sector. Well, this is the SMH. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Here's the opening price. Look at that bump up. Okay, Sean, here's the opening price right here in Intel. There's the bump up. So they're the same, right? All right, well, let's go back and look at this opening range level again, right? Here's the pre-market lows. This is where we opened up. Here's that key point at 10 o'clock. But look what happens over here at 10 o'clock. We wind up holding our pre-market lows one more time. So if you look at the SMH, which is the semiconductors, a big part of that is Intel. You see the flush down in the SMH. You see the hold in Intel over there. So not only is it the market you're looking for, you're also looking for a sector-specific move, right? It's not simply just price action that gives you whether or not your stock is high or low or strong or weak. What you have to do is relate it to the market and then relate it to your specific sector. Because if you're seeing that it's strong compared to the rest, then you know you've got yourself a strong stock.
Exactly, and it's not just about the price. Being up or down ain't enough for you. Real strength shows up when the stock is put under pressure and how it's relating to its peers. We saw a lot of that today. Great example there, Sean. And as we speak, everybody, looks like we're heading back into the downside. USO, if you're looking at oil, is not necessarily leading us. So this will be interesting. If we find ourselves in an afternoon where people start taking, or I shouldn't say people, the market starts taking a little bit of risk off without any oil spikes, be careful in case we do get them. You do not, that's what you don't want to see going into this afternoon, I would think, is if we start actually not flushing, but pulling back without any corresponding strength in USO. I'm just in battle. Again, this was one from earlier. We re-entered this trade when we lost, VWAP got lost on USO, and Battle, of course, being one of those small cappers in the oil space. But I'm watching very, very closely to IBIT here. We're at 68. Oh, no, wait. Oh, it was just, I should have pulled it out faster. We were at 68 and ominously 666 for what it's worth. And it looks like we made a bit of a topping tail, lower consolidation. As long as we hold the lows on USO, this looks like we have a bit of a turning spot here on that flag. And we never breached the prior low, that 39.20. So we got a bit of a topping tail candle in here on IBIT. I want to try to get it in front of this 39 if we are able to. But keep your eye on oil. You don't want us to be moving around too much to the downside if USO isn't exactly breaking out. Because then if it does, we could go absolutely ham down. And still 6 hours till the deadline. We're going to, I shouldn't say but I strongly suspect we will get an update or two before the market is closed. It wouldn't surprise me if there was something directly from the president before we closed, especially if the market gets weak again.
All right, guys. I just want to say, great little open there. Thanks, Neil, for all of that, and thanks for everybody for their patience. So I was just, we'll talk. We got Adara. She's going to be running the news here again. We've got everything plugged in for ourselves. I got stopped out, so I tried to go short here on the TQs right into the pre-market highs. Like we just sort of did that example right there. Unfortunately, I did not expect that Apple news to hit right there. And I know Obi, same kind of way, got stopped out. I was sitting right here when that happened as well. Yeah. Oh, that story was a lie.
I wasn't here.
Neil wasn't. Go back to the double shot here because we're going to have a discussion. Yeah. Apple came out and said, no, we're completely on track. The Wall Street Journal said, completely on track. So it goes, so that's TQ. So look at Apple. I don't know if you saw Apple.
Well,
look at right here.
Okay.
So Apple goes from 250 up to 253, right back into this range. So anyways, I'm long on Apple.
Bank error, my favorite. No, I bought some Apple at the long term at 11 o'clock.
Oh, perfect.
No, because I just thought that I thought it was an overreaction. Not that I thought it was fugazi.
Hold on, let me just see. Was that Bloomberg that reported this morning? Because if it was, then I am over on this. On Monday, Nikkei Asia. Okay. Nikkei Asia reported. Here we go. If you guys want
nothing against them, but we should definitely. That's one of those you put in your quiver. That they're 0 for 1.
Well, yeah, 0 for 1 for now. Yeah, we saw Bloomberg. Here it is right here on Nikkei. On Monday, which is today's Tuesday, Nikkei Asia reported the company is facing engineering test issues with its first foldable phone. These problems could, I guess that's the magic word, could delay, but it turns out that it's not delaying at all right there. And now apparently Apple, I always think that sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. So, there probably is something about this story with Apple there. But I just, I let it bump higher. Well, I did take a stop out here. I did get stopped out right there. on that trade. These are sells. These aren't stop outs. But that was a stop out. Then I rebought it back, like you guys know I do. And then unfortunately I was actually literally grabbing coffee when this happened. And then I was sitting at 85. It goes to 80. And now back in. I think we can take another piece right now in and around O's for Apple if we can get it. But yeah, I'm just going to try to massage this long a little bit here. If the market does break higher, I thought Apple could be the one. But we are stopping out, guys, if it breaks right here, 215.20 downside. I mean, I don't necessarily want to be long Apple and short the market, but right now it's paying off, so we'll take that for what it is, and that's what we're doing right now. I'm going to put a bid right here on the market. There we go, we got that at 23. My next bid here is not until this area right in around here, 43.15s or so for the NASDAQ. So we'll see if we can get back into there and take a little bit more out of the NASDAQ. And then we'll work on our Apple trade and just go from there. So, welcome to everybody back to the show. It's what a great midday. And hopefully Neil and I will keep it up right there as we are now 6 hours away from possible, I don't want to say Armageddon or anything like that, but I'm just hoping for an extension. I'm not sure there's going to be any sort of too much of a peace offering, but I just hope they can extend the talks. And this is just me speaking. I mean, we don't know, anything from anything else. But hopefully the market is giving us some indication. Oil was real hot early, right? We saw that up to 117, 118. You've really just been pulling back. So I feel like the market is feeling much better, about what could potentially be happening here tonight. I mean, the rhetoric from the president isn't the greatest, and some of the choice of words definitely scared me, and I'd hope it would scare Iran and whatnot, and hopefully they can come up with a deal. And no matter which side, gives, I hope that there's something there, because right now, oil coming back in, and it's just such a...
It's like to me, it's like err on the side of...
I was going to say
thing. Like I don't want
exactly.
any troops having to go and.
I don't want U.S. troops on ground. I don't want Iranian people going without power, going without food, water, all this stuff, and then the casualties that could possibly happen.
It's better for them.
They've already, not that it matters, but there's been some misplaced missiles and bombs and whatnot already, and I just don't want to see any more of that. No. Too many people getting hurt for no reason. But this is casualties of war. Unfortunately, it's. I hate talking.
And I know when we're talking about the markets, it's completely undeniable. One of the things that you got to consider too is remember we were talking about Palantir, like they're in an interesting spot here, because there's like this, best way to put it, best of both worlds thing happening where as a defense name, they're going to have a little bit of moat in case conflicts get extended, obviously. But then as a growth stock as well, like it kind of feels on the other side. It's got an interesting accumulation thing going on here every time it gets at the 50 period or this 150 level. Like it just rides the one, like it rode 150 here, bounced 150, rode the 150 for the longest time before breaking down. And now we've just eked so close to this breakout. And I feel like that's, like it's a prime candidate. I don't know if we'll get a chance to dip back into, like it dipped into this level here, like 147.75 or so. I had one scalp trade off of there. If it gets back in, I think I'd probably take another shot. But I think 150, which failed yesterday, unfortunately, but you had the wipeout, that kind of wipeout bottom, higher lows, pulling into this potential breakout trade. Hopefully all systems go tonight with some positive news. And Palantir gives you this breakout. But it's also, we were just talking about relative strength. Well, Palantir, when the market was making fresh lows this morning, was putting in higher lows. Market kept stepping down, and this actually was stepping up to the test. So I think this one this afternoon, maybe we get a retest.
Here's a story.
Here, we have good news.
I know, I just found this story. Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I mean, better than what we've been talking about, hopefully. So here's Uber right now. So Amazon CEO Andy Jassy just posted that Uber is putting our purpose-built Graviton 4 chip. So that's perfect, man. That's kind of into millions of daily rides and deliveries. Okay, so I don't know exactly what that chip is doing. I don't think that's not autonomous driving, I don't believe, because I thought they did a deal with NVIDIA. But here's Uber right now. We can find out Dare's not back there. I'm going to maybe Google that Graviton 4 chip, see what's going on, but not really any effect on Uber. Oh, and then one more thing I want to talk about quickly, because we did, it wasn't necessarily stopped out. Well, it was stopped out of Amazon. Amazon's still my biggest stock. Like, obviously, it's my biggest stock today. But we tried it again right there at that same level, and then we got appled there. So that's what happens when that Apple news comes out. So we took it short for a little bit. That was a good ride back into the 50-period moving average, and then we got stopped out, I guess, essentially, right there. So when we win, I want them to look like this, and then when we lose, I want them to look like this. So that's the idea. What you get is what you want is not always what you get. So we'll try to keep our losses pretty tight. And I think we did that right here, right? We lost on the Qs there, let it settle down, got back in. This will probably be net flat, you know, because this is when the problem is when you get stopped out, it's on your full position, right? For me anyways, like not all the time, but in this situation. So let's just say you have 300 shares here. That's at 50, you get stopped out at 70. So that's I'm just using simple math, a simple person. That's $60 right there, you lose 20 cents. But then when I'm only taking 20 cents now on the downside, which it's more than that now, but when actually it's exactly 20 cents, I'm only getting out, like right now I have more than half left. So if that now rips up to the top side, it's not a flat trade, because that was stopped out of 20 cents clean, all 300 shares. Meanwhile, each one of these fills is 25 shares, for example. You know, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm actually trying to make less fills and obviously a higher percentage of my total position. So if I can, instead of using 5 or 10% as outs, if I can somehow negotiate in my mind, you know, 20% outs, then I'd have less outs and more profits. So that's what we're trying to do right now. But anyways, that's a little bit look on the TQs. And then unfortunately, Apple, guys, like, that was just a joke. Randy brought us apples this morning and it was actually sitting here. So I didn't have my mic, but when that Apple story hit.
Finish the apple?
No, I only started it right now, once that story hit. I was like, oh, there's an apple
We were talking
here.
about how
This is actually a really good apple.
It was crispy. It was
They were really delicious.
I had 2 apples.
Yeah. Oh, you had 2 apples. Okay, yeah, they're really good, those apples.
I have an apple a day.
It's not even like an apple.
Oh, well,
I don't know. Maybe the fall is normally apple, but
I guess.
I don't know. Maybe.
Let's go to see it at the desk.
We are.
Yes. Oh, apparently.
Thank you. So currently no major economic numbers are coming out today, but we do have the GDP growth rate and the core PCE numbers coming in later this week on Thursday, so stay tuned about that. Let's move on to some of our stories for today. Jet fuel supply concerns as of this morning. Airlines, as we know it, are cutting flights, and generally jet fuel is the biggest expense for an airline after labor. So as we've been seeing, fuel prices have doubled in the U.S. since the attack on Iran. United Airlines, as I remember, is being impacted greatly, with CEO Scott Kirby saying that the company will have to cut flights in the Asia region, seeing as UAL is the major player in the airline industry with most flights servicing the Asia region from the United States. Now, the travel industry as a whole is taking a hit, and we have airline executives saying that the travel demand is strong, but fuel strains and price spikes are a headache for carriers and passengers alike, especially as the peak summer travel season is approaching, as per reports from CNBC. And as of this morning, Delta Airlines has joined United and JetBlue in raising checked baggage price by $10 starting tomorrow. So currently UAL down 2.37%, DAL down almost 1%, and JBLU down 2.41%. Moving on to our next story for today. U.S. President Donald Trump's Iran deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz shipping route, as discussed yesterday in the press conference, is at 8 p.m. today. And with that, USO is fluctuating, currently down by up by 1.14%. And CVX currently up around 0.92%, with FANG up by 1%. Moving on. Health sector. CVS is up almost 7% at the moment, along with the rest of the Medicare names, such as UNH up by 10.4%, accompanied by HUM up by 8.6%, all after the U.S. government said that it would boost payments for Medicare Advantage plans next year. CMS has said that it would increase payments to insurers for older Americans by almost 2.5% in the year 2027. And finally, we have AWS here. AWS teams are currently actively working to keep the Middle East services up and running after the drone strikes. And CEO of AWS, Matt Garman, has said that the teams are working 24/7 to keep the manufacturing open in the Middle East. And Amazon is currently trading flat. Sending it back to you.
All right, yeah. I mean, I was on Amazon today. I did hit that short. The story for me on Amazon today was I heard that some of the companies that were posted up there on Amazon were actually trying to fight back some of the pricing there that Amazon was taking on them. Yeah, anyways, a bunch of covers. Fabian, everything all right? Everything's all right? Okay, I don't need some explaining. What are you, my wife? Okay, yeah, so we'll get that going in just a couple of minutes. But yeah, there's Amazon there. Yeah, if you guys want us to look at any names, right, put them in the chat. Let us know what you want to look at, and Neil and I will be here. We'll be, as Neil says, your huckleberry, and look at whatever stock you may want us to look at. Right now, Netflix, barcoding. Again, you know, you scan this, you get 1 free month of Netflix. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. But right now, Netflix not doing a whole heck of a lot, and even looks more like a barcode right here on the 5-minute chart. I would actually, Neil, not be surprised if we do not get much action here into the close, unless, again, like we're here. We got Sia and Adara, I believe. Yeah, Adara will be back. And we'll just drop whatever news winds up happening. And I think the best case scenario, and I hope I'm right, is an extension. And we just get a talk of, hey, you know what, we're close. We're not quite there yet. Maybe a ceasefire for a certain amount of days would be nice, although I thought that
would be the best
existed
case.
a little bit. And just stop all that, and hopefully we have Taco Wednesday. Although, what did you give that chili, by the way, or the lunch?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
not that bad.
I didn't grade it because I hadn't actually eaten it yet.
Oh, okay.
But I thought it was, the chili itself was probably closer to like a 6-8, close to a 7.
Yeah.
But the vegetables, we got like vegetables on the side, which they had like pepper on with a little bit of kick.
Roasted
And
vegetables?
so, yeah, so roasted vegetables was delicious. That bumps it up because I really enjoyed those. Maybe that bumps it to a 7.2.
Yep, that's where I'm at.
Plain rice was kind of useless.
I was going to say 7 too, so I'm glad that you said that.
I always throw out the.
I'm dumping the rice and all that stuff. It's not a carb thing. It's just like, yeah, like that was a good flavor.
It is for me. I don't need.
Yeah, especially if it's not going to be super tasty, right?
A couple extra vegetables. Just very quickly here, because it was an actual move in USO just there, but it wasn't huge, but it's still good. Still good. Still good. It's to the downside. Like, you're losing all of this support potentially all of lunchtime. From 12 o'clock, it was a bit of a dump. From then till now, you had all kinds of support at 140.5, and we're now consolidating underneath that. So I'm not going to reload IBIT. Battle looks like a hold. And if that's the kind of, if we can hold under there and continue trend down, I was looking at Intel from the local highs. It's got a bit of a trend that's attempting to break. Didn't really draw that very well, but because it hasn't actually broken. There we go, connect a little bit better. But it's trying to break this little bit of a trend. Not VWAP, but if we can hold these lows on USO, then this for a potential break looks good in the afternoon. Let us know what other small ones, if any small cappers are going that you guys know about. Always let us know. I'm in battle here. It's sort of stair-stepping down. This is the 4th time that I've been short this one. Wish I was still in it from VWAP, but it's just trying to fill, remember the gap from this morning? Like, it's just doing its best to fill the whole thing into 4. And if USO can continue, I think that has a pretty decent chance. So that's going to be on watch. What's Tesla doing here? Hey.
I'm going to get out of more Apple.
Tesla above VWAP in the afternoon. Talk about a sight for sore eyes. It's down 3%. That sucks. But it's actually above VWAP in the afternoon, which hasn't been able to do that in a while. It still doesn't look all that strong for those that are asking about it.
I actually just sold some Apple there at 50 and bought some Qs. So just to make that move, because we did get a move down right there. So I want to take advantage of that play, which is only about 20 cents right there downside on that. And then Apple, for some reason, didn't move really. Now it's going. So that was a good sale that we had made right there at 50. So now you're getting this downside play happening for sure, it looks like now in the market. So there it is. Remember where our next bid is. We're actually bidding 17s. So a little bit more of a movement down. Of course, it stops at 19. That's okay. Right into here, 14s, 15s. I'm always a little bit ahead of wherever I see the support and resistance. I mean, I know I had that PRK, but my vision is still pretty good. And we'd be able to not pick exactly the very bottoms. I want to sort of get involved. See, like right there, it goes to 18s. and bounces again. So, as a day trader that's looking very specifically at levels and obviously making many executions, you got to be careful for sitting on the exact penny, because it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're trading, like if I'm getting out of 1,000 shares every time and you miss by 1 penny, I mean, 1 penny on 1,000 shares is only $10. So it's like I'd rather get the fill and then not even worry about it. And if I was worried about that, I could go like 500 shares here and then maybe 500 shares at 16, right? That way, if you get the 18 and the 16, essentially, hello math, that's the same as getting your 17s. So, yeah. All right, you see how it's just even bouncing right now? I'll take another bid right here. And now I will lower my 17 bid and just put it for a little bit less shares. So there it is. So we get the 20, and now we'll go to 17 for a little less, and then see what winds up happening, just in case this is a bouncing situation here. So, all right, so that's the talk about that. Yeah, tonight at Blue Ocean is going to be real wild, man. I mean, that's going to be at 8 p.m. So right away, we'll see. I mean, ears and eyes to CNN or whatever you're watching here, and then right back to the market as we'll wait to see if that deadline comes and goes. And it's not like all of a sudden at 8 p.m. it's going to be all-out chaos, but I actually don't know if that's what's going to wind up happening. Bitcoin and IBIT kind of holding for it right now as well. Look, I'd rather be net short this market, so we are going to be getting ready to stop out of Apple right now. We already talked about where that stop out is, and we're getting very, very close to that. IBIT as well, starting to tick a little lower. Silver was lower today. We did have some US dollar weakness, which was starting to spike, so still going higher right now. Remember we showed you silver downside with the rest of the market, then the dollar started to catch a bid. Right there, which helped out the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, as Neil makes that perfect buy of Apple.
I've ended the poll.
Okay, yeah. Let's go to that. Oh, that was a stupid poll.
We're done with this poll, and let's try to come up with something.
It's not about the poll being stupid. It's just zero. I didn't like the zero part.
I love the question.
Yeah.
I think Bitcoin is underneath 70. There's a lot of bears, and I've been short-term bearish on it, but I've ended the poll, and it's 57% think 500K in Bitcoin before it goes to zero. That's it's a weird one because it's a little bit, it's difficult it's so extreme. But I'm thinking here, I know we usually do something for the afternoon, like what's the market going to do? But I have something a little bit more interesting. After 8 or just like 8 p.m. or after the deadline tonight. After the deadline tonight, whoops, I can't even pronounce. It's just simply we're going to be red or green, right? Market up, market down. Oh, no, I should just go up and down because it's going to, I know it types
the word market.
Thing. No, well, the word market, just everything just ends up showing up. So we're going to start the voting. After the deadline tonight at 8, do you think the market is going to be up or down? Vote 1 or type 1 for up, type 2 for down. I feel like we're going to get a lot of 2s in there, which already that seems like what's happening. I just don't want it to be 50-50 again, but it is tracking close to 50-50, 58-42, 63. The 2s are starting to come in here. One's a little bit pessimistic. Hopefully we get some good news. But I think what happens by 4 o'clock might not be the biggest story. It is going to be what happens in Blue Ocean if you're not looking. If you're a Blue Ocean trader, if you're someone that looks at the aftermarket and you're not looking at it tonight, I don't know what you're doing. Like, when was the last, outside of, actually, maybe not even, like we've had Tesla events or Elon will be speaking in the evening or maybe you have post earnings can be pretty big. But in terms of a macro event, where you have the ability to trade in the aftermarket, this seems about as big as it gets for those traders.
Check out this story here.
What happened?
This is not the discombobulator. This is another thing. CIA used secret tool, Ghost Murmur.
That sounds good.
To locate downed U.S. airmen in Iran. Its first real-world use can detect human heartbeat from miles away using AI and advanced sensors. So, who is? So I asked Gemini. Murmur is something that's been developed by MIT there. So something to do with being developed over there. Radar system designed to rapidly detect range, people trapped in collapsed buildings, rubble. So here you go, man. Co-sponsored by the U.S. Special Operations Command.
There's a lot of good things that can get done with that.
Murmur.
There's also a lot of really sort of scary.
You're not down with the murmur?
Well, no, you can start to think of the tinfoil hat applications there. But I thought, was it you just mentioning if you find some people in rubble would be.
I can get rid of this
like
now.
Post, like post
No, I think it'd be great for earthquakes and you're finding kids
There's
or
so much
animals.
There's so many positive applications for something like that. You just the brain immediately goes to the
They can hear
the other side of it. You guys know what I'm thinking. I'm 1980. Sometimes you can read a book too much. I've probably read 1984 too many times when I was a kid. So my mind goes right to the other place instead of all the positive for that technology. But that's positive for Oracle, you're saying, even though what's it doing?
Oh, no, there's news. No, that's not positive for Oracle.
What was the Oracle?
Oracle was someone was purchasing or helping them with one of their data centers.
Oh, that's it.
It was nothing. It was just a little bit of a spike up there, something about Oracle and a data center. Okay. I just had Oracle up. I didn't. I was actually hoping that this was a Palantir product, but it's developed there in MIT or at MIT.
I saw this video.
So nothing going on there.
One of the Palantir, like the way it optimizes what they call workflows for literally eliminating targets.
Yeah, I know. I didn't see that video. Is it crazy?
It's one of those things where it makes it a little too easy for cover, which is a good thing if you're like a general or whatever. But when you watch it, it's like, oh yeah.
Well, apparently that discombobulator. Did you hear about that?
It's the movie with Gene Hackman and Will Smith. That's what you'll start to think that. And that movie's like a ridiculous Enemy of the State, I believe.
Okay.
That's like 20-something years old, and my goodness. Like the stuff that's happened, like basically we're there and past that. Put that movie on crack.
Here's another story right here. UK now withdrawing forces from Iraq, so we'll clear that out. So that's going to be sort of it. So there you go. We'll slap a fail on the only red stock, obviously today for me, and that's going to be Apple. And it just dropped out. So there was the level there on Apple. So we tried it, man. We tried to support it. We will wind up losing on this whole situation. It was just. Not much, but we tried, and it's just downside. And I should have also maybe just got out of. I was trying to get out. You guys saw me there as this market was failing here into the afternoon. So we'll see what winds up happening. I mean, the market could still hold view up. My whole call here on the TQs is really just we got stopped out there. That's the sucky part. But we went all the way back into the day. And for me, I trade the TQs. I know it's not the futures. This is a triple levered product that aims to mimic the futures and give you triple the return. So right now, NASDAQ 7, right, down 0.1, so 0.21. So that is that exact relationship. And I'm just thinking that we could test VWAP. I don't know if we're going to break it, but like if we get down to 43, let's just see. With all the rhetoric spitting around, we're going to go to Adair now. Maybe there's a story of some sort. No, are we not going to Adair?
No. Well,
no, cancel that. Scratch that.
USO's
Hey, Adair.
Let's talk about TTD. The trade desk, once again here on watch after Adweek reports that 3 key executives from the company are leaving the company. That includes CMO or Chief Marketing Officer Ian Colley. So again, the trade desk here on watch as we get reports that 3 key execs are going to be leaving TTD. Back to you.
What's worse right now? Trade desk, let's go SMCI. And what's really
Trade
bad?
desk, SMCI, TTD, I think is the worst.
I'm trying to think of a third name, but forget about a third name. Which one?
Oracle? Oracle's pretty bad, pretty beat
Out of those 3, I'd buy Oracle 10 times.
Yeah, same. That's a big mega cap.
Between the 3, but Adair reacted to that. No, between Trade Desk, Oracle, and SMCI, who wouldn't be buying it? I feel like Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Like I said, my thing with this has never been technical. So if you're talking technicals, then sure. If you're talking fundamentals, y'all know how I feel about Oracle.
Yeah, but I think the fundamentals of Trade Desk are significantly worse.
Yeah,
their whole business model is completely changed.
Going on its head.
The advertising is now, everything has to completely change, man. You've seen AppLovin. Oracle looks nothing. I mean, this business is almost over. The trade desk, right? Like, I don't know what they're worth anymore. But this was $140, honestly. This is not even that long ago.
That's beyond broken.
This is December, so this is basically 2025 up here. So you're about a year and a quarter in, and you're from $130 down to $21, and now losing executives. Like, Oracle is a nightmare. But Oracle's only chopped in half.
Trade desk on the chart is worse than SMCI. SMCI wasn't even at 130. Its high's at 120, and it's at $22.
SMCI
that's
is
how
fixable.
broken.
SMCI was basically corrupt.
Well, I still wouldn't touch this one.
Oh, wow.
Like Oracle, you can say whatever you want about it.
Sounds like a poll.
At least there's a there for it to catch a bid. Yeah, Yeah, why not? You know what?
I just think SMCI is
enough of these.
I think SMCI is in the right space.
50-50 again. The deadline tonight.
What?
It's another 50-50. We can't get away from these. It's 55-45.
That's not as
slightly
much 50-50.
favoring down, but I'm going to return to menu, and this is very simple. Buy one.
Oracle might be too
SMCI.
good. Oracle might be too good.
Trade desk. Well, we've already said Oracle, so I'm going to keep it in
switch
because I actually think.
How about
that our
Duolingo?
viewers-
Someone said Duolingo might be.
I think our viewers are going to be like Oracle 60%. 60, 20, 20 at absolute
Okay, let's
worst.
do it.
So 1 SMCI, 2 trade desk, 3 is Oracle. I can't see how you take.
If anybody pushes 2, then I think it's they're just.
I'd be shocked. You're getting some SMCI.
They're
I don't think
trolling.
nobody wants trade desk.
They're
No chance.
Joe probably pushed trade desk.
Now people are just going to do it for a joke. It's 60% Oracle, 34. Okay, some people like SMCI. I'd love to hear the case for SMCI.
Well, no, I think SMCI. Otherwise, I think it's a pretty easy case. I mean, they have the server racks. I mean, all these data centers continue to get built. They need to have equipment. There's nothing wrong with SMCI's equipment.
Well, the problem is management and scandal.
That's what I'm saying. As soon as they can cover that up.
How much?
Get rid of these guys?
But how was there anything deeper with this China story? Like, were there more sales that are illicit China sales? Like, is that there could be more to that, and they're losing even more revenue? I just feel like with Oracle, even like there's a bottom somewhere. Even if you think the bubble is a burst, there's still a bottom that I can wrap my head around with Oracle, and it's a little harder to with these two. But now, see, the trolling did come in. It was flat out 0, and then the second we mentioned trolling, 11% say trade desk. I'm not a believer, but I like these polls. It's always good to see. Because then maybe it opens a discussion. Maybe we're missing something about trade desk. I don't think we are in this case. See ya at the desk.
Yes, thank you. Let's take a look. The IWM currently in the red, down 0.21%. Let's take a look at a couple individual tickers here. ATNM. I'm going to talk about ATNM right here. Actinium Pharmaceuticals up almost 8% on the day. No current news on this, but the company has, as of yesterday, announced the publication of 2 abstracts that are to be set to be announced at the AACR annual cancer research meeting taking place between April 17th to 22nd in San Diego, California. Moving on to BBBY. Bed Bath & Beyond down almost on the day for 7.92, almost 8%. The stock seems to be reacting to the managerial change in the company. Amy Sullivan, who has been the president of companies such as Kirkland and the Brand House Collective, has been named president of the company as of yesterday. And I also want to take a look at energy minerals here. MUR, Murphy Oil, up 2.59, and GPOR, Gulfport, up 0.86, followed by SM, up by 3%. Nothing crazy here.
Bath and yuck.
I found a side hustle, and I sent this to Marissa.
Shorting Bed Bath & Beyond?
No. Check out this story. So this is from Yahoo Finance. So meet Tommy, a former car salesman who's pulling in 200 G's a month by negotiating car prices for people. That's one of my favorite things to do, is go over and talk car prices with car salesmen. Like, honestly, I just told Marissa, this is what I said to her. I said, so my message to her is, please go find this story and see how I can become him or her.
You know what? I've only done it a couple times, but it is interesting.
Yeah. He said, here you go. Marissa says, that's a great side hustle for you. It's more of a game for you as well. So I was like, yeah.
It's the challenge.
So there you go. Yeah.
You know what? Because I appreciate a good salesperson. There was one time, you know, when you're in well, I shouldn't say the Caribbean. It's not like it only happens there. Like you're at a resort, and they have those little, if you go and talk to these guys,
and they're
going to try to sell you a timeshare. We'll give you this, that, and this. And my wife's like, man, I'm not kidding.
Some of those guys are too good.
I go, don't worry about it. Like, we're good, man. I have a lot of patience. I'll be back in 90 minutes and we'll get whatever we're getting. And it's no issue. And there was at least one time, because it always works out. You're not selling me jack. But there was one time where I was in one of those, and at the end I go, dude, I enjoy these. You are hands down the best. If I was if I wasn't slick at all, trust me, you'd have had me rope. And I was like giving the guy daps. I'm like, but you're not getting a sale from me. But like you were legit, dude. And if I was in sale, I would hire you in a heartbeat. This guy was killing it. He was like Wolf of Wall Street. He was good enough. But anyway,
I love that stuff. But those guys are really good. I don't want to be involved in that. I want to be working for the other person, right? To try to get.
You want to be.
I'm not the guy trying to do the whole side hustle.
He was not Tyler.
Right here. Ogen, right? There.
Oh my goodness, Bed Bath & Beyond. Why were we bringing this stock?
There was a story there about.
If they come back only to get crushed again, you come back from the dead only to die again, yuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even know why that came back. Are there any Bed Bath and Beyond or
Do we have
Bed Bath and Beyond stores anymore?
I don't recall seeing one in a very long time.
Yeah,
I can't remember the last time.
That was sad there when that was happening during GameStop times and AMC. But AMC is back also, by the way. We just took another fill there on the futures. We're seeing some updates out of Orogenics. Of course, they're ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenic has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, and resolving liabilities, also restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. So please go check them out over there, listed OGEN. That's Orogenics.
Love
in my eye over there. Yeah, I always go.
Have you seen Avis? Remember we were talking about Avis this morning?
Car was the symbol.
It's still squeezing. It's up 17%. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. We talked about it this morning, and then I remember at the open when we had that push down, my first thought was, it's dead. Bye-bye. That's gonna be the end of it. We're not even bothering to look. Hard bottom at prior close, and then look at this sucker. Unbelievable. This is really, when we say squeezing, this is an unbelievable squeeze. I'm gonna double check, because we didn't do this, I didn't do this in the morning. I'm sure lots of people that would
I've checked, I did not see anything.
I just want to see the short float on this. See, because to me the story is.
Oh, there's a lot of short float on that one.
I see 48, and I'm going to check a second.
48%?
So I have 48 at.
People don't like the car business.
On one source on Avis, and I'm just going to double check, because sometimes you want to get a couple of sources in there, so bear with me while I check. I'm going to check FinViz and see what they say. They've got 23. So one says 23, the other says 48. Doesn't really matter. The point is, it's a huge short float. This has gone 250% since March 20th. So that's 2.5, 3 weeks in here. Insanity. It's just squeezing like crazy. So pure squeeze play, in my opinion. You know how these usually end up. But for now, it has been an unbelievable buy the dip. This candle on the 15, I'm like, yeah, whatever. We talked about it this morning. Yeah, it's been squeezing. It's just no chance I thought it had a continuation. It felt like that was the end of it. And the dips keep on getting bought when it comes to Avis. So put some respect on car, because Avis is doing some things. And I know some of the other car rental names, like Hertz was up a little bit, and who else? What's the third one? There's someone else I'm thinking. Not that it matters, Hertz, but it's kind of starting and ending with Avis when you look at the chart. It's obviously leading the way. So if you're watching Hertz or you're long in Hertz, keep an eye on Avis, because if that loses the bid, you can probably forget about the other ones. It's leading the squeeze. So we're starting to pull back in. I'm targeting VWAP for IBIT here. They're shorting that lower high. We've got about halfway. It looks like we have a decent chance to get all the way down there. And as we come back down, you might have guessed it. Spoiler alert, the USO is heading right back into VWAP. So if it gets to VWAP in curls, my plan will be to reload battle, because this is making lower highs as you're pushing highs on getting into VWAP. Obviously, this is weaker. That's the idea than USO, but this is going to break trend very quickly. So if it breaks the trend here, I'll just jump out. I have to actually move my stop. I'm gonna do that. Oh, that was weird. That's going to move my stop. It won't be break even, but it's just this trend since the flush down, lower high, lower high, lower high, just to tighten it up. And if we get to VWAP holding the trend, then I can reload. And when I say VWAP, I mean on USO. Like if USO comes into here, rejects again, then I can just add. But I want to see it make a top, jump in, make a top, and then add to this. Already into the red. Those small cappers, they're just not built the same in the oil space, as far as I'm concerned. And T-Dot mentioning the VIX. Yeah, high a day. Well, if it'd be shocking. We chart UVXY. Like I could pull up trading view in the VIX, but the move's going to be the same. It doesn't. I don't think it should surprise anybody that you're getting a bump up. How can there not be increased movement upside in the VIX going into tonight? Like what possibly?
I mean, here's the story right here. I just put this up. Like I just covered a little bit more on the TQs. By the way, we are now 50 cents in the money. Remember we were talking about our stop was 20 cents. So now all of a sudden it's starting to make sense. We didn't get anything out. We talked about our next bid was going to be at 43 even. So we do that. We got the 43.17s. We got 43.10 right there as well in the 200. Now we get 43s. Now we look to break. And even when, I mean, look, sometimes it's easy and most time it's hard. But I said, like, we'll probably get back here to test VWAP. So that, you know, actually on that note, I'm going to put another bid. Okay, well, there it is. We got 95 right there almost immediately. So that was a good one. And then, so there it is right there. Iranian media warns that citizens got to be careful, you know, crossing all of these bridges. I actually really hate these stories because, like, I can't believe this is actually what might happen. Like, I was actually thinking about this being at the gym, and I was like, you know, how would I feel if right now, you know, thinking about like your kids and everything, and you know, you go to bed tonight. I guess you're going in a bomb shelter or something, if that's what it is.
Well, that's if you have someone.
I know. I just feel so
right? Like that's
privileged that you don't get to choose where you're born, and unfortunately. We'll see what happens there, and we just pray for the best, I guess. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I think furthermore here, I just wanted to add to that. In addition to the closing here of some of these bridges, they also have certain areas that are going to be declared closed military zones. That'll start at 11 p.m. in Tehran time, and that'll, I guess, continue until further notice. So, unfortunately, we're also going to get some entire zones closed off.
Well, let's just hope that there is a.
The best for
yeah, like I'm really thinking. I'm really aggressive on the keys. Like I'm getting ready, man. It's kind of why I want to cover. I just don't see. I think it's going to get pushed out. I really do. I hope there's a ceasefire, and it's not like psych 8 o'clock, but it's just like, all right, you know, talks are progressing, and you know that little discussion this morning was hopefully not what plays out. So. We're just gonna, you know, hope for the best and, you know, pay attention. And that's all we can do. And we don't talk, you know, our opinion on the market is simply just that. And we just talking about how this affects the market and potentially your investments or your day trading. And obviously sometimes it does get,
and
you know,
a
little bit of personal and morals and all that kind of stuff. But everyone is different in that relation. So just trade it accordingly and understand what's happening.
Well,
that's all. Right?
It's impossible that you are trading or making any kind of investment decisions right now without some concern here. It doesn't even matter what your time frame is, because if your
I didn't sell anything.
If your time frame is even longer, then you might be concerned about like whether you have recession or higher input costs for a longer period of time, like where you might find safety if this things were to escalate.
I mean, you literally bought today.
Good. You can't even
because you got to buy the right stocks at the right prices.
Yeah. Well, that was more of a reaction to I just didn't believe that story should have been that bad for Apple, and I hadn't bought Apple in a long time. Nick Dubs. Here's an interesting one.
What's he want to know
because
about?
we were just talking about dumpster fire names, and he likes, I'm looking to buy a swing call position in PayPal, January 2027. That's a ways out, so you got some time. I bought one call today. I'm looking to add at 43 and 41.40 for a second.
I mean, you got to get down there first.
Like bull flag on 30. I'll just get this out of, you probably heard me say before, I'm not a huge fan of PayPal. I don't even use them anymore. I'm not sure what's going to get these guys, man, you got to go to a monthly to make it look better. I'm not sure what's going to make this get going again.
So I know the answer to that question.
Because look
about this.
It's a broken chart.
No, we are lucky that we're in a society where our banking system is somewhat stable, right? And I just feel like if you were looking to deposit money and didn't trust the banks to get the money out, so on and so forth, this is just a thought, because I was thinking the same thing, like what is PayPal's runway? And I really do think it involves, you know, outside of North America. So that's all. I think
it needs to be something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's big in India or I don't know anything. There's probably other alternatives. That's the other thing. How hard is it to make a PayPal? I mean,
we were just talking about broken stocks, and we just had that pull up with the trade desk, SMCI, and Oracle. And you could take out SMCI, insert chart of PayPal, and it's just as broken as any of them. Like, we're not talking about pandemic lows. Like, PayPal is back to 2017. Like, that's a comparison we were making with Nike the other day. Like, when Nike earnings, we were talking about levels like that. So, there you go, Ryan.
There you go, yeah.
It's huge in Germany. I hope so. I've just never been a fan of PayPal.
I mean, he could have also said, I never heard of PayPal and I live in Germany, and I would have put it up as well. I don't know, but I thought that because
don't like this.
I was, and I don't even know if I own anything, it's very, very small. But also, we never talk about Block anymore.
That Block I used
That stock got blocked.
none of them are very good.
Oh, by the way, do we have to go to Adara? Look at Apple. Ever since Apple broke, we should have just gone short. We were already short the market, but there goes Apple right back in. Hopefully not to Neil's levels there, but we could get it back in again. All right, Adara's got more updates for us.
I have some oil-related news, guys. So Tasnim, which I guess is an Iranian source, they're saying that they're hearing reports that Iran's going to be adding oil facilities of Aramco, as well as Saudi Arabia's Yanbu and UAE's Ful Arja pipeline to its targets if President Trump attacks the country's power plants. So again, here just to recap, we're hearing reports that Iran is going to be targeting oil facilities or adding them to their target list, rather, if President Trump and the U.S. do end up attacking the country's power plants. So fortunately, further escalations. Back to you.
Thank you. We're just going to take a quick look at the sector over here. I have a couple of names to mention. Apple, AAPL, trading negative 3.09%. Apple's foldable iPhone remaining on track for a September debut, according to Bloomberg News. Microsoft, MSFT, down 0.89%. It's working with Ontario and Quebec governments to align data center growth with investments and to partner on region-specific water projects to improve infrastructure resilience. WMT on the other side, Walmart down 3.4%. However, FSIS has withdrawn a public health alert for certain chicken nuggets that were sold at Walmart after finding certain lead levels, but this report is false according to reports. INTC Intel trading positive 2.45% after announcing that Intel is joining the TerraFab project, which includes XAI, Tesla, and SpaceX, to make chips, as it announced through a post on X. And as we know it, the health sector services are doing great today, with UNH up almost 10%, HCA 1.67.
I like it. This is why I love these discussions, because Ian Gunther in the chat, and I'll get to, before I do that, I just want to acknowledge, when Nick, our viewer, sent the super chat about PayPal Holdings, it was about the 30-minute and the liking a bull flag. I was looking at a weekly chart, because I always go to the higher time frame first when I look at anything that I'm not involved in personally. I want to go from the top down. But yeah, it's made boom and then higher low in here. I just usually feel like you can sit in the bull flag, or you can take it when it breaks out and then use that as your exit point. Potentially, there's lots of ways to work it, but yeah, good looking chart there. And then there was a good comment from JL. Was it JL8? Oh shoot! No, it's Ian Gunther. And I'm just going to do it this way because I'm not on the right page here. PayPal has a huge buyback. They also have a dividend. They traded a price to G near 1. They're still the largest e-payment company in the world. Okay, just because I don't use them doesn't mean that they're not still big. I can be convinced of things. Maybe it deserves a closer look. When we talk about things on this show, the first thing that happens is we're going to go to technicals, because that's what we're doing. We're not trying to give investment advice. And I'm still on Block here. And when I see the destruction in PayPal, my first thought always is, why do you need to have, you don't need, if it's going to rebound, why do you need to try to hold that or just pick the bottom? Why not wait for it to show some signs of breaking the trend, which to me means not just holding the higher low, but then breaking out the next level. There's a break out the next level and break that bull flag. That looks a little bit better to me. I prefer joining than hoping and predicting. That's just my 2 cents. So we are, by the way, USO is to VWAP at this point. So VWAP there, VWAP here, volume weighted average price, in case everyone knows what it is by now. But I'm looking to catch its volume weighted average price on IBIT. And if we make a right hand turn, it's a punch out. Once I see this reverse, it's just a quick punch out there and maybe an add to that battle, reload in that battle position, because we're being led by the markets. And
there it goes, man. I mean, we said we could test VWAP, and not only are we testing VWAP, we take a huge fill right here. This is now 70 cents in the money, 3-1 now against, more than 3-1 against that, and we've done real well holding, man. So this is going to be a monster one more time right there. Not as big as, We talked about our game plan today. If you guys want to go, and this got a lot of views, so I think maybe I'll just do this continuously over and over. There, it got 8,000 views today, and it was just sort of the game plan for today. Size down aggressively, right? Having some extreme patience and wait for moves. We sort of talked about that. Don't force mediocre setups. So, potentially there in Apple, I can go talk about that trade. That was the only trade we lost on today. The only stock we've lost on. I've only traded 3 names. And then respect whatever the catalyst is, right? And so today we got the catalyst there on Apple. I went long, didn't think that was much of a story, did not respect it. And then we got that other story where it might have been a fugaze. But right there, I'll put this in. You guys can go have a quick little read, and maybe we'll do some more of that as we go through. But okay, that's just that. That doesn't really matter. What I wanted to get at, though, was nice move down lower. And, all you have to have is an idea. And if that idea pays off, if you have the proper risk management, then Bob's your uncle, and you're laughing all the way, hopefully, to some sort of a bank. So that's what we're doing right there. All right, so let's move on into the next topic of conversation. And congratulations to Michigan yesterday. As we go talk about something positive. They're the Wolverines. Take it down. I know that's not your Spartans. Maybe next year, Michigan State will be able to have.
Oh, no, they won't.
But that was 5 transfers, by the way.
No.
All 5 starters on Michigan were transferred.
No, it was a team that couldn't be beat. It was.
Yeah, so it was kind of like a setup there. But
Michigan State's going to lose. They won't be that great now.
Oh, they're losing, guys? Okay.
No, they're losing to a couple.
AXIA. By the way, we are just.
Bye-bye.
This has been stink face at that right now. Shout out to my guy Joe over there. So let's go bang, 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 bang. He had an uncontrollable, beautiful trade there on AIXI as it got halted over there. And then he was panicking and thought he was going to get fired when he got out and he got. What's it called? Internal filled there. And what that means is that often you'll have multiple traders at real trading throwing in bids and offers. And if you wind up hitting somebody, that's internalized, right? So that's kind of like a wash trade. So that gets dealt with in the back. So Joe got a fill while this was halted. And then it opened up and it was a great trade. And then this one went all the way to 270 today, AIXI. And if Adair can remind me of the story, then that would be great.
There was not one that was new. There was an old one. I mentioned this during the small caps. Like last week, I guess one of their companies or subsidiaries, related company, tried to push some patent claim against Apple. So they're trying to sue Apple. But again, that's not AIXI. That's a company related to them. That's also from last week.
Okay. All right, so nothing new today potentially, but there it is, a move higher there on AIXI, and I feel like I'm looking at this on the wrong chart because this probably has split, or at least it did right there. So it was down to 0, and then it split probably 500 to 1 or more than that. It looks like it went up to $5, continued out, now down to 7. Again, yeah, you have it on. You have it on Eastern. Yeah, it could be right here. Was it in August of 24?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that's a split. See, so we don't. This is not to it is a little bit to throw shade actually at stocks that split. So this splits in 24. Now it's worth 100 times less than it was then because it went right back down to 0 again. So your weekly chart there shows it as what price?
The high is actually $93.
$93. So, this is only a $2.40 stock.
You're not seeing that again.
So, anyways.
Unless you're Carvana, you don't see those ever again, and that's just the reality. So the reason we bring that up is because, look, AIXI, if you trade that today, if you held that from yesterday, there's nothing that was better in terms of a trading opportunity. If we're just talking brass tacks and percentages, you could have had this at 20 cents and still be holding on to it. That's 10x. Great. You could have had it this morning in your 2.5 times if you had the $1 breakout. But the history is if you try to parlay that into holding it forever and never taking gains, almost every single time these things revert back down to the dumps is the only way I'm going to think about it. But a good-looking stock at least for this session and at least for now. All right, we just got to that VWAP we were talking about. Just go back to IBIT for a second. So we're bouncing a little bit off VWAP. The other thing that's happening is USO. I'll just show you. USO goes right into the volume-weighted average price and is doing a little bit of a turnaround. Maybe not much, but just enough. It trends into VWAP and starting to pull back. So if there's any kind of a pullback in here, I'm just going to use the opportunity to get out of the short. If it works, it works. But while that was happening, I also like that battle, but it broke trend. So even with USO going, our third take on battle, it breaks the trend line. So we're in, and like you actually held this wick here, and then it came back underneath. So it's like, okay, we'll add back in. That's where our trail is anyways. So the last bit will end up basically break even. But if this goes higher and pulls back, 435 or into VWAP and I catch another curl, I still prefer shorting this one just because it seems way, way weaker than the overall market. Oh, say it ain't so, bro. Ninja in the chat just said Netflix broke the low of the day.
Oh, well, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, it was only because it almost broke 100 this morning. That sucks. Now you have back-to-back failures at $100 for Netflix. If it was a swing trade, this would be a very opportune time to maybe bank some profit, because the reason this broke, part of the reason, whoops, you know what, I'm just not going to, our charts aren't split adjusted here, so if I go over to eSignal, it's just easier for me to pull up the daily chart there, so I'll do that and be able to show Netflix, because the reason why you broke this out was simply, this was trending down. They were getting hate for the Warner Brothers Discovery deal. And then the second that went to Paramount Skydance, like boom, it just shot from 80 to $100. And this is now a couple of days of rejecting the 100 level. Probably a good ring the register spot for that 80 long if it was a swing trade instead of like a long-term buy. Hate to see that, but ball doesn't lie. 2 days in a row. And the funny thing about it is I actually think in some ways Netflix wouldn't have been a bad place to hide out during this turmoil, because how much pressure are they in with oil prices rising?
If anything, they're a huge beneficiary of it, because less people going out.
And they seem like a safe hiding spot. It's just not reacting like that.
Well, I could just see, like, if the consumer gets strapped, you may not go out to the movies. You may, not go out to dinner and movie, something like that. You order in, maybe potentially cheaper. You watch something on Netflix, and some say chill at some point, and you can get that all figured out. So I would just say that's Netflix is a potential beneficiary. Plus, the other thing about Netflix is they don't have to worry anymore about this content issue. I think the next phase of content is live sports. Like, I'd much rather have these guys spending, honestly, $87 billion on NFL games, MLB games, F1, the Masters, whatever the heck they want, even stuff like Oscars or whatever, rather than spending it on The Sopranos and on...
but all these cartoon shows,
Harry Potter.
There's a million different cartoon and kids shows and stuff they have. It's going to get cheaper to make that type of content with AI. All of that kind of content's getting cheaper.
Yeah, because that's all AI based.
And I say that, it sucks. My brother is a computer animator. That's what he does. It sucks for the space and for actual artists.
Yeah.
But the truth is the truth. And for them, it's only going to get, in my opinion, cheaper to make some of the stuff that they are in bulk doing. I believe we're going to the desk. Maybe another update.
You can't make live sports.
You can't make, that's the thing. That's free of AI. Although ABS is fantastic.
Consumer credit change here. This came out at 3, not a massive number, but I will go over it for you guys. So actual number here, 9.48 billion. That's going to be below the consensus here of around 10 billion. And they also downwardly revised the prior print. So before, the print for the month of January for consumer credit change was 8.05 billion. That's been revised down to 7.67 billion. NASDAQ here right now, that's a little bit here for that first 3-minute candle of Power Hour. If we get more updates, I'll let you know. But yeah, consumer credit change lower than expected, and the prior month was downwardly revised. Back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, as always, Adara. Oh,
it's forcing the umpires to be more honest.
I love it.
Because, like, you might have given, let's just use Max Scherzer as an example, like, in his prime, the pitch is close enough, you ring the guy up because, you're giving, it's kind of like how Michael Jordan or these guys get the calls. I feel like that happens in baseball as well. In this way, there was something like, there's like more walks now or something. Over the weekend, there was some sort of a stat, and I heard it yesterday on Jay's Talk. There was some sort of a stat where it was the most walks given up ever in a weekend of baseball, something like that. And it's because the umpires aren't calling those. Has nothing. It's really not that they were challenged on ABS. It's just the umpires are forced to be very
if you
boxed
look at the zone, like this, if the zone was this, like it was always customary to get like that. It was like a circle. And you'd get a circle around the edges, and that is no longer there. I think it's fantastic, but it just goes to show, like, I'm not a technology hater. Like, I love baseball. I don't want to be old school. I think you have to be that way for all technology. That's why I can praise and love the fact as a Netflix shareholder that I think things will get cheaper and more efficient, because some of the content that they have on Netflix, if you watch for the kids content, it's not exactly the greatest animation in the first place.
No.
So it might as well.
doesn't need to
It
be.
might as well be done cheaper because it doesn't
mean,
necessarily need to be. It's just-
SpongeBob.
Yeah, like
you know,
some of
The
it's
Simpsons,
pretty
all that.
lowbrow.
The other thing is the World Baseball Classic. Congratulations to Venezuela, but that ended on a ball. You know, so there are ways to get things right, but also you do want to make sure that there are, you know, there is some sort of a chance or whatever luck based, you know, by the umpire, some sort of a skill there. You don't want to completely automate everything, or do you? Okay, so the TQs. I just took another fill here at 75. Look, I mean, I don't know what this story. I took another one at 70. I don't know where we're going to go. We're now into power hour. Just for this argument here, I only have 15% left now, as we did a lot of covering down into here. I was really surprised that this was a good fill right there at VWAP, so we're really happy to get that. And then, you know, looking here, I'm just kind of, this is where I think maybe I'm getting lazy. Like, I'm just taking fills based on, you know, this market moving. I think maybe if we are going to retest some of those lows, maybe it's worth waiting for this. You're now underneath VWAP. We can stop out now at a 50-period break. The 200 is going to be way gone. That's already up here. I'm not going to wait for all that. VWAP 42.90, I'm not going to stop out there. Maybe 43.05 or so if you're rolling with me right here. And looking, I'm going to put my next bid right here. Let's go to 42.50s. Right into there, okay? So we'll put a bid at 42.50, and that's going to be that. And we're going to look for some more opportunities where we are not done trading. I think we should look in the oil space. You were just in battle, and another name there, so we'll have a quick look, and we'll throw it over to you now and look for some more opportunities.
As you're finding opportunities or looking for opportunities, remember the volatility is going to create movement, and if you're a sophisticated trader, that's where the good opportunities come. And Beta Pro by Globex is offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs that are built for sophisticated investors that understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3 expiry ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And one of the things that you might want for tactical trading is having a good setup. Well, I would have liked it. It would be nice if Intel broke the trend to go higher. Unfortunately, it held trend and lost VWAP. So just like earlier today, underneath VWAP was going to be a litmus. Broke VWAP here, confirmed the trend line and held it there. So that signals a join trend short opportunity here on them. And then if it breaks back above, like this will be like 52, it's like 52.08 or something. That gives an out. And then as mentioned, you have USO pressing into VWAP itself. So if this breaks out to VWAP, I think the shorts are going to get re-engaged one more time. But I allowed that to travel up, and I allowed battle to travel up. And lo and behold, we get out and wait for it to get to that lower high. It just did a topping tail at that lower high. That does give me another opportunity here in BATL. Let's go back to the Dara at the desk.
So keep an eye on CrowdStrike. There was like a cybersecurity FBI-related headline earlier, but I looked a little bit into this, and the reason this appears to be moving could have to do with, I guess, traders taking some time to digest an Anthropic headline called Project Glasswing. Now, this came out around 2 p.m. So you can see the CrowdStrike move didn't really start until 2:15, 2:20, but basically Project Glasswing is announced by Anthropic is going to be a new initiative, to my knowledge, that will not ever be released to the public, but it's going to bring together some companies, including CrowdStrike, as well as Palo Alto. So there's a couple different cybersecurity companies here. They're going to call it the world's most critical software, and apparently some of these updates here are going to allow for AIs that are a little bit more self-critical. Interesting project. Again, as far as I can tell from the limited research that I've been able to do, this is, like I said, been out for about an hour. Some investors are saying CRWD could be moving higher, even though this is not its project, it's Anthropic's, because they're going to be part of the cybersecurity layer. So that appears to be the reason for CRWD moving higher, guys. Worth noting, they were also not one of the original companies I was seeing being listed as part of this project. Back to you.
As Adair was going, we got a major headline right there, and it was that there's been messages passed back and forth between Iranian mediators and the U.S. So we did get a. Neil's like, what's going on? I was like, I'm just watching the cues, and I could see, the violent spike again, which is why we're not just going to stop out randomly. But when that came right back in, I took another fill. Because this is what we're dealing with. I'm not going to just sit here and get stopped out on those kind of moves. If it comes, I will get stopped out, but if it does come back in, let's take a little bit more off. So we just take another couple percentage points off right there, and we're getting lighter and lighter in the TQs. And you noted how crazy USO was.
It was, I just had USO up. And all that happened was we were just talking about it cruising into VWAP here, and the next thing I know, it's at 140.50, and then in the blink of an eye, it's down at 140.50. But the more important thing is, what is the reaction when you have that liquidity vacuum? The first thing, it gets snapped back up, and now it's heading higher. So, there it is. The exchange of messages with the U.S. mediators is still ongoing, gives no detail. I feel like all that's happening is they're just dropping liquidity. Get a headline, and the algos stop making the bid ask. So if anybody when that happens is hitting short or punching out of a long, whatever, if they're hitting the bid in that moment, well, there is no bid as it's coming out, and you get these crazy topping tails, and then immediately the market gets made again, and you're back to normal. It's really tricky. If you were trading USO and you happen to be long in this trend up, well, you just got stopped or trailed out. And there's just nothing you can do about it in that situation. Because what are you going to trade USO without a stop this afternoon? That seems crazy. But if we bust VWAP here, I can't imagine we're going anywhere but down if the reaction is to buy it back up. So anyways, my only new trade was this trend down on Intel. Whoops, I don't know why am I double bidding the same price. There we go, from the highs. And then it had held that trend. So scalp, and then the next level down will be like 51.40 to 50 or so, as this market continues to react to all of these headlines. And there's, like I said, there is not much you can do. Like if you're a USO trader or whatever it might be, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and you can't protect your downside in a trade without stops and without trailing stops. Just understand this is the life that you're living. Because it was immediately back fine. And then there we go again. We just had another random 40, 50 cent spike when it was at VWAP. And that's not really a lot of shares transacting. It's just pulling of the bid, right? It's just people that are, I shouldn't say people, it's the algos refusing to make a market for a minute. And back when you had more human market making, this kind of thing didn't happen as often. Because human market makers aren't as quick to pull the bid when any random headline comes. Unfortunately, that was one of the side effects of more algorithmic trading, which, there's ways to take advantage of it, of course. If you were fast enough to smash that bid, or if it extends way too far, traders can take advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we talked about getting back, once that pulls back in, we get out of the Qs, they're at 60s, and now it's in the 80s. So you got to take advantage of those plays. So I love the chat. There's no doubt about that, but sometimes it gets me going. We talked about Oscar at 1270, right, here today. And guess what? I didn't even look at Oscar as much as obviously I should have. Here's Oscar today. The low of the day is 1271 right there. So we miss the bid on OSCR right there at 11. Right when we left the show is when Oscar was coming right into the bid that we had posted. And again, the reason why we posted up that bid was because, and I canceled the order, so I'm not in it. But I was just telling you guys, I just want to show you the story because we did one of those lessons the other day. This is the pre-market lows. So it's just we got a good story there with Oscar and with Medicare, Medicaid, and it came right back. So not only is it the pre-market lows, it also matched with yesterday's sort of closing prices as well. So there it is in the pre-market, hovering. So these are the levels that we wanted to look at, and there it comes right into their 70s. So there's the very bottom. And look, I could have said 75. It doesn't, you're just picking and choosing at this point. The best thing to do is to watch the stock and see how it's reacting when it comes down there. Then you can put your stop a couple pennies lower, and then there it goes, man, all the way back up to the upside, giving you a nice little 50-cent winner if you had that fill. But yeah, Oscar up 1.26% in the market. That seems to be going southbound. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on Adobe. ADBE just spiked to new lows of day after X announced a new photo editor that you can have when you compose your post. Now, this is going to be a competitive product, of course, to Adobe. The stock did spike lower on that. Again, X, formerly known as Twitter, looks like it's launching a competitive product to ADBE. Back to you.
And as Sean mentioned it, by the way, like I know we're talking about the markets and we're giving ideas. If we're going through a lesson, maybe
they must like that picture of me over there. I got it going on twice over there.
Sean was referencing this, the 3 most important levels that we mark every single day. How not to take a trade, midday reversals, stop buying the top. Of course, today we were talking about what makes a stock truly strong, gap ups, don't trade the open, fake breakouts. We're going to keep doing this so that we have more content for you. So you can go back when you're on the train home. I take the train, so I'll use that example. Or maybe it's like you're brushing your teeth and you want to...
Maybe you're on the treadmill.
Yeah, you could be on the treadmill. There you go.
You know. Maybe you're cooking dinner. Maybe you're waiting for your daughter to fall asleep and you're looking.
Or maybe you're sitting through Amazon ads because they have these 15-minute ads so you can watch one show and you want to learn something about the market.
Maybe your daughter was watching the show and she's wondering, like, hey, Dad, like, should I be buying the tops of, you know, and you can show them these you know.
Always buy the high and sell it the lows.
Something like that, you know. And but yeah, thanks to Ramin and the whole team for doing that. And you guys can go definitely have a look. And we're gonna try to put out some more little smaller form, 5-minute or so, little brief trading, what to do and not to do, and all that kind of stuff, and sort of hand you guys the playbook that we are looking at there. So, yes, all right. So those lessons of the day there, and Neil has his lessons of the day every day at noon.
The Amazon 15 minutes. They are pretty long though.
What, Amazon or those lessons?
Amazon's. What was you don't have ads on Amazon?
Oh, I don't. Oh, that's the funny thing. I haven't watched anything on Amazon since we've had this discussion. So, are they bad?
Yeah, Amazon. But Amazon's ads are I think the most egregious of all of the. I don't have ads on Netflix. So I can't really make the comparison. But
there must be some stats.
I have Crave and Crave. You guys don't have Crave in the States. Whoa!
Amazon
what just happened in USO? Again, they just did it again in US.
Yeah, this is the thing about stopping out of all these things, man. It's there's going to be another story coming in just a couple minutes. So I'm going to take another piece out here at 94 if I'm able to do it. Breaking through VWAP. We said the 50 period might be something. We just ran it. So right now I'm less than 10% left on this. I'm actually going to take out again. We nailed this trade. From the high of the day, virtually right here. I mean, it's the high of the day, right into VWAP and lower and covering like 20 or 30% of our trade underneath. Like for me, this is a big dub. So we're going to do that. We just got another piece out there as well on the move down. I guess I can cancel my 42.50s right now. I don't know if that's going to come into play again. We were waiting for a little bit lower and it looks like it's trying to break out. Let's put our new stop here because we're not trying to, it doesn't matter if whatever the story is, If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. And then that's that. So here we go, man. We're going to get stopped out at 43.06. And that's that. So there you go. Stop in, and it'll be a good day overall if we can take that stop. And that's the TQs. And you just looked at oil. We can see if gold is doing anything as well right now. Gold, 429, relatively flat. Let me check on that big runner, AIXI. With big shout out to my guy Joe over there again. Let's go bang for Joe. That was a good move there. 250 to 260, nice play. Not really doing too much right now, AIXI. Didn't we see yesterday, though, the story of AMC? What was going on there? This was from Monday.
I think technical dollar bounce because of the weekend ball.
Okay, maybe. Because we saw that there was, I don't know, I don't think Adair was able to find stories yesterday on this, so maybe. Oh, yeah, that's right. You weren't here yesterday. Right. So
no, we didn't find anything.
We didn't find anything, but AMC did have a big move to the north side there. Probably breaking $1, we thought.
There actually was some news. So apparently the reason, or at least what I was seeing attributed to AMC's strength yesterday, they apparently had a record Easter weekend. So that was the Monday that came right off what was apparently a very strong Easter weekend with more than 6 million guests attending AMC and Odeon locations from April 1st to April 5th. It's also apparently their highest Wednesday to Sunday attendance through any period this entire year.
There you go. So even with oil prices and all that, I mean,
Super Mario.
I was just talking about like how people might not go to theaters.
I have to go to that this week.
And yeah, we went to see the first Super Mario. It was really funny. My kids like Jack Black and how funny he is in that movie.
I think we're going on Sunday.
Jack Black is just nailing all the kids' movies, man. Minecraft, he's nailing, making all the money on Super Mario.
You put someone in there that like, the parents are like, okay, well,
Well, he's so relatable for kids because he just acts like a fool.
And he's got the,
And
he's got the
funny.
voice, and
and
we
he's
recognize him. And you throw in some songs in these kids' movies that the parents from our.
We're missing something here.
No, but like
the market
we're
is
absolutely
ripping.
tanking.
No, tanking. Oh, in oil.
Oh,
yeah, the market.
No, USO is tanking as we speak. Like that was, I actually just punched out of Intel, and the second that happened, immediately into that battle stock. It's like, well, you got to jump back into this.
Oh, Pakistan.
Back into the lows because we have a Pakistan headline here. If we can throw it up, let's go to Adara.
Here's the news here coming from Pakistan. Prime Minister of Pakistan reportedly saying that their request they're requesting that President Trump extend the Iran deadline for 2 weeks. So again, Pakistan's Prime Minister reportedly requesting that President Trump extend his Iran deadline by 2 weeks. So again, they're basically saying, don't have the Strait of Hormuz deadline tonight at 8 p.m. for it to reopen, extend it by 2 more weeks. That's, again, coming from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who further said that diplomatic efforts, I guess, between Iran and the U.S. are progressing. We know Pakistan's often the intermediary between the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
So remember 10 minutes ago when there was that little liquidity spike where the bid all of a sudden the algos were not making a bid, and then it went right back into VWAP? 10 to 15 minutes before this headline hits, okay, right? Like this is exactly why people are like, well, somebody here might have known something to pull the bid and pull the rug, but USO is now in the red, decidedly so in the red here. So this is we're headline to headline, only 40 minutes to go. Shocker. That the market looking a little bit better. There's no.
We already
chance
said this would happen.
Before you got to 8 o'clock. I know this morning was like, well, when would it be? It always made a little bit more sense in the afternoon. You could have thought it could have been midday, but getting to, when you have that kind of a threat, getting all the way to 8, nobody wants to see that happen. Nobody, without any kind of progress. So, this is obviously going to be seen as good news. Oil prices go down. Market is going to, whatever. The market's going to go higher. I just want to quickly see what Apple's doing. Okay, good. I just want to make sure that, I want if you like it, you want it to react positively to this.
Look, honestly, I should have shorted that. I mean, I sat here as that story was coming. I was letting, obviously, Adair read it. I mean, we need to know the story. I just, under my breath, I was basically saying, who cares? Obviously, Pakistan, everybody in the region wants none of this. So I would be completely surprised if this guy, Pakistan PM Sharif there, was like, yeah, we're cool with this happening at 8 p.m. Obviously they want an extension over there. They're the ones trying to get in there and mediate between the two. So I say that's an awesome headline, but honestly, who cares? This has to come from President Trump or Hegseth or somebody that has officially pushed this through. I think everybody in their right mind wants an extension. I think Trump wants an extension. I mean, I think everybody involved wants this to be over with, right? And the Hormuz, the Strait to open back up. So, we're obviously not in the war room. We're just reacting to stories. But what a surprise. You want to talk about the market being rigged. Unbelievable. On a story there right off the open, that's the high. On the Apple story right there, that's the high. These are even on separate stories. We're all getting hit up here to 43.70. So I think there's somebody, and what I mean by rigged is not like, oh my God, this market's rigged to the exact penny. But there's someone up here selling that doesn't.
This is big order.
Yeah, that doesn't believe this, and so everybody can have their own opinion, but someone's up here stopping these moves, and I can't see it. I mean, even if you look at the futures, it's not like there's going to be a wall here, but you can see it stop. So Pakistan urging a U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Obviously, it's best for the region. It's best for everybody involved, and let's just hope that eventually comes through. That's my opinion, and I don't know if it's anybody else's, but everybody wants safety, I would think. So that's that, and there it goes, man. TQ's upside. Quickly check on the dollar. I would expect that to get stronger right here, and there it is. So starting to go. We do have a move down right there, and you can see it starting to battle back. So there's the dollar getting stronger, of course, as hopefully the markets will react kindly to that note, and the U.S. dollar strengthens. Remember, weak U.S. dollar is great for the NASDAQ and great for multinationals as they repatriate that money back. So there's the weak U.S. dollar. That's what we're looking for in a strong market. And then just now, as the markets come back in, you see so does the dollar comes back
VIX
up.
Barely moved.
So yeah, the VIX, well, because not that big of a move, man.
Yeah.
We're just overreacting because we're day traders.
The thing that the thing that gets me is like the VIX is on the cusp of breaking out. And
Like that was 40 cents.
If you're a blue ocean trader, you've got to be geared up. Just absolutely geared up for tonight.
So the market's now almost lower than.
Because we could see VIX 30 tonight, and it's like it's just cresting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But it was that's a weird one. Like I'm the only reason I'm saying that about like 10 minutes ago on USO is out of nowhere before you had the biggest volume spike event. It was like a mini bid drop, and then the larger one happens right as it's on VWAP, right as it's making the lower highs. Maybe someone was maybe trying to get short and didn't have their whole position. But if we make another leg down here, like you pull back into prior lows, if we make another leg down to maybe retest, oddly enough, hey, look at where we bottomed out. Kind of where the key levels were yesterday at the 139 level. If we retest the 139, I respect that as a bit of a bottom. That makes a little bit more sense to me. You got a new range now. It was 141.5 to 140 to like 140. Now I'm thinking 140 into the 139. So if it bounces there, then as far as I'm concerned, battle is an exit at that point. For now, I'm going to hold it to the low of the day because if we're making a new range bottom and we're just going to sit in that range for the next 30 minutes, then I think it should be respected. Going to pull up the early look on the imbalances. Wouldn't be surprised if you saw some energy names at the close, but maybe you won't. Who knows? Early look on Ford. Stock we haven't talked about in a long time. $3 million to the sell side early for Ford. AT&T 1.2, nothing too crazy. Bros, there's a stock we don't talk about very often. 800,000 early buy. Uber early look sell imbalance of 800,000 on Uber. Ooh, yuck, Uber. Where are we at? 71 still? Yeah, Uber's not all that close to the breakout that I want to have happen. And it's not a traditional break, but anytime I see a stock respect the moving average this much, it just makes me want that breakout trade here in Uber. But it's not close, probably a couple of days away of green to go. It's not Uber's fault. If not for all of I think Uber would have already gone if it wasn't for some of this market sentiment and volatility and weakness. It made a double bottom, had a decent bounce. It's just the market's not following through enough for it to make this breakout of the 50 period. I just feel like this is a stock that's come back pretty decently and looking to break trend. Doesn't even have to go all the way to the high. Just a break of that 75, just to even get into 85, feels like it's on the cusp.
I'm going to start a new position here. It's going to be Robinhood. Okay, so Robinhood's down more than the market. It just made a huge move from basically bouncing off VWAP. Like, what a great long. I mean, to have seen that this was happening down there would have been one thing. Obviously, we're already right in the money here on this. So we should take something out at 76 if we can get it. All right, so we're short at 86. So just pushing right back into this area. This is the only reason I'm bidding is because we're right into this area. There you go, we get it. Right into this area again. And what I noticed was, I spy with my little eye, a top. And right into there, we already made this top. We just spiked up, obviously, on some volatility there. And now we'll just wait to see if the volatility comes out and the market realizes that that story was not too much. 69.10 is going to be my stop. So we'll try to give this thing about 25 cents or so, see if that works. 65.10 stop here on Robinhood. Sure, Andre, let's go. We'll put that super chat up there. We got another one from our good friend over here.
Easy peasy with the 0.2%. Appreciate you like clockwork. Dig it. I rig it. Ooh. Not oil the wall on the street.
So he likes rig. Transocean? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
rig?
I don't know any other way. Unless you're talking about rigging the markets and you're not talking about Transocean, which is entirely possible and then it's pointless that I'm bringing up rig. Yeah, we were talking about order flow and algos manipulating the market at certain key price levels. So you could be talking about that, or you could be talking about Transocean, which has looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, it easily could be this as well. Energy at the highs. Oh, it's so tough. I just feel like this is, if you got it, then you hold it. Like I like CVX, or you could like XLE, or you could like a million of these. They're real tricky at some of these highs. I just feel like the risk, to a certain extent, at least in the shorter term, like if you're trading them, it's just so hard to like anything which has gone so parabolic so quickly. You could just reverse so fast. All right. okay, we're about to go to SIA for crypto, and I was about to look at Bitcoin.
Okay.
So let's go to the desk and come right back.
Definitely, you can take a look at the coin. Nothing major going on here, but BTC has, as we know, it been volatile, hitting 70K yesterday, but trading around $68,000 range at the moment. Yesterday, as we know it, again, it did hit the $70,000 mark. And I want to go check ETH right now. ETH currently around the $2,000 mark. And as we know it, Solana in the $80 region. Nothing major in crypto at the moment, but we do know that the US-Iran war and the conflict is and will be having some impacts on Bitcoin.
Well, it certainly is. But you know what? It's whatever it is, it can't seem to break 70. 70,000 on BTC. We're chilling out at 60, I'll do this, 68.6 or just underneath that. But we've had a couple of topping tail reversals, topping tail consolidation. I think we're getting another one in here with only about 30 minutes to go. Oh, wow.
We have another super chat there, €6. Hi, guys. Why don't you use we can get that up, the VWAP bands? I mean, that is the bands.
Oh, the bands on VWAP?
What, do you mean Bollinger Bands?
Oh, no, there's a setting in VWAP where you can just have like the standard deviations similar to Bollinger Bands.
Yeah.
VWAP setting. I've never used it. I know you can.
Probably a good idea.
You know what, at some point, I'll be the first, I like trend lines. When I started, I remember it was a few, I don't know how long it was.
Yes.
I had a few too many indicators on my charts.
Yeah.
And I think eventually it comes down to what you're comfortable with. And, I like having VWAP and I like having volume on there. And I've messed around with them before, but whatever works for you. There's no right or wrong answer with what technical analysis you should use, what indicators are good or bad. If it works for you, then go ahead and do it. And if you like them, just keep using them as far as I'm concerned. I'll never disrespect any indicator if it's working for somebody, even if I don't.
Yeah, so that was a story from a couple of days ago, I believe. Dara was talking about this. AIXA, their affiliate, won a $1 billion infringement in the Supreme Court of China. Okay, so they have the agreement to receive whatever the payout is. So I don't even know really the whole business, what they're doing, what that's involved with. But Supreme Court of China, okay. Very interesting, needless to say, right there. All right, yes?
Yeah, sorry, because you were asking what their business was. I guess they are, quote, a leading developer of AI solutions, according to them. And this lawsuit update came last Tuesday, so it's over a week old. There's been no news since then, but I guess they are just basically saying that they're trying to continue to pursue Apple, or not them rather, but I guess one of their variable interest entity.
Okay.
Variable interest.
Okay, we are right now just, we hit Robinhood and we hit it pretty good. So there's a downside play there for Robinhood. You can see what prices I'm in at. We've got a good one here, I believe, anyways, in Robinhood. Hopefully some downside pressure. We're short at O's. Here it comes, man. Let's go, Robinhood. Bang! This is going to be a good one right now. I mean, we put on another trade right here. We're in the money now. Let's see, it's 25 cents. Our stop is 69.10s. So far, so good here as we get back a little bit on this trade for Robinhood. So there it is, the short into that. I'm actually out right now of 35%. And I was waiting for a little lower. Let me put another bid here at 74s. And then I was waiting in the 60s, basically right here. Good decade, down by the 25 period moving average or so. We just bounced off 71. We could take another fill. Look, I mean, this market is volatile. So if we can get a 2-to-1, which we have, then probably worth taking a little bit here. I'm actually going to punch out a little bit. Oh, shoot. See, I just made that level at 82. Now all of a sudden people are joining me. So we'll see if we actually even get a fill here at 80. There it goes finally. So it's wedged through it. But very, very difficult sometimes to catch fills. The liquidity's great if you're hitting market orders or anything like that. But sometimes it won't necessarily fill you where you would like to be filled. So that's a good move there. We'll just sit on the bid. I'm at 74, so hopefully someone will run this down and we'll get filled at 74, and then the next one is 60s, and we'll see what happens there. But so far, so good there. It's a new trade there. Neil's back into battle in IBIT. Good story there on Bitcoin. Thanks, Sia there for the update over there. And we'll see if we can get Robinhood. Remember, we're bidding 74. Here it comes in, man. And there it goes. We grab that one as well. So we go
in honor of
Robinhood.
Ride it to the downside.
Shout out to Russell Wilson.
Or not. I don't know, whatever, man.
We talked about Kirk Cousins and the amount of money that guy made. I mean, Russell Wilson made a lot of money.
At least he won a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, he deserves it. They all deserve it. Whatever, man. Being an NFL quarterback.
The greatest quarterback in Michigan State history is Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
And all he does...
Is that saying much?
No, his agent is possibly the greatest agent.
That's the thing.
In terms of getting
like Joe's
contracts
agent.
for your client, no agent has done more. It's unbelievable how much this guy has gotten paid and guaranteed, and he hasn't even won in the playoffs. Congratulations. I don't even know the agent.
You like that? You like that?
Obviously legit. And dude, the chains, he's got the whole swag thing going. And the guy's gonna make a boatload like Brady as well.
Well, he just signed. He signed, I think it was $10 million.
Yeah, like he's locked and loaded. So USO's back to that 140. So it tagged the top. That's when I re-entered battle. And come on, Benzinga.
So what is that new ETF?
And then we got into that IBIT, which is off that lower high. So we're playing this back into VWAP just like last time, everybody. So as long as that happens, new ETF.
Yeah, someone in the chat there keeps asking, and I keep missing it because we're talking about other things here. Big Bobby Top. What's up, Big Bobby Top? Says, what's going on with the new ETF DRAM? I mean, look, everybody's going to, this is a round hill. What a surprise. There's an ETF about everything.
Usually
these days right now. So I would say the minute you start seeing an ETF, go with this. I mean, check out IBIT, these were literally the tops of everything. So DRAM, just a couple days ago, and I just asked, I just asked Gemini what's going on in there. I could have just gone somewhere else. Looks like here's what's actually inside the ETF. Looks like Samsung, 25%, Micron, 24%, SK Hynix, 24%, and that's it. And then it looks like 4 to 5% each across the board somewhere else. So Samsung, Micron, SK, all involved in DRAM. It seems like you might as well just buy the Korean...
Micron,
or just buy the Korean market, it seems like,
well, that's
with
like
SK Hynix and Samsung.
The Korean market is just stocks.
Yeah.
That's completely pointless.
Yep.
No,
but anyways,
true. There's too many ETFs.
I think so too.
Too many.
But yeah, I would buy it if you like the space. I mean, I just told you what was in there, so it's an easy way to get a piece of, and I think that's part of it, right? We talked about what is it, the X. Oh man, what is the GL, the ETF for South Korea? It's the one that was going literally. Some days you look and it's up like up and down 15% a day because it's those two stocks. So that's why I was going to say Samsung and SK. EWY. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, everybody in the chat. And if I just keep on rambling for long enough, someone will give it to us. The EWY. This is just an absolute crazy.
Most people
like this is supposed to be an index. One day, 150 down to 130. You know, so
it's basically just you pull up the Micron chart. It's basically
no. That is what it is. It's those two stocks. But
with that, like I think a lot of people would probably be more interested if they could get some SanDisk exposure if you're going to be an ETF like that. Sometimes it's just easier to pick the name. If it's that concentrated, just pick the name that you like.
Yeah, like why pay someone to manage it for you?
Because you're not that diversified, so you might as well just pick the name you like the best in that case. I think we're going back to it. I just took some, we're bouncing.
It's like that MAGS ETF, MAGS, right? You know it's those 7. So if there's one you don't like, then you can go the other way.
You probably own them yourselves. We just had a topping tail in USO, which whenever you see a candle like that, it's like, okay, we'll take something out because the market could turn a little bit here. But let's go to the desk. We have 10 minutes until the imbalances come out, so we're getting a little bit long in the tooth.
Right, I know, that's what I'm saying, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, there's a lot here coming out of the Middle East in terms of explosions. Doha, Qatar reportedly, we have some explosions. Reportedly also hearing sirens in Bahrain. So you've got Bahrain and Qatar where there are some explosions being heard. I also want to unpack that Pakistan headline a little bit more. So again, we had the Prime Minister of Pakistan, going on social media and saying that he is asking President Trump for a 2-week ceasefire and pause here, asking at least to extend that Strait of Hormuz deadline by 2 weeks, but saying that in turn, he would also like Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks so that there's kind of a fair exchange, that they can take these time where no one is fighting anyone, they can get some kind of resolution here in the Middle East with Iran, with the Strait of Hormuz. He wants peace across the region. So again, update here with Pakistan and just a couple other headlines there in the Middle East. If there are more details, I will let you know.
All right, thanks, Adara.
Always, thank you, Adara. And
oh man, what's the market going to do in the last 20 minutes? And we only have 10 minutes now until imbalances. So thanks everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. And if you're anywhere else tomorrow, then you're crazy because you should be right here. We do have the live market coverage for you starting at 8 a.m. So join us all at 8 a.m. and we'll go over, trust me, everything that happens tonight, and obviously market related, and hopefully we can see a up market tomorrow morning, because that means that it was probably somewhat successful on the night as far as peace. So we'll see if that winds up happening. Hopefully it does. And we covered, we are now only into 40% of Robinhood. And on that note, I'm going to try to bid again at 75. Maybe we get a fill there, and then we'll go down to 30%, and then we'll just run it after that. It will be a positive stock. We cannot go cannot unsee that. I'm actually going to punch a little bit out at 77 there, because there it is, man. We take the profit where the profit lies, and we said that we were going to sit at the 25 period moving average. That's exactly where we're at there. It started to mature up a little bit, right? So we have to be careful with what we're doing, but that's the fill that I'm looking for right now. A break into 68.50. If we get that, great. That's my next bid. So we'll wait, and then if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. I'm going to change my stop out rate to here, 69.03. So we're going to change that because we want to make sure that we capture all of the profit and not give too much back. 69.06. Let's just do that. I'll go offer, enter. And now, so this is like the most algorithmic trading that Neil and I will do here on the desk, and that is just to put in our orders. And once we put in these stop orders, I think this is another lesson that we can do. It triggers once a price shows up on here, X dark pools. So as long as it's a level 1 fill, then it will show up here, and that will trigger this out. So this needs to see a 69.06 fill. The minute that happens, it will send out a somewhat aggressive market order that we found out is 2.5% higher.
There's a trick you can use. This won't matter for like super expensive stocks, but like for anything that gets like less than $50 or less than 20 at real trading, you can actually set if you don't want to get wicked out just because it went above that say you put it at like $20.25 is your stop order, so like 26, and you don't want it to wick above, basically have just a dark pool ticket and then you get out. You can actually set it so that it requires the midpoint to get above, meaning it just needs to actually break that level and then see the bid above that next price. It does mean you wouldn't want to use it on like a fast-moving stock because like it'll be that split second where it's breaking, you're gonna get a worse fill. But if it's a little tiny, like a NEO or something like that, and it's a tinier spread,
it's called the peg.
If you use that, use the peg instead. You will not get those bad wick outs if you're short at like 5.99 in front of 6. And it doesn't really break 01s, it's almost perfect for that. The ability at real trading to customize your trading experience, it's not an ad for real trading, I'm just calling it like it is fantastic. And you really want things that are tailored to your individual strategies. Just with 9 minutes to go to the imbalances, very quickly, tightening up the stop and battle into under break even. If we get the low of the day, we get the low of the day. And Ford is still the only thing that looks interesting. I say that tongue in cheek because Ford at 3 million shares is probably not that interesting on the imbalance locator, but it's only done 30 million shares, so it is 10% of the day's volume into the early look imbalance. It's not moving much, and it tends not to move a lot. But if that comes out larger than 3, there could be something there on Ford. Like I said, Uber and GM are both there. I felt like there was somebody else, but I guess it must have gone. It's been a while since we've seen any of those Amex over 1 million. Like I haven't seen BM&R on this in a while. Maybe that could give it a little bit of a comeback. Just BIL is there. Over 1 million. I said I would start looking at any time an Amex names comes in there, we'd have a look at it at this. But it's like a 3-month T-bill ETF, so that's pretty useless. That BIL. Don't think that's going to qualify. Let's go up to the desk for Sia. We have 7 minutes till the imbalances, like I said, so maybe a couple of chances for a couple more fills before we get the last 10 minutes of imbalance trading. Sia?
Absolutely no worries, Neil. I'm going to wrap this up really quick. Just a quick update on money talks. The U.S. dollar is weaker against most majors today with the broad USD weakness in trading. EU area economy is also showing slower momentum, with the latest update indicating that the Eurozone private sector growth has hit a 9-month low since March. And on the other hand, the FX markets are continuing to be driven by a couple of factors, as we know, such as geopolitical tension, energy, oil, Middle East conflict risk, and the USD's continued support as a safe haven. Now, some pairs just to watch out for. The USD JPY is still highly sensitive to risk sentiment and rate expectations. EUR USD vulnerable if Eurozone growth keeps fading, and USD CAD is also being influenced by oil prices and broad USD direction. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, you watch out for the dollar, obviously. I did take another piece out there on Robinhood, right around here, as it tried to go higher, and we took another piece at basically 85, so not a great fill there as we get a little, I don't want to say nervous is not the right word, but just taking it out because it's profit, and we want to make sure that we make some of that every once in a while. So that was a good one there. Okay, so that's Robinhood talk.
We have a super chat.
Oh, good.
I also want to acknowledge, I want to thank
We talked about TTD.
I want to thank Nana on TikTok for the gift. We saw the gift. We appreciate you. We didn't have a message attached to your gift, so I can shout you out. But if you're in the chat and you have a couple of messages over there on TikTok, when you send a gift, we can show it up there. If you happen to have a question, that's fine.
Oh, more out on Robinhood.
But the thoughts on Trade Desk and Nike. Well, we did have that poll, which would probably tell you my thoughts on Trade Desk. I'm surprised that there are 12% of people in our poll. I'll end the voting on it now. It's like you have to buy. We said SMCI, Oracle, and Trade Desk. I thought Trade Desk would have 0 votes. It had 13%, and that only really happened after we were talking about trolling. So Trade Desk, broken stock with an uber disrupted business already, continuing to make fresh lows. As a matter of fact, it looks like a flat bottom break tomorrow. Shoot, this is a 52-week low break tomorrow through $20.50. That could actually happen tomorrow for a setup for a trade. So I think it's broken. It's a short till it's not. And if it catches a bid, great. Talk to me when it's above the 50-period moving average, which it has not been since October, and that didn't even last more than a couple of days. Nike is similar, although I feel better about at some point Nike catching a bid. They're not like the stock is broken, but they're not completely dead. They still do tons of revenue. They're just a little expensive still on the relative to their peers. And then when you miss on guidance and have all that uncertainty due to guidance, those are further problems as well.
Here we go.
We're getting another headline here. Senior Radiant official. Go ahead. Let's go right to Adara.
So USO dropping here. We are getting reports from Barack Ravid, who is a CNN analyst and a Axios correspondent. Anyways, he's saying that Caroline Leavitt told him that President Trump has been made aware of a proposal from Iran and a response will come, or specifically Pakistan's proposal with regards to Iran. So I guess President Trump knows that Pakistan wants there to be some kind of pause. Apparently President Trump knows, and he's going to respond. So that's according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, as reported by Barack Ravid. Back to you.
Somebody just got destroyed.
There we go. So we didn't, USO moving, the market moving. There goes Robinhood. So just so you guys know, I didn't want to interrupt Neil, but we got some more out there at 85 when that was going. And then there's the break higher through. And that's why you stop out, because there's the move. And another positive name today, Robinhood. And we talked about only having 20% or 30% left. Took a couple more outs there. We probably had about 15% stopped out right there. So senior official right there saying that President Trump has been made aware of the proposal, and there it is. So 2-week ceasefire, and I think that's exactly what President Trump wants to hear. And I would not be surprised if right now that's accepted. So let's see what that happens, because I assume that means ceasefire through the Strait, right?
Well, if
that's part of it.
If it's not, if the Strait isn't opened up, then we already know the president's not happy.
Right.
So you've got to imagine that meeting the conditions for that agreement, I mean, that would be the assumption that I think a lot of people would make. So hopefully that is the good news. But somebody got absolutely rinsed on USO, because there was a point where I saw the quote down at 130, and somebody got filled down there, and it was instantly before you couldn't physically hit bid enter. It was at 134, it was a bad snap, like that. I just failed to snap for the first time in my life. No, it was insane, the volatility. And at the end of the day, right when the bounce is about to come out, I feel like there's probably a little bit of market makers pulling and pushing. But with that kind of a move, it's like, get out of Dodge. We got enough close to the low to a battle to jump out of it. But I think that's good news. Hopefully no one got caught in that move. That's why you have stop orders, and that's all I can say. If you don't trade with stop orders, we talked about this, that minor stop out if you protected yourself there. And if you get frustrated if you were in that long, well, look what happens if you don't have stops and something even bigger happens. Let's go to Adara again.
Just going to recap some of the madness here in USO with these headlines. So we've now had both the US and Iran reportedly respond to Pakistan's calls for a 2-week extension or temporary ceasefire to kind of come to some kind of permanent agreement. We have got White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reportedly saying that Trump knows about Pakistan's proposal and he's going to respond soon. Then we also had a senior Iranian official reportedly saying that Tehran is, quote, positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. So both the U.S. and Iran apparently considering extending their timeline here and potentially working towards a ceasefire, at least temporarily speaking. Back to you.
All right, man. I don't think we said Pakistan so much on this show. There might be just as much in the last 2 hours than we ever have in the last 6 years. So shout out there, and thanks to them for helping negotiate some of this.
Seeing as the answer would have been never on this show until this crisis.
Oh, you might have made it.
You think we ever? Nah.
Yeah, I mean once or twice. I mean, must have. Some sort of a story or something at one point. But okay, IBIT right back into the highs of the day. They did not take out the highs yet, though. So Bitcoin still struggling. Not struggling. It's had a nice move right there. But now here's the pullback, right? And so this is that sort of the ebbs and flows of the market. We do have the imbalance locator. I don't even have it up yet. But well, here it is right here.
Yeah,
so we can get that going. Just a couple seconds. We'll see. My imbalance locator does look different. I'm on a new version where they don't show the extension here. So that's Ford, Verizon, SoFi, Apple. Wow, all buys. There's Apple, get up to 353, nice move there. SoFi, we didn't look at that much today, holding 16, nicely done there, SoFi. Nvidia with the buy as well, so there's a nice move higher. And this is why it's very tough, to be into the futures or anything right now. It's not moving, but this is what happens. Sometimes you get huge discrepancies and it'll just come like a monster buy or a monster sell. Looks like it's pretty muted today. But yeah, there's Nvidia, nice move up to 177. I said the best trade around might just be that Nvidia long. Every time it touches down into 170, back up to 177 there is NVDA. 350, 10 minutes left. Wow, what a day, man. Oh my God. If I was a drinker, I'd go home and have one because this has been quite the move. Down 0.2 right now is the NASDAQ. What a recovery, man. It looked like it was all shot, right down early. There's the open and boom, all the way down. I think we're down 1.2% at one point. Nice to be all the way back up and taking out those pre-market levels right now.
Chance to go green.
I think it does go green.
I mean, you're within 0.2% of going into the green.
ES is almost.
It's an unbelievable rally. And then the ES is almost certainly at this point going to get green. You throw in the fact that, Apple, the turnaround even just in Apple alone was impressive enough. Especially if that story ends up not being true. But the complete insanity that we get that V-shaped recovery and what everyone knew was going to be a pretty volatile day. I think we end the day a little bit different from some expectations. So good news here for basically everybody. It's going to go down the line here because I know we've been talking about
what was the
Tesla. Tesla's not going to go green, but Tesla gets most of the move back. It's not a complete V-shaped recovery, but well above VWAP. Only 2% down on Tesla. I know, I kind of
better than 4.
At 2, that's exactly right. 2% down is better than 4% down. Is a great way to look at it. We were talking about Uber, and Palantir was a name that we didn't really get to. What did that do? High of the day. Palantir's up 1.5%.
Boom.
Palantir's going to close today holding the 50-period moving average.
That's my man.
Right, so you've got another hold of the 50. Let's just do more than bounce here to get to the 200. I like this for a continuation play. That 150, it's at 150, but technically the breakout's not till 150.5 tomorrow morning on PLTR. The issue is I don't see any way that if it's up, it's probably gapping this level overnight because the night's looking like it's going to go the right way, especially at 8 o'clock. So in that particular case, you might find some of these stocks, instead of taking a clean breakout, which would be nice, you're looking tomorrow at having to play some kind of a continuation play. But Palantir looking good over the 150. Might have trouble closing.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's right at like 149.90 to 150 and a quarter. So it might have some trouble breaking 150 at the end. So there might be a chance that we can still get this tomorrow for a clean breakout trade.
What I was going to say is Palantir is a funny stock because I think it wins in a lot of situations. It's a big NASDAQ stock, so if the market goes up, it has a crazy beta. It can market up 2%, Palantir could go up 5%. But then it also has the defense aspect as well, to the point where I thought that murmur could have been from Palantir. So, yeah, very interesting name. And this is, I think, you know what, DJK, I think you're probably on to something. And hold on a second here. Where can I find? Oh, it's not. I don't even see it on here to put it up. But you just said this is. Oh, here it is, right here. Kick the can down. And I think this is what it's like right now. I don't know. We'll have to wait to the response tonight. But you know, a 2-week ceasefire, that's a lot. Hopefully we can get some negotiations going on in 2 weeks. That would make a lot of sense. But it might just be exactly that. Are we just sort of delaying the inevitable here where Iran does not agree to anything?
There are certain situations where, like, I understand kicking the can down the table. When politicians kick the can down the table when it comes to like government spending or like some kind of a spending bill or whatnot, or whatever other problem it might be, fair enough. But if you're talking about like kicking the can down the road
on
for
humanity,
something this big, where you're talking about an invasion, yeah, I think you'll take that. And I think the markets will certainly take that because the alternative is so much worse. Like, it's just, the alternative is such a bad event. Extended high oil prices, oil at 170, the kinds of things that were coming out of some bank executives' mouths you would have heard if this goes the wrong way are pretty extreme. It's almost certain recession if we saw those kinds of spikes in oil. If you got past the middle of April without the Strait open, people were talking about recession and they were talking about 150 to 170 oil. So kicking the can down the road isn't the end of the world here from a market perspective. I think it's more than positive, but you know, it is what it is. I think we just sort of have to try to be as reasonable, as rational as we can be. All right, there weren't any real big imbalances to revert, but Intel popped up. I think that grew a little bit to get to 1.6 million to buy. And man, that's right. We started the day with an Intel positive news story that we didn't even mention once in the afternoon. Intel with a partnership.
We definitely mentioned it once.
Oh, we did at least once in the video, which you go back and watch when we're done here. In the evening when you're on the.
You can go right now. You can go right now if you want.
Whatever you want to.
It's fine.
No, but you saw you shaking hands with Elon.
Hi, Juan.
Partnering with XAI.
Yeah, how long until football season starts again? I mean, that's what I'm looking at.
Dude, the draft is in 2 weeks.
I know. I'm excited for the draft to see. I guess Mendoza's going one.
The NFL is genius in that they're never out of the news cycle. They're never outside of the news cycle. There's always something that they're capturing. They win that way.
I mean, they need to have the draft anyways, right? I mean, that's where Kirk Cousins went. He went to the Raiders to back up Mendoza or maybe start.
Apparently they're talking like they want him to start for a bit.
Oh, who, Cousins?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I was just going to say that. Give him 5-6 weeks and then let Mendoza, figure it all out and then get going there. I don't know how good Mendoza is going to be. Do you have opinions on that?
I think this is one of the
enough?
worst quarterback drafts in a long time. He's pretty good. He seems like more of a middle of the road quarterback than anything else. Like he looks like he can be good enough to start, but I don't see any. Like he doesn't have the. Like here's an example. Like, people don't think Herbert's elite. Like Justin Herbert is way more talented than. I don't even think it's close.
What?
Mendoza. Yeah, Herbert's a way better quarterback.
Yeah, I would say that. But I don't know.
Most people wouldn't consider Herbert an elite quarterback.
Thank you, Green Day Dean. Right there, I believe we do have great coverage today. You thought today's coverage was great.
Wait till you see
tomorrow's coverage. Tomorrow's coverage will be over and above all the other days of coverage that we've had. Ooh. So you have to make sure that you are back here tomorrow.
Setting that bar high.
Yeah, man. Every show is better than the last.
Actually, that's a motto around here. The whole idea is to make it's always improving. The visuals get better. The education gets better.
It's almost summertime. Get those glasses going on.
There you go. That's what I want to hear.
Joe gets better.
I want to hear the.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, it's just like we're glad to have Adair back. We've got Sia learning the ropes now as well. So we're pretty excited about the team and about what we're offering to everybody here. Completely for free. All the information that you got is right in front of your fingertips. We got videos posted. Go over to YouTube. Thanks to Ramin and everybody over there pushing those videos out for us. Instagram. Shout out to TikTok. We're on there live. YouTube tried to get rid of us a couple weeks ago. Says Stone Cold over there. We're back, baby. Although I shouldn't say to YouTube. Yeah, whatever you want, YouTube. You're right. So we'll just make
Love
sure.
YouTube.
Yeah, you guys are by far the best.
Don't kick us off.
Yeah, exactly. What am I even doing? Okay, so let's just go on to some other topic right now. You mentioned about having stops, right? And remember I told you that this was the automatic stop there on Robinhood? I mean, look, like this saves your whole day. I mean, it does it. I didn't have enough risk on to lose the day. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure you're out of some of these trades. And look, you want to know a stock that's going ham right now? Shout out to Meta. Meta is going off right now from 565 at 3 o'clock up $10. Booyaka. What up, Adara?
What's up, guys? Is the NASDAQ here. Keep an eye on the market as we get comments from President Trump to Fox News, reportedly speaking, I guess. Again, he reportedly commented on that 2-week proposal to extend this Iranian power plant attack. We know that was proposed by Pakistan. President Trump reportedly said that he cannot comment as to whether or not he will agree with Pakistan's offer because right now they're in heated negotiations. So we know that we had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that President Trump would respond, as right now Trump himself saying that because the negotiations are heated, he cannot currently comment. Back to you.
Well, here's a story right here. Yeah,
when the
just what Adara read there.
When the alternative is mass destruction, then yeah, it would be heated discussions. But so far, so good. Although, remember when we got that massive dump in USO? It came all the way back. Somebody actually hit 130 15 minutes ago on this, and it's right back to 138. The volatility is not going anywhere because tomorrow it's going to be the same thing, and Blue Ocean's probably going to be absolutely wild tonight. So good luck if you happen to be doing that. I can imagine a world where a Blue Ocean trader isn't excited about tonight. Let's close the market with our fake bell. Ding, 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 ding.
It's a real generated bell. All right, so the NASDAQ does finish green, although the bell just rang. So that's tight. I don't know exactly where it was at 4 o'clock, but it was pretty close. So we'll say congratulations and awesome. Yeah, I'd say that was pretty close.
The NASDAQ was the ES. The ES.
I have both up. They're both zeros. They're both zeros right now. So I don't know what it was literally 20 seconds ago, but it was pretty close. We did get a little bit of a dip down. Remember, those market on close imbalances will hit, and then it will fluctuate a little bit with the NASDAQ or the indexes. So, but anyways, congratulations if anybody bought those lows. Nice move down in. Okay, man, 8 o'clock tonight. Stay tuned for that one. I imagine just momentarily you'll get an agreement from President Trump that this will extend out. That's what I'm thinking. That's what the market seems to think. Right now.
The USO maybe where the liquidity came back in gives you a bit of an indication. When everyone was freaking out, 130 was the bottom. So if you're trading tonight, lock that one away. That's where the market makers stepped in. So when we get good news, maybe that's where they step in again.
Yeah, so good luck to everybody. Good show there today. I think we did have good coverage, better coverage tomorrow coming. Thanks, Adara, for everything. It's great to have you back, obviously, as many people in the chat are loving having Adara back. So unfortunately, but she deserves more vacation days. So that's, it's like a catch-22.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you got to take time off.
But all right, so everyone have a good one. It's 4:01. Pay attention tonight. Blue Ocean's open, and best of luck to everybody's positions. And hopefully it's a relatively calm evening, and we can come in tomorrow and trade those markets once again for you. That's Neil. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Thanks, Joe. He's over here as well. Thanks, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, Brendan today. Thank you to all of our guests. Medicus came through on the midday. Thanks, Adair. That was a great interview. And tomorrow, Raheem? Anyone join us tomorrow morning? We'll have our guest and we'll talk more about the markets then. So, all right, ciao, everybody. Be well.